And we're back, week number 13 of our college football predictions. Every single college football game here in week number 13, FBS versus FBS, we'll have predictions for. I know the SEC teams this week are playing some FCS schools. Not going to talk about those. I just don't feel there's no reason to. We're going to talk about literally every single team next week for the most part, because for most college football teams next week play their final game. I think UConn this week's the only team that plays their final game this week. But anyways, don't need to talk about the FCS versus FBS games. We have 2 more weeks of college football regular season action before we get into bowl season, and I'll have a schedule out, or we'll do college football bowl predictions on a weekly basis. I'll say that. We'll do that on a weekly basis. Every single Monday, we will still do college football predictions for bowl season. It's just I'll cover every single bowl game that week, and then we'll keep going on until the playoffs end. Anyways, folks, before we get into the video, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for some more college football predictions here on the channel. It greatly helps out the channel if you just hit that subscribe button down below and leave a like on these videos. These videos do take a lot of time, so I would greatly appreciate if you do that, if you do enjoy. Also on the channel, daily, we have our college basketball and NBA best bets. Again, those run daily all the way through March, and then in the NBA's case, through the summer. Also, NFL predictions will be out tomorrow for week number 12 of the NFL season, and our UFC Fight Night Qatar predictions are also up on Greedo Plays MMA, main evented by Arman Sarukian, taking on Dan Hooker in the lightweight division. Okay, on to the first now of our 59 games this week, as we start with a game in the MAC, as we've got UMass going on the road to take on Ohio to kick off the week. I don't feel like I need to talk too much about this one, I'll be honest with you, because UMass is the worst football team in college football. Okay, they are really bad, is UMass. We've seen this team before. They have no idea what they are as a team. They've alternated quarterbacks. It's A.J. Harrison's team. A.J. Harrison's very young. He's still a freshman. Brendan Hood's a freshman as well. But they're not a good team. I'll leave it at that. They're not a good team. They can't move the ball. They were playing Brandon Rose a little bit last week because they were getting beaten down so much. The UMass Minutemen are 0-10 this season. They lit off the fireworks last week, though. They were losing 45-0 against Northern Illinois, and they kicked a field goal at the end of the game with like 3 minutes to go to make it a 45-3 game, and they lit off a bunch of fireworks. It was hilarious on a Tuesday night action game. Here come the fireworks. Oh, we did it. We scored a point. Yeah. Go UMass. All right. They go on the road to take on the Ohio Bobcats this week in Parker Navarro. Last week, Ohio looked bad. I thought Parker Navarro played a pretty poor game. I get the West Michigan defense is really good. Navarro could not make a throw to save his life in that game. He was really good on the ground. They struggled to get Bangura going, but they lost at WMU, and they put Western Michigan now in a premier spot to make the MAC championship game. Hell no, WMU is going to get in the championship game now in the Mid-American, most likely. We'll talk about them in a second. It's going to take a lot for Ohio to get in the game. Actually, I don't know what the tiebreaker is because there's 5 teams right now. They're all 4-2. Central Michigan, Ohio, Toledo, Buffalo, and Miami of Ohio all have the same record in the MAC. So I don't know who's going to get to play Western Michigan at Ford Field for the MAC championship in a couple weeks. But for now, I can tell you Ohio is going to beat the UMass Minutemen. Again, Parker Navarro is a very good player at his best. I know he did not play well last week. They could not get the ball to Chase Hendricks, who is their best receiver. He had like 2 catches the entire game. That was a problem, obviously. But WMU, cold game in Kalamazoo. Team plays good defense. Ohio had one really good drive coming out the locker room in the second half. They were great early in the second half, and they just couldn't get the ball. They couldn't move the ball at all towards the end of that football game. They'll be fine this week, though. I mean, this is the ultimate bounce back spot. Ohio is already bowl eligible, so we will be talking about that quite a bit this week. Are we going to see this team in bowl season or not? Ohio's already got their 6 victories. I believe they are going to get, though, their 7th win this week. Again, I don't have much to say about this game. UMass is absolutely horrible, and Ohio should undoubtedly cover the 32.5 points. I know it's a lot, but UMass just lost his game to Northern Illinois, who's not very good, by 42, Akron by 34, and so on. Kent State beat them by 36. So yes, give me the Ohio Bobcats at home, minus 32.5 points against the UMass Minutemen. On now to our next game as we move to another game in the Mid-American Conference. We have the Western Michigan Broncos taking on the Northern Illinois Huskies. I'm going to be going here with West Michigan on the road, minus 6.5 points. My point earlier, right? I mean, West Michigan is the only team that has 100% locked their spot. They haven't completely clinched. They will clinch this week a spot, or they will clinch a portion of the regular season Mid-American Championship. If I'm not mistaken, I think they have the tiebreakers on everyone. I think. because they beat Ohio, they beat Central Michigan, and they have one over Toledo. So I think they win most of the tiebreakers. I'm pretty sure WMU guarantees a spot in the Mid-American Championship game what they win this week at NIU. Not like they're not going to win next week anyway against Eastern Michigan. They will probably beat Noah Kim and the Eagles. But anyways, West Michigan gets a chance, right, to clinch their spot, to go now to 7-4 and 6-1 in the Mid-American Conference. It's really a great season for Brock Lowry and the West Michigan Broncos. Obviously, Brock Lowry, right, dual threat guy, gets it done on the ground and through the air. West Michigan starts the year 0-3. They open the year with the competitive game at East Lansing, Michigan, lose back-to-back in a competitive one against North Texas, and a blowout loss in Urbana-Champaign against Illinois. And now, since that loss to Illinois when they started 0-3, they're 6-1 program. They've played good football. Their only loss being a game on the road to DeQuan Finn and Miami of Ohio. More on DeQuan Finn in a little bit. Really weird circumstance going on, honestly, at Miami of Ohio right now. I think WMU puts absolute belt to ass here to Northern Illinois. Again, you know what you're going to get out of West Michigan, a very good defensive bunch. I know they struggled early last week against Ohio at times, but they ended up winning that football game, obviously, by 4 points. Northern Illinois is coming off of a very big victory, beating the UMass Minutemen, but anybody can beat the UMass Minutemen. I'm not joking when I say this, a lot of FCS schools in the country would beat UMass. Hell, we've already seen it before as UMass hosted, Bryant, who came into town and beat UMass earlier in the season. They're really bad. So good on NIU for, picking up the win and getting it done, winning 45-3. We can always rely on that Northern Illinois defense for the most part. Offensively, they do struggle, and obviously the offense, really came to be in the UMass game, scoring 45 points. Good on them, right? They finally figured it out offensively. They played both Jalen McCone and Brady Davidson. We haven't really seen McCone much this year. This is a junior quarterback. I think that was his first in-game action this year. It was. McCone's a junior who has started at Arkansas Pine Bluff and then was at NIU last year, but was still backing up. He's getting a chance now. I don't know how much he's going to play, but he did get to play in that blowout. I doubt, again, he's going to play big minutes or big snaps, but regardless, Northern Illinois blows out UMass on the road. And McCone did start, so maybe, I guess he is going to start again. He only threw 4 passes. I guess he will start over Brady Davidson. I mean, yeah, he did start the last game, so... No, it is McCone's team, I guess. What I meant by not much volume, I don't think they're going to let him throw much, though, because that's really not what Northern Illinois does. But the thing is, you're going to have to throw this week against a team like Western Michigan that can shut you down defensively, and they held Parker Navarro to under 78 yards passing. It's not like they could really run the ball that effectively either. I mean, really, Ohio's best plays were scrambling, design runs for Parker Navarro, or Navarro getting out the pocket and just taking it himself. So it's troubling playing this team. It really is. I mean, ask Michigan State. I know, again, the Spartans are not having a good season, but when Michigan State played West Michigan, that was a competitive game really throughout. Sparty only beat them by 17 points. West Michigan's a competitive team. They will be in the MAC championship game. I think a good team in the MAC. If I'm talking like an Ohio rematch against West Michigan and a neutral site might beat them. Toledo, West Michigan beat by 1 point this season in a rematch. I might take Toledo. But like if West Michigan ran into Miami of Ohio, Buffalo, or Central Michigan in the championship game, I'd take West Michigan. So we'll see how that all rolls out. What I can say though is Northern Illinois is not a very good football team. Yes, they won last week. They made the change to McCone. I don't think they're going to be able to score much this week. And I think West Michigan should be able to get it done. Even though they are on the road into DeKalb, Illinois, I'm going West Michigan -6.5 on the road to beat the Northern Illinois Huskies. And yes, punching their ticket into the MAC championship game. On to our next game, we move to the other game on Tuesday, as we've got the Akron Zips taking on the Bowling Green Falcons, a game that you might be, completely ecstatic to watch, because who's not? The 4-7 Zips take on the 3-7 Bowling Green Falcons. So I forgot Akron is one of the other teams this week. I think it might just be them and UConn. Maybe I'll find another one today, but I believe it's just these two who are playing their final games of the year. So this is it for Akron football in 2025. Another disappointing year. Let's call it how it is. They were better than people thought they were going to be this season. There was optimism around Akron that they could finish with a 500 record. Obviously, they are ineligible to make a bowl game because of grades. Really? I mean... Sure, I guess. Lost their last game in a shootout to Kent State, losing to the Golden Flashes in overtime as Kent State won in Akron 42-35. Drew DeShields, man, taking over that program and changing the culture. But Akron 4-7 this year. Ben Finley, it's a roller coaster, Ben Finley. Some games he's great, some games he's not. Threw for 424 yards in the Kent State game, but ultimately fell short again with that big Kent comeback and the Golden Flashes win. So Akron, right, final game of the season. We don't get to see them next week, and we're going to, send them off on an ESPNU Maction game against the Bowling Green Falcons. I think they can play competitive football here, man. Akron is kind of figuring it out offensively. Finley's playing better. We know what they can do in the run game, right? Finley's not their best offensive player. It is pretty clearly Jordan Gant, who is a junior who's looking for 1,000 yards this season. He'll be 54 yards short going into the game of 1,000. I can almost guarantee you he's going to get that. He's ran for over 90 in the last 4 games for the Akron Zips, and he's been a consistent, 95 plus, 100 plus per game runner this season for the Zips. And for Bowling Green, this team has been doing nothing but losing. 4 consecutive losses after picking up a really random, weird victory over the Toledo Rockets. They've lost 4 consecutive games at Central Michigan, against Buffalo, Kent State, and Eastern Michigan. The team is struggling to find a starting quarterback. They've played multiple quarterbacks down the stretch of the season. There was an injury to Drew Pine, but then Pine came back. I don't know, man. They've played 4 quarterbacks this season. The team started the year with Drew Pine at quarterback. Then Pine got hurt, so they randomly threw in Lucian Anderson, who Toledo was not preparing for, so Anderson completely burned them. Anderson now, though, is no longer starting because they played Baron May some, and now it seems like they're on Hunter Najim now. Sure, the freshman out of Alessio Viejo, California, finally got his first start, played against EMU, played all right after coming in relief, I believe, in the Buffalo game, right? Going 4 for 12 against the Bulls, and then went 11 for 15 against EMU, threw an interception, I guess. There's, again, my thing here, I know who's going to start for Akron. I know what players are going to be on the field for the Zips. Regardless of what you think of Ben Finley's been a consistent starter for this team. They played Rago and Michael Johnson when Finley was hurt, but this is Ben Finley's last game on the road. And taking on a team that still has another game this season. They don't know who they're starting. It is their senior night, but I don't care. It's on a Tuesday. Who gives a damn? Bowling Green knows they get their automatic win next week against UMass. So they're, I don't think they really give a two dams about this game. I know Akron cares. It's Ben Finley's last game. And who's starting? Najim, Pine, May. I don't know who's starting because they've started 4 different quarterbacks in 4 games. It was Anderson against Central Michigan. It was May against Kent State. It was Drew Pine against Buffalo. And it was Najim against EMU. I don't know who's starting. You can't rely on anything right now with the Bowling Green Falcons. Crazy because, Bazelak was the guy here, and obviously they had Harold Fannin as well. I'm going with the Akron Zips quite easily to cover here. The winner, I did put Bowling Green on the screen. That's a toss-up for me. I don't really care who wins. I can guarantee you, though, the game's going to be ultra-competitive. +4 for the Zips is automatic. Next up, we go on to the Wednesday games as we again stick in the Mid-American Conference, as we have the Buffalo Bulls hosting the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Now, going into the week, if it was just a normal circumstance game, and I'm going to explain the circumstances in a second, if this was just a normal game and nothing had happened to the rosters and the starting quarterback situation for Miami of Ohio, I would take the Redhawks here. The Bulls have been very disappointing. I thought they were going to go to Mount Pleasant and beat Central Michigan. They came up short, and they played really poorly in that football game. Taquan Roberson did not play well. I don't know how you lose to that CMU team, who I still don't think is very good, but they might find themselves in the MAC championship game. Anyways, Buffalo's been severely underwhelming. They're still alive for the MAC title. They're going to get to play Ohio next week, which could propel them into that spot. But another big game this week against Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio, if you know, was led by quarterback DeQuan Finn, who played at Toledo, led Toledo to a MAC championship 2 years ago, went to Baylor last year, started a game, then got beat out by Sawyer Robertson, never got to start again. And now his senior year. He came back to the MAC, and I thought it was a great spot for him, out of Miami, going and playing for Miami of Ohio. Played a very poor game a couple weeks ago against Ohio on the road. Made a very bad and ill-advised pass to end the game to lose the game for the Redhawks in the end. And it came out earlier this week, or about a couple days ago, that DeQuan Finn is going to disregard, or he's going to step away from the team for the rest of the season so he can prepare for the NFL draft. Okay, this is a thing that players do for bowl games, not the regular season, when you are a starting quarterback. Head coach Chuck Martin for Miami of Ohio said that they appreciated what he did for the program over the last year, but we will not see him for the rest of the year. With all due respect to DeQuan Finn, where are you going in the NFL? You're 24. I thought you were going to dominate the season in the MAC. You went 1,400 yards, 9 touchdowns, 6 picks. You got injured, sure, but it's not like you really dominated that much on the ground. Kind of. You averaged like 50 yards a game, but you were much more dominant at Toledo. If you went to the draft after the Toledo year, okay. I would still think it would have been kind of, but sure, you'd probably make it as a 6th round pick. Is DeQuan Finn going to get drafted? I don't think so. I think he's looking for, undrafted free agent training camp invite type guy, CFL, UFL. The UFL will take him. But what is it? Were they going to bench him? Maybe they were going to bench him. That's probably what this is. Because they have a quarterback behind him, and Henry Hessen, who has played and has started in DeQuan Finn's absence injury-wise, who maybe they think is better. I've watched Tesson play. I don't think he's better. I watched him against Toledo last week where he went 11 for 38 passing. Yikes. And obviously, right, DeQuan Finn played the Ohio game, did not play the Toledo game, and there was like, oh, why is DeQuan Finn not playing? Well, he's not with the team anymore. So, again, I didn't think Finn was dominating. Hesson's even worse, guys. So maybe it was a soft benching and Finn just wanted to get out, and this is the excuse. Regardless of what it is, it's a weird spot, man. And I know Buffalo's not the best team, and Taquan Roberson really played a bad game last week. The defense got them in a great spots. Roberson then proceeded to throw a pick six. They fumbled a million times. They're not losing this Miami of Ohio team. Miami of Ohio has shot themselves in the foot. They were in premier positioning to make the MAC championship. They started 4-0, and their quarterback leaves the team. And now you're 4-2 in the MAC. You play Buffalo this week, you're going to lose, and now, you're fighting for your bowl lives next week against Ball State. Now, they will beat Ball State, and they will get into a bowl game. Welcome to the Detroit Bowl or something like that, or the 68 Ventures Bowl. But disappointing end of the year for Miami of Ohio, a team that got a good quarterback, at least thought to be a good quarterback, had a very, exciting start to the season, played a competitive game at Wisconsin, kind of, almost beat UNLV, and now you're fighting for your bowl lives at the end of the season without your starting quarterback. It's weird. I'm going Buffalo at home. I mean, this is just automatic for me. Give me Buffalo. -2.5, -135. Wasn't high on this team. I haven't been high on this team in a while, but the team they're playing is going to be really bad this week. So give me Buffalo at home at UB Stadium. On now to our next game, our final MACtion game of the week. And is there MACtion next week? There is. Okay, MACtion is back on Tuesday next week. We got to gear up for Bowling Green and UMass next Tuesday. Awesome. I didn't know if those games are just going to be played on Saturday or not, but no, the MAC is going to take advantage of their time slots on ESPN. Anyways, final MAC game this week. We go to Kent, Ohio for the Central Michigan Chippewas and the Kent State Golden Flashes. I think Kent's going to cover. Oh, I got it mixed up, guys. Kent should be on the right side. Central Michigan should be on the left side. Game's in Kent, okay? I need to make that clear. Usually the home team's on the right, road team's on the left. Here, I can show you. Look at Buffalo, right? It's on the right. Bowling Green's on the right. This should be flipped. My apologies. I'm still taking Kent. This is actually better, again, than the graphic indicates. Kent's at home. Kent's playing really good football. I'm seeing this line range right now anywhere from 7.5 to 8.5. If you can get 8.5, take 8.5. 8.5 will guarantee if the game goes into overtime, we win. I don't think the Chippewas are that good. I really don't think so. They beat Buffalo. Buffalo literally tried everything in their power to lose that football game. And they did. And I plug it all the time, but Greedo plays clips on TikTok. We break down Mid-American and, just group of 5 football games all the time because that's what I talk about over the week. And I give reactions to them. Just watch if you did not watch Buffalo versus Central Michigan, watch the recap. It is atrocious what Buffalo pulled off against Central Michigan. So the Chippewas win. They become bowl eligible. Good on them. Again, there's going to be a lot of bowl eligible teams this season. I feel like there's going to be a couple schools that are going to get squeezed out of bowl games, I think, this year, just because a lot of teams are going to make it. But anyways, and hit the 6-win requirement. But Kent is still playing for a bowl possibility. There is legitimate optimism in Kent, Ohio that they can get into a bowl game, a spot that Kent has not been in years. They've been a losing program for the longest time, and is it a long shot that they beat Central Michigan and Northern Illinois in back-to-back weeks? It is. But if they win this week, they will be close to even, I believe, next week in DeKalb, Indiana. Or Illinois, excuse me. I think they're going to play a competitive game this week. Will they win? I don't know. But they're going to be close. And only if they could beat Ball State. If they could beat Ball State on the road, this would be for the bowl season right now. I mean, man. I think they win, though. I mean, the win over Akron was absolutely massive. You're a 3-6 team. You go on the road to Akron, Ohio, and you win in overtime. Drew DeShields throws for 317 yards. Yeah, your ground game's not great, but shout out to Drew DeShields. He's balling right now. At home against Central Michigan, a Chippewas team that has momentum right now, sure. I still know this offense can be really bad, though, if you can get at them early. If you can get at them early, force Lapis to throw the ball. I know he threw it pretty well against Buffalo, but trust me, that's not going to continue to happen. I've watched enough Chippewas football this season to tell you that's not a guarantee. And I know Kent can score. Yeah, defensively they're not great, but Drew DeShields is slinging the football. I mean, I think DeShields, if he stays, he's only a freshman. If DeShields stays for 3 more years, this is going to be the guy that's going to be credited with turning around Kent State football, right? I mean, Devin Cargman is on the roster. He started last year. I know he had a season-ending injury last year at Penn State. But Cargman's on the roster, and they started DeShields over him. Cargman's probably going to start somewhere else his senior year next year, I assume, in the FCS. I doubt. He should go to the FCS. If he wants to play, he should go to the FCS. I think Central Michigan here, I think they're going to win, but I think Kent's going to play a competitive game. I think they're going to play it close. I think they're going to be right in it. And yes, this team does have a bowl game in mind. Will they get there? We shall see. But I do think they will cover here. 7.5, 8.5, regardless of what it is. This will be a close game play tonight between the Kent State Golden, or on Wednesday between the Kent State Golden Flashes and the Central Michigan Chippewas. Give me the Kent State Flashes at home plus 7.5 to cover against the Chippewas. We go on to the only game on Thursday as we move now to a matchup. Move on to a matchup here in Jonesboro, Arkansas, between the Arkansas State Red Wolves and the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. I'm going with Arkansas State at home -3. Both these teams have been playing all right recently, I'll say. Again, we are in bowl watch for both of these teams. Louisiana is playing for their season and is playing for a bowl game this week. Arkansas State has 2 chances to win 1 game. This is probably... going to App State's not going to be that difficult for them either. They probably finish 7-5. But they don't have to win this week to make it a bowl game, but it would certainly help, and it would guarantee them a spot in bowl season. Louisiana's a 4-6 team. They need to win back-to-back games, and they have pretty much a guaranteed win coming up with UL Monroe, the Warhawks, coming in next week. And the Raging Cajuns have won back-to-back games, scoring a bunch of points on the road, or at home, against Brad Jackson and the Texas State Bobcats. Prior to that, scoring 31 in a road effort in Mobile, Alabama, against the South Alabama Jaguars. Lunch Winfield's played good football, man. Lunch Winfield, only a sophomore, kind of came out of nowhere this season for Louisiana, has established himself as the starting quarterback, dual threat guy. He's solid. And it's showing with the scores Louisiana's been putting up recently. Back-to-back victories after starting the year 2-6. The Raging Cajuns have now won 2 consecutive games and scoring 31 points against South Alabama, 42 points against Texas State. And yes, a lot of that credit has to go to what Lunch Winfield is doing. He absolutely loves Shelton Sampson, his best receiver, also a sophomore, 6'4", 195. Dude's quick for his size, obviously. This is a player that I can guarantee you will not be with the Raging Cajuns next season. Really has just come on as of late this year. I believe dealt with an injury. He's going to play somewhere in the Power 4 level next year. I can almost guarantee you that. Shelton Sampson is really good. There is talent with this guy. So that's what to watch out for. I think Sampson's really good. I think Arkansas State will win the football game, though. Arkansas State, I think, at home is the better team. And I look at what Arkansas State's done this season. They've lost 2 games in the Sun Belt. The first one, yes, it's a horrible, and I mean horrible loss to UL Monroe on the road. Other than that, though, they won 4 consecutive games, beating Texas State, beating South Alabama, beating Georgia Southern, and beating Troy on the road. And yes, they lost to Southern Miss last week. Well, Southern Miss is a really good team. And we want to talk about how good James Madison is and potential playoffs for James Madison, and I'm all for it. They still got to get past the Southern Miss Golden Eagles, a really good Southern Miss Golden Eagles team in the Sun Belt Championship game. Do I think James Madison will beat them? Yes. Do I think James Madison's going to make the playoffs? Yes. I would love, by the way, JMU versus IU, Signetti playing James Madison in the playoffs would be absurd. I really want that game badly. Probably won't happen, but still. I think, again, Arkansas State's solid. I know, again, that loss last week to Southern Miss sucks, but that's a good football team. And Jalen Raynor is playing better. He has struggled some this season. I get it. Jalen Raynor is playing good football, though. I'll give him credit. Last game, by the way, 123 yards to their best receiver, Corey Rucker. Rucker in his senior season played a lot of college football. Started at Arkansas State, went to South Carolina. Couldn't really play at South Carolina, so came back to Arkansas State, and he's played really good football. Again, this will be his final home game of his collegiate career. But again, these guys are playing for one more game at the end of the season, and I think Arkansas State will win that. Will win the right to get that last game. I mean, this is a determining factor in some of the games. You got to think motivation. You got to think what teams are playing for. Sure, again, Louisiana is playing for a lot too, but Arkansas State's got a lot of seniors on this team. Jalen Raynor is a junior. Probably the last game I think he plays is an Arkansas State Red Wolf. I think there's going to be teams calling for him next year in the Mountain West, and I think he'll take a shot at a Nevada or at a Colorado State. That's the teams I think they're best fits for Jalen Raynor next season. We'll see how that goes. But because his ability to run and whatnot. I think, again, motivation's a real factor. The game's at home for Arkansas State. Yes, Louisiana's playing really good football. I think Arkansas State can put up points against them, and I do believe Arkansas State's one of the better defenses that the Raging Cajuns have seen in quite a bit. So I'm going to go with the Red Wolves to win this one here at home in Jonesboro. Thursday night game, the solo Thursday night game. Give me Arkansas State and Jonesboro to win and cover the 3 points as well. On now to our next game, we go to the ACC over in Raleigh, North Carolina, as we've got the North Carolina State Wolfpack taking on the Florida State Seminoles. I'm going with FSU on the road -4.5. FSU, talent-wise, they are much better than NC State, and I don't think that's a controversial take. Now, both these teams are 5-5. We will guarantee someone is going to a bowl game with a victory tonight or on Friday night, and I believe that is going to be Florida State. I understand. I've been very harsh and I've been a critic this season of Florida State and Tommy Castellanos. I think it's a very valid complaint that I have had on this team. I think their inability to throw the football at times when they've absolutely needed it has 100% cost them games this year. But yet, Florida State, and honestly, I've been treating Florida State at the level of, they're, trying to make the playoffs. They're one of the best teams in the ACC. And yet they're a 2-5 ACC school. They still are 5-5 because they did damage in the non-con schedule, beating Bama and then playing East Texas A&M and Kent State. But yet you find yourself at a 5-5 spot. You win, you're in. You win, you get a bowl game. Similar spot to Clemson, who we're not going to talk about this week because they're playing Furman. But Clemson last week, essentially by beating Louisville on the road, guaranteed them a spot in bowl season. Tell me that doesn't mean anything to Dabo Swinney and the players on that team, because they're going to play Furman this week, and they'll guarantee themselves a 6th victory. Same thing with Florida State this week. You can guarantee yourself a spot in the bowl season. NC State can too. I know NC State's claim to fame this year is their big win over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's they're a weird team. I thought Georgia Tech, honestly, watching that game last week, I thought they're going to lose to BC. I really thought so. BC's horrible. They have done nothing but lose this year in the ACC, but going and watching that game, going into halftime, I thought BC was going to win. I didn't like the way that game was going momentum-wise for Georgia Tech. It looked like for a while Tech was going to lose, but Boston College choked. So good on Georgia Tech for the victory. But anyways, I think Florida State's going to beat North Carolina State. FSU, you got to look at this thing from an all-around talent perspective. Yes, NC State beat a Georgia Tech school early in the season, a team just a couple games ago. NC State gives them a bunch of points. And yeah, they'll have games where they can just purely outscore you. FSU rarely just gets dog-walked defensively. The only team to really put up massive numbers on them all year long, and yes, they played Miami this year, was Virginia. And by the way, is there newfound hope right now in Virginia? I did not think they were going to beat Duke. Duke continues to fail everybody. Not like we told you to bet on Duke, but Duke continues to, be the most unimpressive team ever. Also, I didn't know if Chandler Morris was going to play. He did. And Virginia's back, ladies and gentlemen. They are off this week, so we don't get to talk about the Cavaliers. Virginia's going to the college football playoffs, okay? They will beat Georgia Tech in the championship game. I'm very confident about that. Or SMU, if SMU gets in. But right now, it's going to be Georgia Tech and Virginia. We shall see if Georgia Tech screws this up. We'll get to that later. Anyways, I think that Florida State's going to beat North Carolina State again. No offense has really exploited FSU other than Virginia. And that's a lot of credit to UVA, right? Florida was on top of the world. They were like number 5 right when UVA beat them in double overtime and obviously sent Florida State down a tailspin of losing 4 consecutive games and losing in Stanford to the Stanford Cardinal. Ugh. But talent-wise, yes, they're much better than NC State, and that talent should take over in a game like this. You're playing, guys who are, there's some players, obviously, a lot of players on this team are playing for the NFL, obviously. But there are some players who are playing for one final game, and who knows if they go to Florida next week and win. They might beat Florida, and they might get their 6th or 7th win. I didn't mean to do the 6-7 thing. Like, legitimately, I did not mean to do that at all. But they might get the 6th or 7th win next week. I don't know, because of the way the Gators are playing, but that's going to be a tough game in the Swamp. Florida State gets their 6th win this week against NC State. CJ Bailey's doing his thing. I get it. But I think Florida State's going to win this one. CJ Bailey threw for 120 yards last week against Miami. Team got embarrassed on the road. They come back home, Friday night spot. Not their last home game. They host UNC next week, obviously. But I'm going to go Florida State in this game. I think FSU wins it, and I do believe they cover 4.5 as well. Would I bet it? I'd bet this instead. Hawaii Rainbow Warriors plus 3.5. Yes, I would bet this instead. Give me Hawaii here on the road. Guys, UNLV's not good. Calandria is good. He is. If you give Calandria time in the pocket, he's good. UNLV, man, did not deserve to win that game last week against Utah State. Utah State found every way imaginable to lose, and I feel for Bryson Barnes, man. I really do. Bryson Barnes was ripping off crazy runs. He ripped off 2 huge runs in the fourth quarter of that football game to give his team a chance to win it with the game-winning field goal. And Utah State missed 2 game-winning field goals. They missed an extra point early in the game, which was the only reason the game was in overtime in the first place. Oh man, I felt sick watching that game. It was horrible. Utah State covered, but man, it was legitimately a disgusting game. I felt so bad for Bryson Barnes. And I don't know if he's going to get I don't know if he's going to get a bowl game. They got to go to Fresno this week, and they play Boise next week. I don't know. I might be Boise. The way Boise's playing right now, it depends, who's playing for the Broncos. Yeah, Utah State might get that game at home. I don't know. We shall see. Regardless of that, though, UNLV did not deserve to win. They were not playing good football. They were turning it over in their own territory in terms of going for it on 4th down, not getting it. Calandra was playing well, but the defense wasn't playing that great. They couldn't run the ball. I hated the effort, man. Their defense, their defense played a lot better than they had, right? We talked about it all year long. UNLV's defense has been horrible. We watched New Mexico score 40 points on them. Boise scored 56. Air Force scored 48. Miami of Ohio scored 38, right? Every offense has been able to shred UNLV. What they did different than last week, they sent a bunch of pressure on Bryson Barnes. And they said, you know what? We think our DBs are better than your receivers, so we're going to send a bunch of pressure, and we're going to pressure a really good quarterback in Bryson Barnes. It might work this week, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't love Alejado trying to deal with pure pressure, but at the same time, too, though, if Hawaii just calls the right things this week, I think they actually can win. Just this is a simple concept, but just run smash concepts all game long. I think that should work against a team like UNLV. I mean, I think that if you run the slot guys off, I think we should be okay here. I mean, just run the slot guys literally on corner routes all game long. Give Alejado a ball where either it's incomplete, throw it out of bounds, or it ends up in your receiver's hands. Don't give Alejado any, 15-yard comeback routes, because he's not going to have time to develop those. But I think Hawaii, I hope, again, this team, they were watching the UNLV game last week. They had to have been. They didn't play last week. Watching that game, they realized what UNLV was doing to pressure a veteran quarterback and a good quarterback in Bryson Barnes. Obviously, you have a way less inexperienced Mike Alejado this week, obviously starting for Hawaii. But, by the way, Hawaii's got a chance to still make the Mountain West Championship game. So they're still very, keyed in on winning this game. I think seeing what UNLV did last week to kind of fix what their defensive problems were all year long, and that was just setting pressure and getting sacks and forcing bad throws, I think Hawaii can adapt to that really well. I mean, you've seen it now on film. You know what UNLV is going to do because this is the first time they've seen success defensively all year long. So I think Hawaii is able to win. Again, I'll take the 3.5 points. I'll take that allowance because UNLV did all that last week, and I'm talking, okay, yeah, their defense looked really good. They're sending pressure. They were really limiting what Bryson Barnes could do out there, and yet they still should have lost. I mean, Utah State missed a game-winning 35-yard field goal and at the end of regulation. They went in overtime. UNLV missed a 45-yarder, and then Utah State got a 38-yarder, and they missed again. And then, of course, the kicker hit one in double overtime, but then UNLV just scored a touchdown. Tail old as time. I think Hawaii wins. I really think so. I think they win, but I'll take the 3.5 points. Friday night spot in a probably, kind of dead environment over at UNLV, because it's just how it is, at Allegiant Stadium. I'm going to take Mike Alejado in Hawaii. By the way, again, they're coming off the huge win over San Diego State. SDSU's got one loss this season in the Mountain West, and the reason why they are not being talked about for the playoffs is Hawaii. I'm serious. If San Diego State had beat Hawaii and they got the win that they got against Boise, and now considering the losses to Navy earlier in the year, and then now Navy's win over USF, and Memphis's loss to Tulane, the team that would be in the playoffs right now, the G5, would be San Diego State. The committee wants to give it to the Mountain West. The Mountain West is the best G5 conference. I think it's better than the American for the most part, at least talent-wise. But you can't give it to a 2-loss SDSU team. So that's why it's either going to go to the Sun Belt or the American. Regardless, give me Hawaii plus 3.5 on the road at Allegiant Stadium, defeating the UNLV Rebels, but again, most importantly, covering. On to our next game. We go to Saturday's games. Oh boy! Here comes Ohio State at home against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Ooh, wow. I care so much, but you know what? No. I'm not going to hate here. I'm actually not going to hate. I give credit to teams like Ohio State. Well, no, really, Ohio State had no say in this, but still. At least Ohio State's not playing an FCS school this week. Because that's not what we do in the Big Ten. Big Ten football, we don't play FCS schools 2 weeks before the SEC championship or Big Ten championship game. We don't do that up in the Big Ten. Oh, the SEC schedule's so tough. The Big Ten schedule is very difficult too. It's just these teams are underrated in the Big Ten. I mean, Illinois is unranked. Washington's unranked. I mean, these are teams you do not want to play, and they're unranked in the SEC, okay? Just wait till bowl... See, the thing is, normally I'd say wait till bowl season and see who just wins in bowls, but, there's so many guys not playing in bowl games, it's hard to really say, oh, yeah, just wait till we get you in December, regardless. Guys, Penn State beats a lot of teams in the SEC, okay? I know that's not what people want to hear. It's the absolute truth. Okay, Penn State is fighting for their bowl lives. Who knows if they get in, if they get 6 wins. That is a team that's been considered awful this year in the Big Ten, and they beat a bunch of teams in the SEC. They beat Arkansas, they beat South Carolina, they beat Auburn, they beat Mississippi State, they beat Florida, they beat Kentucky, they beat LSU, they probably beat Missouri. From there, who knows? But I'm telling you, the Big Ten is, I'm not saying they're better than the SEC. They're on the same level, though. And they are going to continue to be better, though, because the money, I'm telling you, is up in the North. It's in the Big Ten. It's in the Midwest / the North. Okay. Anyways, Ohio State's going to dominate Rutgers. Again, shout out to Ohio State for actually having to play a game this week. That's really not Ohio State's doing. That's the Big Ten's doing. But at least they're not playing, Youngstown State this week. A concern, though, for Ohio State undoubtedly has to be Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith was very visibly limping last game against UCLA. We shall see what is going to happen with Jeremiah Smith. I have a feeling he's not going to play this week. I think they got to hold him really for the Michigan game. We shall see, right? He played early in the game and then obviously didn't play the second half. Cardinal Tate didn't play. And all fairness to Julian Sandy, had a really good game against UCLA, a team that, Fernando Mendoza dominated too. But again, we'll see in Indianapolis if you can hold your side of the bargain, which I don't know if they can next week. I don't know. We'll get into that later. I don't really love Ohio State's chances against Michigan. I just don't. But Ohio State will beat up on Rutgers this week. Again, the Heisman's Mendoza. He's like minus 110 now to win the Heisman, which is just phenomenal. I can't believe it. An Indiana quarterback's going to win the Heisman. Mendoza, man. The Men dynasty's only beginning. And I do need to give a lot of credit to Curtis Rourke for starting the trend. Thank you, Curtis Rourke, for everything you've done for the program. And being that first quarterback to come over to Indiana. Anyways, though, Rutgers is a 5-5 team. They are fighting for a bowl game. They might end up in a spot. They'll probably end up in a spot next week where they're taking on it'll be 5-6 versus 5-6. Penn State versus Rutgers. Who will get into the, Fenway Bowl? We will determine that next week. Rutgers is not winning, though, here against Ohio State, and they're not going to be competitive. Kalamankis is going to do his thing. Antoine Raymond has now crossed the 1,000-yard mark with, it's a real stat line, 41 carries for 240 yards 2 weeks ago against Maryland. My goodness, the Terrapins. Ooh, I don't know. But shout out to Antoine Raymond. He's very good at following the legacy of Kyle Munungai that was set last year in the last couple seasons at Rutgers. I'm going to go with Ohio State, though, to easily win and cover 33.5 points. Yeah, Ohio State is going to do this to them. Final game in Columbus this season for the Buckeyes, unless they lose to Michigan, and they'll be back in the shoe for the first round of the playoffs, which I don't know. Maybe might happen. I don't know. Just you wait. Anyways. On to our next game on Saturday morning, we move to a matchup between Oklahoma and Missouri. So we are not going to be talking about the other SEC game that's happening at this time slot, and that is on the SEC network. That is Texas A&M taking on Samford, because we do not talk about games like that. Good on A&M for winning last week, but I don't see Ohio State fighting life and death at home. I don't see Indiana fighting life and death at home like that. I'm just saying. That's like if a crappier version of UCLA walked into Bloomington and almost beat Indiana. Shouldn't happen to you in front of 105,000 people. Shouldn't happen to you. Just saying. Frauds? No. Marcel Reed's really good. Anyways, Oklahoma taking on Missouri. So wait, guys, this is weird. I thought Oklahoma didn't have an FCS game this week. I thought they had to play another FBS team. What? Oh no, Missouri is in the SEC still. Oh. Figures. Guys, I think Missouri sucks. I'm going to be honest with you. That joke is way more appropriate if it was Mississippi State, I'll be honest with you. I just don't think Missouri's good at all. Ahmad Hardy's... You take away Ahmad Hardy from this team, they're so bad. I'll give all the credit in the world to Ahmad Hardy. Last week, yes, 25 carries for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns against Mississippi State. Legitimately one of the more impressive games I've ever seen. Other than Ahmad Hardy, though, this team is awful. And I get it. It's not the situation they wanted to be in with Bo Prabula being out. It's Matt Zollers right now, obviously, right? The freshman. Zollers is obviously not the quarterback that they want. And Mizzou is making the best of it. I will say that. But I've always thought Mizzou this year has been heavily overrated. We saw that as soon as they played a good team. They played Alabama and lost. They played Vandy and lost. They played A&M and lost. We want to talk about the treacherous SEC schedule. Well, somehow Missouri's going to finish 8-4. They might lose at Arkansas, honestly. They might lose that game. They might finish 7-5, and they might, work their way out of the Music City Bowl. I don't know. But I'm telling you, man, this team's nothing impressive to me, Mizzou. And yes, that's a big part of that. Zollers at quarterback. Oklahoma should put belt to ass. The Sooners coming off a huge victory over the Alabama Crimson Tide. Oklahoma has played themselves into the postseason. It's crazy, but they absolutely have. I thought they were done after they lost the Texas game and then lost to Ole Miss right after. I thought it was over for Matier and these guys. I mean, you can't ask for two better victories than going to Tennessee and winning and going to Alabama and winning. They have notched. They've put their spot. They're in. Unless they lose to Mizzou or lose to LSU, they're not losing these games. Oklahoma's going to the playoffs. The discussion needs to be had about, is Alabama really a playoff team? I know the Crimson Tide don't play a game this week. It's an FBS opponent, so I'll use this time right now. They play East Illinois. I see a lot of conversation. Oh, it comes down to them in the Iron Bowl against Auburn. I guess. I mean, sure, because they're gonna get in the SEC title game still, which is a problem. But like, you should. I mean, I get you don't really want to, disqualify them for having to play in the SEC title game. If they lose to A&M and they have 3 losses, they should not be in over Brigham Young. I better not see Alabama ranked ahead of Brigham Young this week in the rankings. I better not see it. BYU has a better resume. I'll get into that later in the video when we actually talk about BYU. BYU in the coaches poll and the AP poll is 11th. Are we serious? Behind 2-loss Notre Dame, 2-loss Bama, and 2-loss Oklahoma. I kind of get the Oklahoma one, but that is insane what they're doing to BYU right now. Just wait till they play Cincinnati this week. Anyways, give me the Sooners. They're going to beat up on Missouri. They can stop a run game, which I think they're going to. What is Missouri? You take away Ahmad Hardy, and that's what good teams have been able to do so far this season. That's what Bama did. That's what Vandy did. That's what A&M did. You take away Ahmad Hardy, this team's horrible. So that's what Oklahoma will do. They're a good team. They've got talent. Give me the Sooners at home to win and cover the 6.5 points. 8.5 points. That's fine. Give me Oklahoma. Next up, we go on to the ACC and we go to Louisville, Kentucky, as we've got the Louisville Cardinals hosting. This is VTech. I butchered this. My goodness. That is completely my fault. Anyways, I don't know why Louisville's in the next game. They're in the literal next graphic. And Louisville's on the road this week. I'm very sorry. Miami's on the road at VTech. I apologize. This should be Virginia Tech in the graphic right now. Yikes. My apologies here. I am taking Miami, though, to beat Virginia Tech, not Louisville. They would not be 16.5 point favorites against Louisville. You know what? Maybe they would be, though. The way Louisville's been playing football right now, I'd consider it. Honestly, I would. But anyways, Miami at Virginia Tech. I've just deemed that Virginia Tech's just not, this was intentional, guys. I just deemed that Virginia Tech wasn't worthy of getting a graphic because of how they've been playing. No, Miami should put belt to ass here. There is growing optimism, I think, that Miami can make the postseason. Here's what I'll say. I think it's going to take a lot for them. They obviously cannot get in the championship game, and the doomsday scenario that could have happened last week for the ACC didn't happen, right? They were very close to Georgia Tech losing, and if Georgia Tech lost, obviously, that would have created a big scramble, and then, there's going to be a 2-loss team in the ACC title game, potentially, obviously, what happens with SMU and whatnot. But, Miami's not getting in. That's the fact of the matter is they're not going to get in. They just beat up an NC State, and they dominated North Carolina State. Game was not competitive. That was expected out of Miami, in all fairness. I mean, that's what Miami can be at their best. I know they've had very little confidence all year long in Carson Beck as a quarterback, and I get it. Beck's kind of done it to himself this season at times. I completely understand with the interception numbers. But Miami still is a very talented lineup. They have a very talented roster still. It's just they've got in some big games in the ACC. Against really good schools. They went to SMU and lost. I still believe the talent is here. Obviously, again, I know one player can't, win you games, but Ruben Bain is maybe the best defensive player. Jacob Rodriguez. He's one of the best defensive players in college football this season. He's going to be a very high pick in the NFL draft because teams are going to pick based off of, this dude's a talent. He's a physical freak, and he's going to wreck backfields for a very long time in the National Football League. So there are going to be a lot of teams interested in Ruben Bain. He's going to be, I think, a top 15, now probably top 10, maybe even a top 5 pick for good reason. Ruben Bain's an absolute monster. For Virginia Tech, though, I don't know what you want me to say about this team. I mean, their season's been doomed from the very beginning this year when they lost a game to ODU at home. It's been firmly established you're not a top 3 team in your state, which is a problem. Kyron Drones right in his senior season. You know what? Let me get this off. Okay, there. It has been established Kyron Drones, is not a high-level collegiate quarterback. He's been playing college football for quite a bit and has just not had a good year. He'll have his moments, I understand. There will be some really bright spots for Kyron Drones at times, but it is a struggle for him. It is. And, they've struggled to move the ball in plus territory, right? I mean, it's been a theme for them all year long. We saw it game 1 against South Carolina. They were able to get the ball over midfield, and as soon as they crossed the 50-yard line, we can't score. And it's been a constant thing all year long for them. VTech's coming off of a loss. They've lost 2 in a row to Louisville and Florida State. They did win that weird game against Cal in overtime, but again, that's just what happens when you get teams cross-country, especially, the California schools have to go cross-country every single week. Eventually, you're going to get them in games like that, and bad teams like Virginia Tech are going to find ways to win. They're not going to find a way to win Miami, and again, this is going to be a theme of this video, but talent wins, man. In games like this, late games in, obviously, November conference matchups, talent is going to prevail. And the better talent undoubtedly is at Miami. Carson Beck and these guys are going to win. Again, they're getting themselves ready for a Pop-Tart Bowl appearance this season, but the Miami Hurricanes will easily win and cover 16.5 points. Again, I apologize for the lack of a graphic and the fact that I put Louisville in the graphic. That was bad. I know for a fact I didn't put VTech in the I just put Louisville twice. That's my bad. Anyways, next up, let's go to the Big Ten. We have Minnesota taking on Northwestern over at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. So Northwestern, back-to-back games here at Wrigley. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought the Wrigley thing was a once-a-year thing. This is the side of the Big Ten I don't really focus in on too much. I'll be honest with you. Because Northwestern there's never really anything to watch at Northwestern, okay? Not like the Hoosiers over the last 10 seasons have been anything to watch. Regardless of that, though. Northwestern, I guess they're back at Wrigley again, back-to-back weeks. Sure, senior day is going to be at Wrigley Field as they're taking on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Guys, this is the definition of a Big Ten football game. No points, a lot of defense, and a close and competitive final score. So I don't care who wins the football game. Ultimately, I do believe it's going to be the Northwestern Wildcats, and I do believe Northwestern is going to punch their ticket to a bowl game where they will probably be playing in the Fenway or the Pinstripe Bowl. I don't know which one they're going to get. Maybe they'll get the Detroit Bowl, now that Michigan State's not going to get that spot because, Michigan State. Yikes. More on the Spartans later. How does Jonathan Smith have a job? I don't know. Anyways, Northwestern, man, competitive game last week. I told you it's going to be competitive. Games at Wrigley against Michigan. Michigan can't get around anybody. They can't they can't blow anybody out. So the game was kind of how we thought it was going to go. Michigan was going to win, but ultra competitive, and ultimately that same exact script happened. Shout out to the Northwestern Wildcats. That's just what they do with Preston Stone. They don't do anything all that impressively, but they play scrappy games, and they're always competitive. Right, Northwestern has won 3 games in the Big Ten this season, beating UCLA, obviously beating Penn State, and beating Purdue as well. Now, again, 3 straight losses to Nebraska, to SC, and to Michigan, but this is the tough part of the schedule, obviously, right? They should beat Minnesota. Again, I think Minnesota's going to cover, and if you want to get a bet from this game, by far the bet is taking Minnesota to cover. I don't think Northwestern can't get away from anybody. Look at their wins this season. They beat Purdue by 19 points, but Purdue sucks. Penn State by 1 point on the road, huge win. UCLA by 3 points. And then, UL Monroe and Western Illinois, the Leathernecks doesn't count. So they win all of these, low-scoring, gritty football games. Well, that's what this game should be against Minnesota. A Minnesota team who, believe it or not, has 6 wins. Honestly, it kind of shocked me when I realized, when I was looking at the records earlier today, I was like, wait, Minnesota's already got 6 wins? That's what the Michigan State game got them, right? That's just what happens when you have teams like Michigan State and Purdue at the bottom feeders of this conference. But don't get me wrong, like Michigan State, you know what? I'm not even going to say that. I was going to say, Michigan State would still beat Arkansas. They wouldn't. They couldn't beat Arkansas. Michigan State and Purdue are the 2 exceptions, by the way, to the Big Ten is better than everybody argument, okay? Or completely equal to the SEC argument. Those are the exceptions, all right? Just need to clarify that. Minnesota's got 6 wins this year somehow. I don't know how they do. That's what happens when you beat Buffalo and Northwestern State. You beat Rutgers, Purdue, Nebraska, and Michigan State. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how they've done it, but they have. So Minnesota's going bowling. I think Northwestern's going to join them this week. But I think Minnesota's going to play a competitive game. You know what Minnesota wants to do. They want to run the ball. They've got a bunch of running backs they can go to. Darius Taylor and Fame Ijobi are their main 2. Drake Lindsey, obviously, starting quarterback this season. He's no Max Brosmer, or Brosmer, however people want to call him. But Lindsey's a freshman. He's going to be very good. Again, he sat behind Brosmer last year. He's going to be excellent, I think, for a long time for Minnesota. He's their guy here. Maybe he'll be the next Tanner Morgan. Who knows? But I'm going to take Minnesota here to cover. This is a Big Ten football game. Big Ten football game at Wrigley Field. Low-scoring affair. Northwestern will find a way to win. Probably last-second field goal. Final score is going to be ugly. 19-18 final score for Northwestern. I don't know how you get to 19-18, but they'll find a way. Northwestern wins it, but Minnesota, I believe, covers in, again, a typical Big Ten Midwest football game. That's exactly what this is going to be. On to our next game, and we go to the ACC, so here it is. Good thing I don't got VTech on the graphic. Southern Methodist at home against the Louisville Cardinals. So Southern Methodist, I believe right now, is actually playing like the best team in the ACC. I think if you match up every single ACC team right now, I believe SMU beats all of them. It's just a matter of, can SMU get the opportunity to play in the ACC title game? Now, I'm not completely sure what the tiebreaker is, but I do believe it is highest ranked teams get in. Because obviously, it's head-to-head first, and then in an event of a 3-way tie, or a 4-way tie, 5-way tie, or in a situation where the two teams haven't played each other, if it's just 2 teams fighting for that one spot, then it's based off ranking, college football playoff rankings. So, unfortunately for Southern Methodist, they're not going to have a high ranking because they've already lost 3 times this season. If they did not lose the Wake Forest game, they'd be so set right now because they'd be undefeated in the ACC. But again, that's just what the Atlantic Coast is. Competitive game after competitive game after competitive game. But I do believe right now SMU is playing like the best team in the ACC. And that, again, that comes with the Miami victory at home. That comes with going to Boston College and finding a way to win that football game as well. SMU to me is the best team right now in the conference. Kevin Jennings at his best is an excellent quarterback. There's a reason, obviously, SMU last year was a postseason team, and Kevin Jennings is turning it up right now at the absolute right time. Don't forget, he's just a junior, and he'll be back next season for SMU when they should win the ACC next year. They're taking on Louisville, and they're 3.5-point favorites at home against Louisville. 100% deserved. Louisville was 4-1 in the ACC. They were thinking playoffs after beating Miami. They went to VTech and won. Okay, vibes are up. You come back and lose a home game to Cal in overtime. The same Cal Golden Bears that went cross-country to play Virginia Tech and lost. And then last week, on a Friday night, you played the Clemson Tigers, and we thought Clemson was going to win. I picked Clemson. That was the best bet. I said Clemson was going to go in there and win that football game, and they did exactly that. Clemson took the lead going into halftime. Louisville struggled to move the ball at times. They got a bunch of stops against Clemson at the goal line, and yet Louisville still fell short. Obviously, they made some very bad mistakes late in the football game. Miller Moss could not take that big sack at the end of the game. Obviously, they missed some field goals to win the game. They missed 2 field goals to win the game. Clemson gets the victory. Clemson goes to 5 wins with, again, their FCS game coming up after. Louisville's in disarray right now. You've lost 2 straight home games that you were supposed to win en route and going to the playoffs. And now you're going to SMU. Okay, your ceiling now is a bowl game. Your ceiling is I'm trying to think of an ACC bowl game. The Belk Bowl, they're not even good enough for the Duke's Mayo Bowl. I don't know what their ceiling is. The Vegas Bowl? They don't go to Vegas. Whatever. They're going to end up in the Texas Bowl. Yeah, that's probably a game for them. Louisville's ceiling is the Texas Bowl at this point. They don't care what happens to them. I'm sure Miller Moss cares, obviously, because Moss is playing in his senior season right now. And remember when he was a starting quarterback at USC, and now he's at Louisville, and he's probably going to go undrafted. Yikes, I guess. Choosing Mavia was the right decision. I questioned it at times. Who's playing good football, who's not playing good football? SMU's playing great football. Louisville's playing crap football. I'm going to take the team playing good football. Ultimately, what it comes down to, there's no other way to put it. One team is playing well, one team's not. I'm going to take SMU. Taking Southern Methodist at home. They've won every single home game this season with the exception of that Baylor game where they scored 45 points and lost in double overtime. Kevin Jennings at his best is really good. Do they run the ball that well? No, but that's fine. You know what SMU is going to do. They're going to throw it over your head. They're going to throw it 40 times a game. And SMU should be fine, and they should beat Louisville here. Louisville, again, this is a team in utter disarray right now. It's not like they're playing for a bowl game or anything, but they thought they were playing for a playoff spot, not a spot in the Texas Bowl, or not a spot in the Sun Bowl. Give me Southern Methodist here at home to win the football game and cover the 3.5 points. Next up, we move on to another ACC featured game. It's not an ACC, actual ACC game, but Wake Forest is at home taking on the Delaware Blue Hens. I'm going to take Wake Forest to win, but I'm going to take Delaware to cover. Obviously, I'm not going to pick Wake to lose the football game, even though I could see it. But no, Wake's playing a lot better. Somehow, some way, Wake Forest is 7-3. Don't know how they're 7-3. After their really bad start to the season where they, in all fairness, the Kennesaw win is looking better now. I know Kennesaw lost a very disappointing game last week in Jacksonville, Alabama to the Jacksonville St Gamecocks, but on paper now, again, the Kennesaw win's a lot better than it appeared at the time, only beating Kennesaw by 1 point. Wake 7-3 though. Their losses are NC State, Georgia Tech, and FSU. So all conference games for the Demon Deacons. But now back-to-back wins. They went to Virginia and shocked the Cavaliers. Obviously, the Chandler Morris injury was a massive part of that win for the Demon Deacons. And then obviously the win over North Carolina last week, beating Bill Belichick. And a massive win again for Wake Forest to get to 7 victories this year. And they're probably en route for 9. Honestly, I don't think they lose to Delaware. And I don't think they lose to Duke. The way Duke's playing, I don't think Duke's winning another game this season. I think Duke's going to find a way to become ineligible for a bowl game. We'll talk about the UNC. We'll talk about the UNC game in a second. Anyways, I'm taking Delaware to cover though. I know Delaware did not have much success in a road game against the Liberty Flames, which I don't understand the Liberty Flames, guys. Whenever I actually put U.S. currency and U.S. dollar against the Liberty Flames, when I actually put U.S. currency against that team, they become the best team in the country. When I just say, you know what, I'm going to stay away from Liberty football games and not bet them at all, they lose. I bet on Delaware to cover against Liberty, and yet Liberty puts up 59 points. The 2 weeks after, they lose to Missouri State, and they lose to FIU on the road. FIU hadn't won at home all year long, and now FIU's got a chance to make a bowl game because of you, Liberty? I don't understand what the Flames are doing, man. I don't understand Ethan Vasco. Anyways, though, Delaware is a good team. They just played a bad game against Liberty. Every other game this season, they've covered this line. In every single game that they played, except for, I guess, Colorado. But that's when the Buffs actually cared. Oh, what a bad weekend. What a bad couple weeks it's been for the Sanders family, man. Oh, Shador, man. I think he's going to get the start against the Raiders. I think Gabriel has a concussion, right? We probably know by now. I'm recording this again right after the Browns game. Oh, man. There's hope. There's a little bit of hope. Not a lot of hope, but there is some hope. I just want to see Shador succeed, man. I just want to see him succeed. Now, in all fairness, the Browns is not that place. Like, no quarterback succeeds in Cleveland, but it's okay. For the Delaware Blue Hens, though, obviously Nick Minchiucci, starting quarterback. He does everything. He still throws for 400-plus yards, 300-plus yards in pretty much every single game he plays. And that alone should give Wake Forest fits. I mean, you're expecting, okay, this is a team that was supposed to be in the FCS. I don't know if when they scheduled this game, this was an FCS, originally supposed to be an FCS team. It might have been. I don't know. Like, I know, again, Delaware has been an FCS team. It's their first team in the FBS. I don't know if they scheduled this game, though, in advance, knowing Delaware was going to come up, or originally they thought they're just going to get an FCS opponent, and all of a sudden, we're playing an FBS school. Regardless, this is much difficult than just, a tune-up game right before we play Duke. I mean, like, Minchiucci's going to give it to them. Like, Delaware will believe and have full confidence they can win this football game. Will they actually do it? I don't know. But Minchiucci is a hooper, man. He throws for crazy yards every single week. How about Sean Wilson, sophomore receiver? Back-to-back 100-plus yard games out of him. Nick Minchiucci has cracked the 3,000-yard mark this season. He's been really good, man. If he comes back to Delaware, which, sure, that's right there for him, he will start, obviously, and put up big numbers again. There are spots for him to play next year, I believe, in the Power Four. There are. I don't know if he wants to do that. But there will be some teams, some low-level Power 4 teams, calling for Nick Minchiucci's services next season for his senior year. There will be. So we shall see. But I'm going to take Delaware here to cover. This offense is too good to lose a game by more than 18.5 points. Oh, what happened to the Liberty game? I don't know, okay? I don't know what's up with Liberty. Liberty played a great game that week, and they haven't played anything remotely close since. So I can't answer that question. But take Delaware, though, to cover this week. Next up, we go to a Big 12 matchup. Oh, wow, look at the Kansas Jayhawks. It's a shame, man. It really is. Because Kansas last year, if you remember, those last 4 weeks of the year, I was getting excited for Kansas in 2025 back in 2024. When they beat Colorado at home and ended Colorado's chances to go to the playoffs and go to the Big 12 championship game, I was thinking, wow, this Kansas team's problem next. If this Kansas team is a problem next year. Yeah, Devin Neal's going to the NFL. He's on the Saints now, but Jalen Daniels is coming back, and Jalen Daniels can option you to hell, and he has a decent arm, and he's good in the pocket, and he can escape the pocket. They proceeded after they beat Colorado and BYU in back-to-back weeks. They went on the road and beat Brigham Young, who was 6th and completely in line for the playoffs. In Provo, they beat BYU, and they beat Colorado and blew out Colorado at home. All to just go to Baylor and lose. Oh, I mean, what? So they didn't make a bowl game last year, and this year they've squandered everything. They're a 5-5 team. I guess they can still get into a bowl game. They got to beat Iowa State. They're not beating Iowa State. They got to play Utah next week. They're definitely not going to beat Utah. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, they're going to go to Iowa State and lose. Iowa State's finally got a little bit of momentum, winning a game on the road in Fort Worth against the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Rocco Beck did not play a good game, but if there's one player I can, rely on here from Iowa State, it's Carson Hansen. Carson Hansen, back to back 100-plus yard games, ran the ball 28 times against the Horned Frogs, and his team obviously won. 28 carries for 108 yards for the junior running back. Hansen has put the team on his back, and Iowa State is a difficult bunch, obviously, right? This is a team that was ranked in the top 15 early in the season. Did we always know Iowa State was a little bit fraudulent? Yes. We called the Cincinnati loss from a mile away, and we knew BYU was going to beat them, and yeah, this team has not been where they're supposed to be. Obviously, they beat Iowa, and they beat K-State in Dublin. This team was fraudulent, okay? They are a bowl team, and they are good enough to beat Kansas. Would I bet on this game? No, okay? There's a lot going into this for the Jayhawks. They did randomly turn up last year at the end of the year. It is Jalen Daniels' final college football game. He's playing for a chance to play one more college football game, obviously, in a bowl game, and I don't know I'm going to keep naming off random bowl games until I can't anymore. I can't. I'm going to have to look one up here. I'm going to keep listing you random bowl games. I mean, he's trying to play his ass off to get one more game in the Military Bowl, It's credit for him, credit to him. They're not beating Iowa State, okay? Kansas is so figured out right now offensively. I watched them play Arizona. I know Arizona's playing really good football, but You scored 20 points against the Wildcats. Sure, you scored 17 against Kansas State. That was your game to get into a bowl game. If you could beat Kansas State, who's not that great this season, I understand the Wildcats have been kind of turning up recently, but you lose that game at home. It's just, I don't like anything Kansas has got going on right now. They don't have a running back, obviously, like Devin Neal, because Devin Neal last year, he would get going into space and you could not bring that man down. Nothing against Daniel Highshaw or LaShawn Williams. They are no Devin Neal, obviously, right? You know, Highshaw's a senior. Highshaw has been at Kansas the entire time. He watched Devin Neal last year. LaShawn Williams is a senior as well. He's a transfer from Iowa. They don't obviously have the explosiveness anymore. Do I think Iowa State's the best team? No, but Iowa State is, a well enough defensive team to shut down Kansas. I think the Iowa State run game out of Carson Hansen's going to be huge. And I've just seen Kansas lose too many games that I thought was going to be winnable this season. K-State, they should have beat. I thought they should have been more competitive in a game at Missouri. They were kind of competitive in that game. It's just I got to pick against Kansas, man. They've failed us too many times this season. Really, just failed college football too many times. They failed us last year. How did you not beat Baylor in the season? I don't know. Team with wasted potential in the Kansas Jayhawks. That's where I'll put it. I'm taking Iowa State here at home to win and cover 3.5 points. Next up, we move on to the American Conference. There are some playoff implications this week in the American, and a lot of implications, obviously, towards the American Championship game. This is not one of them. It's not. As the Army Black Knights at home host the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Tulsa 0-6 in the American Conference, but you know what? Still found a way to beat Oregon State. Of course they did. I told you they were going to win last week. I should have bet it. I should have. But I wasn't confident enough to actually put U.S. money, U.S. currency, and U.S. dollar on the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. They were at home, and they found a way to beat Oregon State. Oregon State is abysmal. They are atrocious. They suck. Tulsa beat them 31-14 last week in Oklahoma. I don't know how Oregon State got that bad. Tulsa, by the way, again, has not won a game all year long against an FBS opponent, except for two. They're both Power 4 teams. Well, is Oregon State technically a Power 4 team? I don't know. But how is Tulsa's only FBS wins this season Oklahoma State and Oregon State? How? They lost in Las Cruces to New Mexico State. They lost in Boca Raton against FAU. They lost, Temple's not bad, but they lost to Temple in overtime. And yet they found ways to beat both OSUs, Oregon State and Oklahoma State. It's unbelievable. Anyways, the Tulsa Golden Hurricane are playing for pride. I guess they have some momentum now building with Baylor Hayes. Army should option them to hell this week. However, 10.5 points. What? That's way too wide of a margin. Army doesn't beat anybody by 10 points. At least recently they haven't. Look at Army's last two games. Air Force, they beat by 3 points. Temple, they beat by 1 point. Air Force victory on the road in Colorado Springs, 20-17. Temple victory, 14-13. Air Force, as basically, they still do it some, but what made Army, was so dangerous last season, what made that team so dangerous was obviously Bryson Daly, but their ability to actually throw the football on you. And Bryson Daly, I know they wouldn't have the best throwing night some games, but Bryson Daly threw for 1,000 yards last year. And for an Army quarterback to throw for 1,000 yards and for the way that he did throw it too, in fact that you had Dwayne Coleman too, who could come in and throw pretty well too, at a 68% completion rate last season, made the Black Knights dangerous. The fact of the matter is they don't do that anymore, and they can't throw the ball like they could last season. Cale Helms has tried to become the next Bryson Daly, and they have obviously tried to make Cale Helms the next Bryson Daly, right? Played at Army last year, never got on the field. He, obviously watched Bryson Daly the entire season. He is no Bryson Daly. Dwayne Coleman is I think, better traditional quarterback. Is he a better Army quarterback? The answer to that question is maybe. I don't know. Dwayne Coleman played pretty well to start the season, and then, whatever. Again, Helms is their guy. I understand. Anyways, though, and Dwayne Coleman has dealt with injuries too. I get it. But anyways, Tulsa, I think, keeps this game close. I think they really do. This team doesn't really get blown out anymore. Keyword anymore. They got blown out by FAU. They played Temple and lost by 1 point. And I don't think Army's that good enough to get away from 10.5 points. They're a low scoring team. It's what Army is. Army, again, they will rip off their fair share of big runs, but it's a lot of just, 5 yards, 8 yards, 5 yards, 5 yards, It's just, I don't know, man. Don't like it. I do not like it at all. I'm going here with the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. I'm not saying Dwayne Coleman's completely healthy now, right? I'm fairly certain he is, but they just decided Helms is their guy. I don't like it. I'm going to go Tulsa to cover. I think Baylor Haynes has been doing a decent job. Like look at the ECU game he played all right. The Temple game he played all right. Did not play well in the FAU game, but whatever. Good win over Oregon State. It was the run game that won him the game. Don't get me wrong. It was all Dominic Richardson, senior running back who has been very good for them all year long. Richardson has played a bunch of college football at Oklahoma State and Baylor, and now at Tulsa, finishing out his college career. Played a really good game against Oregon State. I think they parlay that into a competitive game this week at Army. Do they win it? Probably not, but I think they play Army tight. Army, by the way, this would be their 6th victory, and that would put them into the bowl season. If they don't win this week, they got to go to UTSA. I don't love their chances in that one. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to go with Tulsa here on the road plus 10.5, but Army will become bowl eligible with the victory. Next up, let's go. I mean, here's my thing. Yeah, technically, Charlotte's they are a group of 5 team. They are one of the worst group of 5 teams. You wouldn't catch any Big Ten schools doing this right now. You can knock the Big Ten. You can knock Kirk Cignetti for playing a Mickey Mouse schedule, but he did call it the SEC schedule because it is. You can knock him for that. They get their crap games out the way at the beginning of the season. So to the point where we're not in late November seeing, all right, let me turn on my television set. What's on the SEC network right now? Oh, Georgia's playing great. They're playing Charlotte? I mean, it's stupid. And the entire SEC is doing this week. A&M's playing Samford. Bama's playing East Illinois. Auburn's playing Mercer. I think there's one other one too. It's just whatever, man. And LSU's playing Western Kentucky. That's actually kind of a tough game. We'll get to that later. This one's just dumb. It's whatever. And yeah, I will talk about it because it's an FBS versus an FBS game, but don't bet this. I don't really know what else to tell you. Don't bet this game. I think Georgia, obviously, they will score. How many points Georgia wants to score, they will. So basically, what I'll tell you here, figure out how many points Kirby Smart wants to drop against this team. Charlotte's not going to score. Okay. They do have their nights where they kind of get going offensively with, Grayson Loftus. Connor Harrell got benched for Loftus. Okay. I think Loftus is kind of better. I don't know. Charlotte doesn't run the ball. And yeah, that's a product of the fact they're losing by so much every single game, but they can't really run the ball. Their best game all year long was a game against North Texas on a Friday night where Drew Messmaker threw for 600 yards. I know that sounds crazy. Yeah, their best game was against a quarterback who threw for 600 plus. The way that they played, though, they were up early in that game. It was looking, oh, crap, North Texas might be in trouble here. No, the Mean Green won by 34 points. Charlotte's offense is not good since the North Texas game, though. ECU beat them down last week. They have a home game against UTSA, and I always talked all year long, I don't love the Roadrunners outside of the Alamo Dome. And the Roadrunners walked into Charlotte and walked them 28-7. Grayson Loftus had 100 yards passing. Georgia, this will tell us nothing about Georgia. They beat Texas last week. We know they're in the playoffs, obviously. They could lose, they couldn't lose this game, but as long as they win this week, this is their game this is the game that's going to punch them in the playoffs. They could lose to a bad Georgia Tech team next week, a really bad Georgia Tech team next week in Athens, and they still put them in the playoffs. So this is a playoff team. Good on them. As long as they beat the Charlotte 49ers, they will get in. I'm going to do ESPN's matchup maker, playoff probability. If they lose to Charlotte, guys, ESPN's playoff probability, their all-state predictor thing, I have that Georgia losing to Charlotte and losing to Georgia Tech, and they still think Georgia makes the playoffs. They put them in the playoffs as a 10 seed. Game means absolutely nothing to them. Obviously, they're going to win. It's this way to bump all your guys' stats to make everyone look good. They will dominate the Charlotte 49ers. Again, I've watched Charlotte 49ers football this year. They are really bad. And really, their defense is what's the worst thing about them. And it's kind of surprising, honestly, UTSA only scored 28 points. Texas San Antonio has been very disappointing recently, I'll be honest with you. Robert Henry's not really run the ball well at all. Robert Henry ran the ball 8 times for 1 yard against Charlotte last week. And then Will Henderson, the backup, ran for 185 yards and 19 carries. Really weird, honestly. Just odd stuff going on. But Charlotte, again, the worst thing about this team is they can't score. And their defense is just bad too. Everything's bad about this team. I don't know what they do right. They played Monmouth this season and almost lost to Monmouth, 42-35. They won, but no. Georgia wins. I'm sick of these games, but there's a couple more of just, SEC beatdowns, but technically it's an FBS team, so good on us. I guarantee you when they scheduled this, though, Charlotte was still in the group of 5. When they scheduled this 8 years ago, this game was still group of 5. 5 years ago, Charlotte was still in the group of 5. Anyways, the JMU Dukes. The JMU Dukes. Game day should be here. I'm going to be honest with you. It should be right here at JMU. JMU's got to go on the road next week. You just whatever. College game day, it's I guess go back to Oregon. Why are you going to Oregon for the second time this season? Why? Is it the biggest game this week? It undoubtedly is. Why are you going back to Oregon for the second time? I know people are saying, oh, you should have gone to, was it Missoula, Montana, I think, right? I think, for Montana. Are they playing Montana State? I don't know. For the Grizzlies. Sure, they could have done that. You should have gone to James Madison. They've gone to James Madison before when JMU was undefeated way back when with Cignetti. They should have gone back this week. This is the biggest game in James Madison history will be the Sun Belt Championship game against Southern Miss. This is the second biggest game in James Madison history. It is. They're not. Coastal's playing better football. They do have to go to Coastal next week, and that's going to be a little bit of danger. But Coastal's lost a shootout to Georgia Southern, though, so I'm not really too concerned. JMU, guys, the cheapest ticket to get into this game in Harrisburg, Virginia this week is $120 for James Madison versus Washington State. Should tell you how much the city, how much the people, and the campus are getting around JMU football right now. Because, I mean, it's being talked about, obviously. It's not just optimism now. No, it's the truth. James Madison should get in the playoffs. They should. And I get it, the case for North Texas. If I had to put one in, I'm putting in JMU. I am. I like Bestamaker. I like that team. And sure, we need to see if North Texas can win the American Championship game, but it's ultimately who they play. If it's Navy, who it looks like it's going to be, are we really high on North Texas? Like, oh, they beat Navy again. Ooh, big whoop, you know? We shall see. Again, I will have more on North Texas later. I know North Texas has beat Wazoo as well. They beat him 59-10. James Madison, guys, is going to be looking to put up as many points as possible this week. Wazoo's not bad. They're playing much better football than they were early in the season when they lost to North Texas 59-10. But for James Madison, you are trying to put up as many points as physically possible this week to try to, stake your claim to be a playoff team. It's what you're trying to do. If I had to vote, I think I'd vote for James Madison to get in over North Texas. I would. I think the better team, I do believe it is quite easy. I don't know quite easy, but I believe the better team's JMU. Again, the better win. I mean, they're both their best wins are going to be, best wins are going to be Washington State. I mean, sure. I think here's the thing though, the committee's not going to rate, because I rate James Madison's potential victory over Southern Miss extremely high. Because I know what Southern Miss has. I know the talent they've got. That's a great victory. I don't know how much the committee are going to rate that. I don't know. Yeah, and again, that's just, we'll see. I don't know how much the committee's going to say, oh, wow, you beat Southern Miss. If you watch the games, the Golden Eagles are really good. Anyways, JMU this week should dominate Wazoo. Alonzo Barnett is incredible. He's doing great stuff this year in the Sun Belt. They've got a great run game that starts again with Wayne Knight, but then how about, Jordan Fuller, Joby Mallory got going last game, Alonzo Barnett on the ground, Sluka if they need him sometimes. James Madison's going to give teams trouble. And again, they'll give Wazoo a lot of trouble. I get it, Wazoo's playing better. They're playing these low-scoring defensive games. I'm telling you, they're not ready for what's coming to James Madison this week. They're not ready for it. This team is going to be as hyped up as possible. They're going to do their own game day this week. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know if that's happening or not. But a team that lost to Oregon State a team that went to Corvallis and lost to Oregon State is not going to be competitive at JMU. I know they played their close games at Ole Miss and at Virginia. Wazoo's, they're looking ahead also to next week. They get Oregon State next week. Pac-2 championship game to send Wazoo to a bowl game, okay? They're not beating JMU. The Dukes will dominate. Give me the Dukes by 50. No, it's 12.5. I think they win probably by 20 plus. Give me James Madison here. Next up, we move on to a Big 12 game as we go to Arizona. How about the Arizona Wildcats, right? Coming out of nowhere and beating Cincinnati. I did not think at all that was going to happen. It caught me by complete shock that they beat Cincinnati. I've been hyping up the Bearcats for a while. I don't think that Sorbsby played particularly well. I get it. There were a lot of mistakes just the O-line made and just a lot of olays that Cincinnati had last week. And we'll have more on the Bearcats at the end of the video. But a shocking result, to say the least. Arizona's ability to walk into Nippert Stadium and beat that school. Anyways, Baylor's now taking on Arizona. Arizona, obviously, Noah Fifita. I do forget this sometimes. Fifita is still a junior. And he's played now 3 years of college football. He's going to be a fourth-year starter at Arizona next year. I don't think they're going to make their run to the Big 12 title game, but I mean their run was last year, or 2 years ago was supposed to be their year to be a playoff team. But anyways, Fifita is an experienced guy who has seen a lot of college football, and it's hard to pick against that sometimes. they should beat up on Baylor this week, man. Baylor, to me, again, had their bright spot of the year was beating SMU, and they have not looked that good since. They looked good in an Oklahoma State game. They got lucky, honestly, beating K-State. There's a lot of mistakes that were made on both sides of the ball, and K-State missed a field goal to win the game. Baylor then went to TCU, got outscored. They went to Cincinnati, got outscored. They played Utah last week and got completely beat up. I mean, man, Dampier gets injured for a point. Oh, here comes Bird Ficklin, 60-yard touchdown. Utah, oh man, we'll get to Utah later. That team is so good though, it's crazy. The Utah Utes this year, they so deserve to make the playoffs. Will they actually put them in the playoffs is the question. Unfortunately, I think the answer is going to be no, but we'll talk about that later. Utah 100% deserves to be in. We deserve a 3-bid Big 12. But I'm looking at the Baylor Bears this week. I mean, after that completely disappointing performance last week, you still need one win to go into a bowl game. You have to either beat Arizona this week on the road, or you got to beat the Houston Cougars next week at home. Obviously, the Houston win's way more likely, but Houston's an 8-2 team this year, even though they don't feel like it. They are. Arizona should mop the floor, honestly, with Baylor. They should. This game, I don't think is going to be that close. I look at, again, how Arizona's playing and their victory last week. It's a massive win. It's a completely massive victory for that team. Going into Cincinnati, beating Brendan Sorbsy, and a good team at that, right? Cincinnati is a good football team. And you don't just beat them in Tucson, right? Because going to Arizona, regardless if you're ASU or if you're Cincinnati, going to Arizona is difficult. It's a difficult place to play college football. I completely understand. The fact that Arizona goes to Cincinnati and wins, that's big time, man. And Arizona's playing good football. Guys, Arizona's lost 3 games all year long. First one was to Iowa State. And now, again, that game, that wasn't ideal, right? I thought they were going to be at Iowa State, and they didn't. But then they go to Baylor, or play BYU at home, lose a double overtime game that, I'm not going to lie to you, Brigham Young got the benefit of the doubt on literally every single call in that football game. And then they went to Houston, lost a 3-point game. And since then, they've won 3 in a row, beating up in Colorado, beating Kansas by 4 points, and then beating Cincinnati on the road by 6. Again, guys, Cincinnati had playoff thoughts. Like, going into last week, Cincinnati was ranked. All they had to do, we've been talking about it. The big matchup this week. We're like, it sucks they lost to Utah, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Because if they can just beat Arizona and they beat BYU, they're in. Assuming they beat Texas Christian, which they probably should, right? The Bearcats still control their own destiny in the playoffs. Do they beat Tech? Probably not, but still you get a chance over in Texas. And yet they squandered it by losing to Arizona at home. So credit to Arizona for doing that. I think Arizona's going to parlay that now into a big victory over the Baylor Bears. Sawyer Robertson and the guys at Baylor, they're trying. They're trying, but it's just, I don't know. I mean, Sawyer Robertson throws for 430 yards last week. Are those kind of empty stats? Kind of, just considering where that game was and the fact that Utah was scoring every single time they touched the football. And that's my point with Utah right now, guys. Utah right now, to me, feels like the hottest team who's like not in the top 5. They are on fire. They lost a 3-point game in the Holy War. They lost to Texas Tech early in the year. They have hit their stride. Like, there is not many better teams right now than the Utes, and nobody, I've been saying this, nobody in the postseason wants to look at the bracket and say, oh, great, we're hosting Utah in the first round. Nobody wants that. That team is so good. They're so dynamic right now. That is the absolute worst nightmare for every home team in the playoffs. Like, if Utah's an 11 seed probably. If they can get in, that means, like, right now, Oregon State, the last thing the Ducks want to see is, we got to host Utah. That's the absolute last thing they want to see. Hell, even Oklahoma, or Ole Miss, they see on the schedule, we drew Utah? I'm telling you, teams like the Grim Reaper right now, they're hanging around. Just watch out for the Utes. Anyways, this game, I'm going to be taking Arizona. Yeah, that was a long way of saying, give me the Wildcats this week. I'm trying to hype up the Big 12 a little bit, okay? Trying to hype them up. Next up, let's move on to a matchup here in the Sun Belt. We've got ODU taking on Georgia Southern. If anything, this should be high scoring, right? Georgia Southern is staying alive in terms of bowl eligibility. I don't think they're going to get in, but I mean, this team won back-to-back games after losing to Arkansas State and Jonesboro. They beat Appalachian State on the road. They beat Coastal Carolina in a shootout last week. They scored 45 points on Coastal. O.J. Arnold, right? Yeah, O.J. Arnold had 267 yards and 4 touchdowns. Running back, obviously, for Georgia Southern. Starting quarterback's obviously still J.C. French. But an exciting back-and-forth game, an exciting high-scoring game for Georgia Southern. Now, how do they win one more is their question. How do we get into the list of bowl games? How do we get into the, what's a game that they could be in? The Games Above Sports Bowl. How do we get in that? Well, we got to win one more. Actually, they probably wouldn't make the Sports Bowl. They're like a Cure Bowl type team. There we go. How do we make the Cure Bowl? Yeah, you got to beat ODU or Marshall. This is probably their more winnable game, I think. I still don't like it. I think they can play a close game here. I'll say that, right? Old Dominion has won 3 games in a row. This is a team that's, higher up in the Sun Belt and the Sun Belt East in general as well. It's a 7-3 team this season, 4-2 in the conference. Losses to Marshall and JMU. But I mean, again, I've told you a lot about Carlos Del Rio Wilson and the Marshall Thundering Herd. Same thing about James Madison. I mean, those teams can give you problems, right? The high end of the Sun Belt is really good. Those 2 schools, Southern Miss, it's a really good conference when you really actually watch Sun Belt football. But for this game, right, Old Dominion has picked up 3 wins, but the teams they've beaten have not been very good. The Troy win I thought was going to be really big, but yeah, Goose Crowder's starting again. What? We gave up on Gilcrease, so we're going to go back to Crowder again? Now that went really well for you early in the season, didn't it? Why? I just don't get it. Why are you going back to Goose Crowder? Gilcrease was very good, and then all of a sudden, okay, we're back. Whatever. It's fine. I think Georgia Southern here can play a competitive game against ODU. I just think ODU, like, their wins, yeah, they're good wins. They haven't been beating the best teams though. Like, they look good in the wins is what I'm trying to get at. Just the actual names of the opponents and the actual teams that they're playing aren't that great. Georgia Southern can score. If anything, again, they can score. Like, that big effort last week out of O.J. Arnold was massive, man. Absolutely massive. The game that O.J. Arnold had against Coastal. This team has won 3 of 4, beating Georgia State, beating App State, beating Coastal, losing Arkansas State in between there as well. Again, they are fighting for their bowl lives. Maybe I put too much into bowl games. I know, I think some teams, if I'm like here's the thing about the bowl games, right? If I'm a group of 5 team, I think, again, I have not been inside a program. Like, I've not, obviously I did not play at a, Division I football program. But if I'm in a group of 5 school, I'm thinking, I want to make a bowl game any means possible, any means necessary. I know, again, there's the thought, like, okay, I want to be home for, Christmas and whatnot. I want to be home for New Year's, and I want to just take December off. And I know there are a lot of players who opt out of this. But for the seniors and for the non, NIL guys, essentially, the non, we're making a bunch of money scholarship guys, I feel like the bowl games are huge for group of 5 schools. I get it for, like, the power schools because, like, if I'm, random, if I'm, like, Minnesota, I don't know, Minnesota, if I'm, like, Northwestern, if I'm a team like like Penn State, like, yeah, we should probably get 6 wins, but I didn't come here to go play in the Los Angeles Bowl. I didn't come here to go play in the Salute to Veterans Bowl. I came here to go play, in championships. Penn State's an Orange Bowl team last year. So I don't think it really matters to a team like that. For a team like Georgia Southern, though, I mean, that's your season. You get to be on ESPN in December to win a bowl game, stick around the boys for a little bit. Again, it just depends on the mindset, I guess, but that's my thought process. I'm like, okay, they just need to get one more game to be a bowl team. I feel like it is still relatively important. Anyways, though, I'm going to be taking Georgia Southern to cover this week against ODU. Ultimately, though, I do believe the Monarchs will win. So Monarchs victory, ODU cover, plus 9.5. So Monarchs win, Georgia Southern cover. Georgia Southern plus 9.5 here at home. Next up, we go to the 11 o'clock hour. Yes, the 11 o'clock hour, as we've got Kennesaw State hosting the Missouri State Bears. Kennesaw, man. Boy, Kennesaw. Nah, they had it. They had it. They just won last week. They beat Jack State. They would have guaranteed their spot, essentially, in the CUSA championship game, and they lost it. Because WKU's going to get in, I think, right? I know WKU and Kennesaw haven't played yet this season, and there's going to be a 3-way tie going on, but I believe it's just going to be common opponents. And, I guess Kennesaw might win this game. I still don't think they're going to get them in instead of WKU. I believe it's going to be Western Kentucky's spot. Actually, well, it depends. Actually, Western Kentucky loses next week to Jack State, then maybe. I actually think Western Kentucky's going to beat Jack State, but that's neither here or there. We'll get to WKU later in the video. Kennesaw State squandered their opportunity to punch their ticket to the CUSA championship game, which is just brutal, man. The turnaround this season's been great for Kennesaw State, and you have one game on the road at Jack State where you're favored, and you lose it. Yeah, you lose it. Caden Creel doesn't do anything that impressively through the air, but obviously on the ground, well, that's Jack State football. Cam Cook, 27 carries, 132 yards. Caden Creel, 14 carries, 127 yards. Again, that's how the Gamecocks play. And they're difficult to beat when they're playing like that and running the football like that. So Kennesaw goes on the road and loses, and now you got to regroup this week and beat a Missouri State team that, don't look now, they're 7-3. Now I believe, right, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's still the requirement of the transition period into college sports or college football. Well, I know there is for basketball still. Hell, we saw it last year with the St. Thomas, Minnesota Tommies, who could have won the Summit League, but obviously were disqualified or ineligible to make the NCAA tournament. I believe the same thing is still happening in college football, where you can't make a bowl game, you can't participate in postseason action if you are still in the transition period, which is the dumbest thing ever, unless there is not enough bowl teams. That's how JMU got their bowl game a couple years ago, because there weren't enough teams that qualified for bowl season. I don't think we're going to have that problem this year, because there's a lot of 6-6 football teams, at least there's going to be this season. Anyways, though, I'm looking at this year, or I'm looking at this game here for Kennesaw State and Missouri State. I think Kennesaw is going to win. I think they're going to. I think they're going to get it back on the right track here. Again, last week was such a disappointing outcome. Missouri State, they're winning games. It's like, I don't know how they're winning so many games. Their schedule's extremely light, don't get me wrong. Look at the last 4 games. 5 games. Middle Tennessee, bad. New Mexico State, horrible. FIU, bad. Liberty, weird. Just, they sometimes are great, sometimes they're not. UTEP, horrible. So they're winning all these games. And yeah, again, starting quarterback Jacob Clark's looking really good. Clark's threw for 330 yards last week. Good on him. I don't think this team's that good, though. They don't play good teams. They haven't, and that's no fault of their own. They're now getting a team in Kennesaw State who is actually a very credible Group of 5 program. Oh, good. If the transition period is still a thing, isn't the transition period 2 years? Because that's what happened at JMU. It was their second year they couldn't get in. And it was the year that they were undefeated. Oh, are they going to... Wait. So I'm going to need to do a quick Google search here. Is Kennesaw State bowl eligible? Because are they still... Okay, so it's... I think it's only 1 year of eligibility now. Or maybe they just got rid of it in general. Because at least Google is telling me that they are bowl eligible. Okay, great. So go on Kennesaw. They're going to get in. I was a little scared that they were going to try to, hoe them out of a bowl spot. But Kennesaw is going to be in. Obviously the 2 quarterback system, Amari Odom, Dexter Williams, is kind of like, all right, who's hot, who's not? We're going to play one of you guys. Obviously, only one quarterback can play at a time, but someone's got to get going. I think Kennesaw is too good for Missouri State. They're at home as well. I'm going to take the Owls at home to cover 6.5 points against the Missouri State Bears at home in Kennesaw, Georgia. On to our next game, and we go to the Mountain West. Oh boy, how about the Nevada Wolfpack? San Jose State. Guys, I'm not going to get to talk about San Jose State for another 2.5 hours because they're the very last game of the video, so I will talk about them a little bit right now because it relates to Nevada, because Nevada just beat San Jose State. How do you lose to Nevada? Oh my goodness, you are so bad, SJSU. How does Ken Niamalioto have a job? How? I don't know. How has Buddy not been fired yet? Nevada is so atrocious, and they still beat SJSU. Unbelievable stuff, man. Unbelievable stuff out of the Spartans. Nevada wins their first game in the Mountain West in over 2 seasons. It's been, 17, 18, 19 games? I don't know how many games it's been, like 19. I know it's, in the teens. That's how many games it's been in a row that Nevada has lost in the Mountain West. And they finally did it. They beat San Jose State. And they didn't just beat San Jose State. They beat them 55-10. They blew them out. Oh. Yeah, it's just absolutely, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable at San Jose State. For Nevada, and trust me, I watched the entire game. San Jose State, initially, they throw a pick 6 to start. They then fumble in their own territory, so automatically go down 14-0. Way to go, Walker again. Way to go, SJSU. And then they can't move the ball at all on offense. Nevada's running the ball down their throat. They're playing both Carter Jones and Chuba Purdy. Purdy's lining up at quarterback. He's lining up at running back. He's lining up at receiver. They threw Chuba Purdy the ball. Purdy's catching passes. He's got 2 gloves on. He's got 2 gloves on like he's Teddy Bridgewater. He didn't even attempt to pass, but they threw him at quarterback a lot, or they ran him at quarterback a lot. Carter Jones had a really good game. It's just, where has this been all year long? I don't understand. Nevada played a really good football game. They're going to immediately come back down to earth, man. That was Nevada's Super Bowl, I think. I think that was Nevada's Super Bowl. But they still have another home game, right? They have UNLV at home. So who knows? Maybe that's their Super Bowl. They really played a good game against SCSU. Their defense looked great. What they did against San Jose is that they dropped everyone but 3 guys. Some plays they dropped 10 guys some plays. So sorry, 9 guys some plays. Talk about, like, that was more than quarters defense. No, they dropped 9 players at times. They'd only send 2 D tackles, and they drop everybody else. They said, okay, yeah, we're gonna spy your quarterback, we're gonna spy a get, and we're gonna drop everyone in coverage. And yeah, you love throwing the ball deep. All right, try to throw the ball over our heads when we have 3 high safeties. And it dumbfounded SJSU. Obviously, IQ's not a very high priority at San Jose State, maybe on the football team, nor at the university itself. If you actually go to San Jose State, I don't actually hate the university. Anyways, just a joke. I don't understand how San Jose State couldn't figure that equation out. Nevada's going to go to Wyoming here, and Wyoming's going to beat them. Trust me, Wyoming's going to win. Wyoming scored a total of 10 points in the last 2 games that they've played. They got shut down by Fresno last week. Caden Anderson started the game like 0 for 11 passing in Fresno. It was really weird, and Fresno is still insisting on not starting E.J. Warner and then starting Carson Conklin instead. Whatever. They still can't score, but they beat Wyoming because Wyoming couldn't score either, but whatever. Caden Anderson went 6 for 23 passing in this game. 6 for 23. That's unbelievably horrible. Yet they will still beat Nevada. That was a 1-game, fluke out of Nevada. It was. Wyoming's going to beat them down. Okay. Wyoming's going to beat them down this week. And I don't think Nevada's going to be able to score. Okay. This 2-quarterback thing, it's figured out now. Chuba comes into the game, he's not throwing. And if he throws, oh no, not scared of that, right? Like, we're fine here. Trust me. We are fine here. I'm going to go Wyoming to win this game, and I'm taking them to cover as well. Wyoming Cowboys minus 6.5 points here at home in Laramie against the Nevada Wolfpack. On now to our next game, and we go to the Mid-American Conference. So this is not MACtion. Well, it is, but it's not on a Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, that's only played Tuesday or Wednesday. Instead, we have a MAC game here at 11 o'clock on a Saturday. Does it get better than this? I don't know. Toledo is a 26.5 point favorite against the Ball State Cardinals. Okay. I get it. Ball State's really bad. Toledo is not going to be in the MAC. Well, might be in the MAC championship. I don't know. Again, I don't know how that tiebreaker is going to work itself out. But Toledo's been a disappointing team this season. I'll say this. I thought they were going to be one of the better teams in the MAC this season, especially because they went and played Kentucky competitively. They beat Western Kentucky and blew Western Kentucky out the Glass Bowl, and this is where this game obviously is against Ball State. But yeah, they're a 4-2 team in the Mid-American this season, losing to Washington State. That's obviously non-con, but losing to Bowling Green, losing to WMU. They are a very poor road team, but at home, actually, they're really solid. Now, the thing is, if they get in the Mid-American Championship game, you got to go to Detroit against Western Michigan, where actually that's not that far of a trip for either school, so who knows. Anyways, though, I believe Toledo puts a complete belt to ass here against the Ball State Cardinals. If you've watched Ball State football this year, they don't know how to throw the ball. They're not capable of throwing the football. Khalil Kelly, he can run really well. I'll say this. Khalil Kelly, I've watched a game this season where Ball State, Khalil Kelly's a senior, right? Final year of college football. Has been a Ball State through and through. I've watched games this season for Ball State where Khalil Kelly runs the ball 30 times, and he gets injured, and he's very obviously limping on the field. The commentators say, oh, yeah, Khalil Kelly does not look like he's at 100% right now. And their coach says, or OC goes, yeah, keep running, pal. Yeah, here's a quarterback blast on first down. They don't give a damn. Okay, that's their only offense is Khalil Kelly. He's not a very good thrower of the football, but he's a pretty good runner. They have some running backs who aren't bad, but last week kind of shows, okay, that's what happens to Ball State. They have a home game against EMU. Maybe some optimism that Ball State can win and get to 5-5, maybe make a bowl game. You're only slight underdogs in that spot. Your defense played very well the week prior against Kent State. Only give up 13 points to Kent State. There's some optimism here. And then they lose 24-9 to Noah Kim and the Eastern Michigan Eagles. Yikes. That's bad. Toledo, Tucker Gleason's been off and on this season, but when Gleason is on, he's really good. The picks have been a little bit of a concern this season, and he's had just bad games at times. But they have one back-to-back. They beat Miami of Ohio a week and a half ago on a Wednesday night. Again, DeQuan Finn's last game as a college football player. He ends it on an interception to end the game after completely misreading or just not even, just misfiring, throwing to his running back. Toledo's at home. That's all you need to know. They'll blow out Ball State. Would I bet this game? Absolutely not. It's incredible that Ball State is actually a 5-5 team and only has, 4-6 team. They have a somewhat similar record to Toledo, and yet they are this big of an underdog. But that's what happens when your wins are New Hampshire, Akron, Kent, and then somehow Ohio. It's just weird. But 26.5 points, yeah, Toledo should cover it. Would I bet it? Absolutely not. I mean, there's a reason, right? Toledo is a minus 4,500 favorite in this game, which is purely just absurd stuff. But Toledo should win, right? This should not be a competitive game. Tucker Gleason is putting the final touches on this 2025 campaign in his senior season. Again, maybe he will be preparing for the NFL draft like DeQuan Finn will be. I don't know. Maybe. Hell, him and DeQuan Finn were on the same roster. They were on the same MAC winning roster a couple seasons ago, and DeQuan Finn was the starter. Whatever, man. I don't know what DeQuan Finn's doing. We will take the Toledo Rockets at home to win and cover 26.5 points. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I'll be I'll be impressed if you actually sit down and watch 3.5 hours of Toledo versus Bowling Green. Because if you do, better man than I am. Next up, we go on because we're watching games like this. Marshall taking on Appalachian State. All right. The Marshall Thundering Herd. I keep trying to tell you guys about Marshall every single week. Carlos Del Rio Wilson. Dude can play. Absolutely. Came out of nowhere, was not the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season. That, of course, was Zion Turner, the junior quarterback again. Turner was at Jack State last year, started his career at UConn, started as a true freshman at UConn, was the starter out of camp, did not maintain that role, obviously. He's been overtaken by the former Syracuse Orange and Carlos Del Rio Wilson, who never really played well at Syracuse, but he's found his role now at Marshall. So absolutely incredible stuff at him. Good on him. And now he's got his team one game away from going to a bowl game. They're 5-5 after a disastrous start to the year, losing to Missouri State, giving Missouri State their first ever victory in FBS football, obviously. And, we've talked about Marshall got absolutely destroyed in the portal, and this is what the portal does. All their players went to Southern Miss. Their coach left, Braylon Braxton left. Marshall was a very good team last year in the Sun Belt. They won the Sun Belt last season. They beat the Raging Cajuns in the championship game. And yet they made a bowl game, but they couldn't play it because all their players had already left by then. All their players said, you know what? Yeah, we're all going to Southern Miss, and we've already committed to Southern Miss, so we can't play a bowl game. So they had to forfeit their bowl game, or they had to give up their spot in the bowl game to a 5-7 school instead. I forget who it was. Oh, was it La Tech? I think it was La Tech. They played Army, right? Because they didn't have players. It was crazy. I mean, unbelievable stuff that happened to Marshall last season. The way they've rebuilt this thing is crazy. I mean, it reminds me of New Mexico a little bit. New Mexico lost all their guys. Bronco Mendenhall went to Utah State. Devin Dampier goes to, Utah. Wysong goes to, oh my goodness, I'm playing on the top of my head. Wysong goes to, oh my goodness, where's Luke Wysong? I literally just watched Luke Wysong play the other day. You lose Eli Sanders to USC. Wysong's at Arizona. There we go. And yet, Jack Lane and those guys have figured a way to figure it out. And New Mexico is going to go bowling, something that they could not do last season. Now, Marshall, again, their turnaround isn't as crazy, but it kind of is. It's a completely new team. And Carlos Del Rio Wilson, who's not the starting quarterback to start the season, has done a phenomenal job. I mean, he's throwing for 300 yards a game and 100 yards rushing. That's what he did last game with Georgia State. 321 passing, 100 rushing yards. Phenomenal stuff. They have a running back in Antoine Roberts who can get it done as well. He's had multiple 100-plus yard games so far this season, and they're taking on the Appalachian State Mountaineers this week on the road. Appalachian State has lost 3 consecutive games in which that they're giving up points. JMU game, they gave up 58. Coastal game, they gave up 45. They will give up points, and they don't play that well against good defenses. They don't play well against good offenses. They finally went back, I think they're going back to J.J. Cole as the starting quarterback. They should go back to J.J. Cole. Now, I know Cole did not come into their last game against JMU until it was garbage time, until they were already down 49 to nothing. And they said, okay, yeah, J.J. Cole, get back out here. Because A.J. Swan, who they decided to go back to for no particular reason, not even a senior, not even okay, he's a senior, give him his last run. No. They decided to go back to A.J. Swan after J.J. Cole was very successful, and Swan was really bad, I'll say that. Swan did not play well as becoming the starter once again. So they go back to J.J. Cole, and I get it, it's garbage time, but against JMU, J.J. Cole scores twice. They scored 10 points. That's what they need to be doing going forward. So I don't know if it's J.J. Cole this week. I don't know if it's A.J. Swan. But you know what? A team with quarterback controversy and not a good quarterback controversy is a problem. It does nothing for your team but bring you down. So ultimately, I'm going to go with the Marshall Thundering Herd. I get there on the road at App State. App State's got nothing going on for them. I guess if they went out, they could go to a bowl game. They're not even thinking about that. They're thinking about Christmas and how to go home. I'm taking the Marshall Thundering Herd here on the road, -3.5. Again, give me Carlos Del Rio Wilson. We got to start calling him CDRW. It's a bad nickname. We'll keep calling him Carlos Del Rio Wilson. And the Marshall Thundering Herd go on the road and beat down the Appalachian State Mountaineers. Give me -3.5 for Marshall again on the road. Next up, we go on to the American Conference. OUCF. You had your chance. Absolutely. They controlled their own destiny. It got to the point where the committee actually ranked an American team. They ranked a group of 5 squad. And they said, all right, South Florida, you're the team. You keep winning. They basically told them, you keep winning, you're in the playoffs. And they failed. Now, obviously, somebody's got to get into the playoffs from the group of 5. I am getting really scared that they're going to get rid of this going forward because, we just need another SEC team in. What are we going to do without Vanderbilt in the playoffs? I don't care about Vanderbilt. They don't even deserve to be in the playoffs in the first place. Like, we got all these talk show hosts. The group of 5 doesn't deserve it this year. They're just going to get blown out anyway. Okay, send Vandy to Georgia, see what happens. Send Vandy to Eugene, see what happens. Whatever. Because the thing is, you eliminate the group of 5, and I've been over this before. You get rid of the group of 5, they're just going to put an SEC school in. It's just the way they didn't get 5 or 6 SEC teams in. If they expand the playoffs, obviously this will not be a problem at all because group of 5 will automatically just get the 16 seed, and the Pac-12 will probably take the other automatic bid if they add an auto bid. And I expect the Pac-12 team to be a little bit better than what we have right now. They're going to be in between the group of 5 and Power 4. It's going to be group of 6, I think, but Pac-12 will be a little bit better than the customary, obviously, group of 5 schools. Anyways, South Florida ruined their chance. The committee ranks them, and they squandered it. Now, again, will it be JMU? Will it be North Texas? Will it be Tulane? I don't know. I don't know who the school will be. Western Kentucky, who they have a chance. We'll talk about them later. Actually, WKU, they control their own destiny to the playoffs, and I'll get to that later. They have the best chance, I think, of getting in, and I'll tell you why in a second. They don't play till later. But regardless, we'll get over that. That's at the very end of the video. I have a lot to say about WKU. South Florida's ruined it. Their season's over. They're going to go to a bowl game. Hell, welcome to the, Bahamas Bowl now. Maybe we'll get that, as a reward for not getting in. I don't know. You lose to Navy last week. A Navy team that I didn't think was going to be really competitive against South Florida. Byron Brown, that offense has looked so good all year long, and they scored 38 points. And sure, if your offense scores 38 points, you expect to win a football game, but it's a game that they were just trailing throughout. Those points are going to come really late. The last touchdown comes in not garbage time, but kind of garbage time, right? Braxton Woodson rips off the 64-yard touchdown, and that game's kind of over from there. So go to Navy, man. Navy is right back in the thick of things in the postseason race. I forgot about Navy, including them out of the G5 teams that could get in, right? With Tulane, with JMU, and with, obviously, North Texas as well. That could, Navy, we'll see. Their only losses this year are North Texas and Notre Dame. If they get back in the American Championship game, it's kind of hard to keep the midshipmen out. I know their game against Army doesn't affect anything too, so that'd be a weird circumstance as well. They could lose the Army game, but they're still in the playoffs. Anyways, though, I'm going to be taking South Florida here to probably beat UAB. No, they will beat UAB. It's disappointing. It's just disappointing for the school. You were 7-2. You beat Florida early in the season. You beat Boise State at home, and then you lose to Navy on the road. I'm not going to spend much time on UAB. They get absolutely destroyed in every single game that they play. They decided to go back to Jalen Kitna, which ultimately I believe is the right decision. I was calling for it a couple weeks ago. Burton was not doing anything exceptionally well, and he was not outplaying Jalen Kitna. I felt like, okay, just benching Kitna. Kitna was just, we need to change things up, and we need to, new regime, we fired Dilfer, so Kitna, you go with him, basically. No, starting Kitna is the right move. He's the best quarterback on the roster currently. Obviously, he's a senior, but their defense is just so bad. And I've said it so many times this season. Week 1, they played Alabama State and gave up 42 points to the Alabama State Hornets. That can't happen. Again, Andrew Bodie, that guy's going to play in the G5 next year or legitimately the Power 4. Watch out for him. Andrew Bodie, that dude's good. Bodie, that dude's good. Trust me. 20 touchdowns, no one pick this season at Alabama State. Dominated against UAB. Watch out for him. I'm taking USF, though, in this spot. Byron Brown, this offense should just get going against an absolutely pitiful defense. Do I expect UAB to score in points? Sure. Yeah. South Florida is going to score about 56 to be exact. They're going to score 56 points, so that means you need 35-ish out of UAB. They're not getting 35 points, okay? So give me the South Florida Bulls here on the road to cover against the UAB Blazers. Again, USF minus 21.5 points in Alabama. Next up, we move on to another American game, or partially American football game, as this is the final regular season game for the UConn Huskies. And I do think it is somewhat important to talk about UConn right now, considering there is, some hype for Joey Fagano to get, some Heisman talk. And I know, again, right, I mean, there's a lot of teams that are trying to just get their guys in the Heisman race. Obviously, Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech, I've never seen a team try to get a player of the Heisman as much as Texas Tech has with Jacob Rodriguez. It's fair. Again, I know he's the best defensive player in the country, and, okay, putting him at quarterback is, I get it, but, all right, dude, I don't even think Jacob Rodriguez is even in the top 5 in betting odds right now for Heisman. I'll look at it in a second, but the Joey Fagano hype is real, right? Fagano's played great football this year for UConn. He's got a nickname, which I don't think it's an actual nickname, but Twitter's calling him this, and I cannot repeat it here because I would get demonetized and potentially banned if I said it. But basically, it's Joey, and then take the beginning of his name, cut some stuff off, and put an S to the end of it, and you can probably make that out. But I'm not going to say it. That's what his nickname is. They're calling him Joey. Okay. Let's not forget, Joe Fagano is 27, though. He's 26, I think. I need to look up his actual age. He's old. He started in college football in 2019. Fagano he doesn't have an age on Wikipedia. I'll find his age. He's 25 or 26. He's been around for quite a bit. He's 25. Okay. Regardless of that, though, Fagano deserves some Heisman talk, sure. 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, 1 pick. Problem is you're playing at UConn, and, UConn's I'm not me saying this. UConn's a basketball school, though. That's what everyone says about UConn. They're an 8-3 team. They're going to be 9-3. They're going to go to FAU. FAU is a pitiful defensive team. I like Vetcamp quite a bit, but Veltkamp will throw picks. He launches it. He closes his eyes and launches it downfield. Every week he puts up big yards because their team can't run the ball. But unfortunately for him, chuck and duck doesn't always work. He threw for 375 yards last week against Tulane, but their team ultimately lost 35-24. So UConn will beat them this week. But in terms of the Heisman thing, Fagano, I don't even know if there are betting odds for him. There are not. You cannot even bet on Joey Fagano to win the Heisman. It is Mendoza now at -105, Julian Sand plus 200, Marcel Reed plus 550, Diego Pavia at plus 1,500, and Gunnar Stockton at plus 2,500. So I assume those going to New York will be Mendoza, Sayan, Reed, and I think they're not going to get Pavia. They're not going to send Pavia. They're going to send Rodriguez. Rodriguez is way down the list at plus 10,000, but the media will kind of play into, I guess, we'll include Jacob Rodriguez here. Defense. I mean, if Aiden Hutchinson can win the Heisman, they're obviously not going to give it to Rodriguez. But hey, last year, defensive player did win the Heisman. Travis Hunter. Just saying. And for the people saying, it's a quarterback award, a receiver/DB literally won it last year over, Ashton Genty, sure. But, come on now. Cam Ward had a really good year last year. So don't say it's a quarterback award. And I get it. Genty was very deserving of it, too. I didn't mind Hunter winning it. But don't say it's a quarterback award, okay? The MVP of the NFL, 100%. Jonathan Taylor should win the MVP. They're not going to give it to him. They're going to give it to probably Stafford, I think. Or maybe Drake May. The Heisman is not a quarterback award, okay? It feels like it sometimes, but it's definitely not, okay? So don't say, Rodriguez. Yeah, he's playing well. Technically, a defensive player did win it last season. Don't want to hear it. Anyways, give me UConn. UConn's going to blow out Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic will not be able to keep up with this offense. Fagano, again, does not make mistakes. Put the ball in his hands, he makes plays. Okay, Joey Fagano is pretty decent. They're going to be 9-3. They're going to find themselves in, the Fenway Bowl against a bottom-tier Big Ten school. They'll play Northwestern in the Fenway Bowl. Sign me up. They played North Carolina last year in the Fenway. I think they're going to get either Northwestern or they'll get, maybe if Duke makes a bowl game, they luck their way in a bowl game. Maybe they'll get Duke. They played a competitive game at Duke last year. We'll see. UConn's going to get somebody in a bowl game. And somebody entertaining in a bowl game, so we shall see. But I think they beat up on FAU. FAU won't be able to keep up because they turn the ball over way too much. Yes, give me UConn. Next up, oh goodness, these guys, man. I mean, should I even waste my time on Liberty football, man? Regardless of what I say about Liberty, this is just one of these teams I can't get a read on. And if you have a legitimate read to Liberty, good on you. You know more about Liberty Flames football than I do. Even though I actually I've watched a good amount of Liberty Flames football. And I still, I cannot go into a Liberty game and say, I think this is going to happen. The only thing I could ever tell you, historically that I got right about a Liberty game was that Oregon was going to destroy them back in the Fiesta Bowl 2 seasons ago. That was the most obvious blowout of all time. Liberty La Tech. I mean, Liberty's a 4-6 team. I thought they'd be 6-4 at this point. I thought they were going to beat Missouri State. I thought they were going to beat FIU, but here you are. You're fighting for your bowl lives against La Tech, who's 5-5. I'm going to take La Tech. I'm taking La Tech to become bowl eligible here. Team that was bowl eligible, not bowl eligible last season, but they got in because, again, they had the best academic rating or GPA, so they got to play the Independence Bowl against Army, filling in for, again, the Marshall Thundering Herd, who did not have enough players to go play that game. La Tech, if you've been watching them recently, they are very bad. They just went to Pullman and played Wazoo, where their starting quarterback threw for 36 yards. Yikes. Yikes, Evan Bullock. Evan Bullock, 36 yards. Backup quarterback Trey Kullick threw for 24 yards. Yikes, yikes, and more yikes. Obviously, the Blake Baker injury is destroying this team right now, and they're just trying to figure it out. But you know what? The run game is going to be too much for the Flames. And the defense out of La Tech is going to be too much for the Flames. Anything is too much for the Flames. I can't stand this team because we can't get them right. It doesn't make sense, man. It does not make sense, the Liberty Flames sometimes. It just doesn't. I have no way of, I can't understand this football team at times. I just don't, Vasco's just a very weird quarterback. Played at Coastal last season, has not been good this season, but randomly you'll have games where he pops off. Randomly the run game's going to get going. Like, again, the game we bet against them, we took Delaware. Evan Dickens ran for 217 yards. Former Georgia Tech running back. Like, where did that come from? Absolutely nowhere. Like, whatever, man. Like, I'm not going to get a Liberty game. I'm not going to spend I'm not going to spend too much thought on this. We're going to take La Tech because of the defense, but I could 100% just see, and we're not going to bet this game, I can 100% just see, okay, La Tech can't move the ball. Liberty, their offense is kind of moving now, and, well, that's what happens when La Tech can't score. You can't win. Like, I legitimately, I feel like that's just what might happen. La Tech might not score the football this game because they went to Pullman and scored 3 points with the backup quarterback or with their second and third string quarterbacks trying to play. I don't know. I'm going to go Liberty. I'm going to go La Tech to win. I could 100% see a world though where Liberty wins. It would not shock me at all. I would just laugh, honestly. Give me La Tech, but do not bet the football game. Do not touch it. Give me the Bulldogs. Next up, we move on to a weird spread, guys. Okay, am I missing something? Why is Sam Houston a 6.5 point dog here? I have no idea why this line's where it's at. I have no clue why this is where it's at. No idea. I did I say that? I did mention that Delaware lost to Sam Houston, right? I feel like that was a very important part that I missed about the Wake Forest game if I did not talk about it. I know it's a bad loss against Sam Houston, but hear me out. Sam Houston's playing better football right now. Sam Houston guys just need to see one go through the net. And need I remind you of what 2023 Sam Houston football was? Almost an exact carbon copy of 2023 Sam Houston football. Started the year 0-8 in 2023, finished 3-9. They might finish 4-8 this year. And I don't think it's that crazy to say. It's really not. And who would have thought sitting down Hunter Watson might be the best move they can make? Not starting Hunter Watson is going to pay off. I believe actually Hunter Watson's injured. Now he is injured, but still. Going to Landon Locke, freshman quarterback out of Rockwall, Texas. It's worked. That again, 2023, they went 0-8. They were a new FBS team. They went 0-8 and they won 3 out of their last 4. They're going to win their last 4 games. And all it took was beating Oregon State. I thought, okay, they're going to go to Delaware. They're going to get destroyed. They found a way to win. Like, there was no luck in that one. They were down 10-0 early. They then scored 26 consecutive points. And then it's too little too late from the Delaware Blue Hens. 350 yards of offense for Locke and the Bearcats. Great victory for them. Why are they 6.5 point underdogs in Middle Tennessee? Have we watched Middle Tennessee play football this year? They are 1-9. I get it. Some of their games are close, but really? They've finally moved on from Nicholas Viato. And it feels about time. Viato's been a long-time starter at Middle Tennessee. A little rough for him. He doesn't get to finish out his senior season. I'm very confident he's not injured. But yeah, Viato's been starting at Middle Tennessee since 2021. I remember watching midweek CUSA games back in the day. And there's freshman quarterback Nicholas Viato. And he's not going to get to, he's a 5-year starter for this team. And he didn't start second year. So a 4-year starter, he redshirted the second year. He's not going to get to, that's crazy. He's not going to start the last game at home because they're going to go to Roman Gagliano, who is probably better. Look at the game he had against WKU, 389 yards, threw for 2 touchdowns and throw a pick. But yeah, they've said, Viato, it's about time, pal. Go prepare for the NFL draft with Daquan Finn. Go get ready. Maybe the NFL will be calling your name. That's what they told Nicholas Viato. I don't know. I think Sam Houston's going to cover here, guys. I really think so. I don't know why the line is where it's at. 6.5 points feels like highway robbery. I get it. Middle Tennessee, they play competitive games. They're staying in there with teams. Sure. They haven't won. They've won 1 game all year long when they went to Reno and beat Nevada. Again, how badly did the San Jose State suck? But that's the only game that they've won all year long. They lost to Austin, PA, first game of the year. You're 0-6 team in this USA. You're 1-9. Sam Houston has a better record than you, better conference record. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? I don't think so. I'm taking Sam Houston State. Give me the Bearcats. Bearcats on the road. I'm tempted to just take plus 200. I mean, like, I am taking plus 200 in terms of the video, like, you know, for the prediction. I'm tempted to just play it myself. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this. Oh, 2-8 Sam Houston's probably going to be the best bets video this week. 6.5 points is absurd. If we can get this to 7, 7.5, we're making money, you know? Plus 200, I'm considering it. I really am. It's like, you know, it's like how the Broncos were plus 200 yesterday. We played that for Denver. I'm thinking about playing plus 200 on the Bearcats. I just compared Kansas City Chiefs versus Denver Broncos to Middle Tennessee versus Sam Houston State. Oh my goodness. You know what? It's fine. Give me Sam Houston here. The Bearcats win this game on the road. Plus 6.5, plus 200. I don't care. Keep your points. Yeah, keep your points. Give me Sam Houston. No, actually, no. Take the points. Make sure to take them. Give me Sam Houston here on the road to beat Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee's not good. Quarterback change. Don't care. Give me Sam Houston. Let's go to our next game, and we move to UTEP football. You know what? I'm so sick of the CUSA sometimes, man. Like, why? The top games in the CUSA are really fun. Why do they have the worst teams in the country just play at the bottom of the CUSA? Like, send these schools back to the FCS. No, I don't know. That's being too harsh. New Mexico State, who just came off of a barn burner against, hold on. Who did they beat? Who did they just play? Tennessee in November. That's what who the Volunteers are playing. SEC football, ladies and gentlemen. SEC football. New Mexico's coming off that loss to the Tennessee Volunteers, though. Obviously, they lost to the surprise of absolutely nobody. The Aggies lost the game 42-9 on the road. Big shock. Logan Fife, they're going to keep throwing Logan Fife out there until his arm falls off. Again, I think New Mexico State likes the veteran presence out of Fife. They like, oh, you know, you've been playing college football since 2020. You played at Fresno once. You backed up Jake Hayners down the NFL. Like, they kind of like Logan Fife. So Fife is still slinging it for them. As long as Logan Fife is still playing, no disrespect, as long as Logan Fife is still starting for a college football team, I don't think you're any good. Because ultimately, the most important position in football is the offensive line. It is. But other than the offensive line, it's the quarterback. You know, quarterbacks are the most important player in the sport. Singular player. Obviously, the most important unit is, I think, very easily an offensive line. But anyways, you can't win games with the guy Logan Fife at quarterback. I'm sorry, you can't. Logan Fife has won how many games this year at quarterback? 1. Sam Houston at home. Remember, we bet on that game too, but it's fine. We won. They haven't won a game since. They've looked really bad since. You don't run the ball at all. Like, at all. They don't run the ball. I like TK King a lot. Junior receiver, gadget guy. How would you like to be a gadget guy next year? How would you like to replace Danny Scudero at San Jose State? That's what I'm doing next year from the Spartans. I'm watching TK King used to play at Wyoming, watching play at New Mexico State. I'm saying, yeah, you can play. Scudero's going to leave us next year for USC. TK King, yeah, you want to be a you want a quarterback to lock in on you the entire season? Come to San Jose State. That would be a great pickup for them. But no, the San Jose State's stupid, so they won't do it. Anyways, UTEP should be. I can't believe I'm doing this. UTEP should win. I have never picked. I don't pick UTEP because they're awful. What happened to Malachi? Did Malachi Nelson leave this team yet? I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not like I'm refreshing my page to see, oh, what's happening to Malachi Nelson? Like, what happened to him? Like, I know he's not playing because I watch UTEP games some. He doesn't play. Is he still on the team, or did he leave the team? Well, I'm assuming he's gonna leave the team in the offseason. Okay, where is his next step? That's really more important than this game. Where does Malachi Nelson fall to? Sac State? I think they're too good for him now. Portland State, probably. Portland State starter next season, Malachi Nelson. Unbelievable stuff. I searched the name Malachi Nelson on Twitter, and I'm seeing Dan Orlovsky tweet, 2026 should be an all-caps loaded QB class back in April of this year. Arch Manning, Drew Aller, Lenore Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, Nico Amaliva, Cade Klubnik, Sam Levitt, John Matier, Carson Beck, Dante Moore, Malachi Nelson should be absolutely loaded. Wow. I can't believe that's a real tweet. So I don't know. Malachi Nelson, they're better without Nelson in all fairness. Like, Skylar Locklear is actually moving the football. Locklear can run the ball fairly well, and that's like their main source of offense is Skylar Locklear is taking off and running. He's doing a decent job as the quarterback for this team. I know they haven't won. Well, they beat Sam Houston. They've lost 3 in a row. They're beating New Mexico State this week. Games in El Paso. Locklear is better than Fife. I'll say that, which, I mean, that's how it's not a high bar, but Fife is really bad. I think UTEP wins. I'm not at all excited for this game. I'm not going to hide, I mean, actually, no, I am hiding my enthusiasm. Like, I'm trying not to hide my enthusiasm right now, guys. Like, you can tell I'm really excited for this one, but I'm going to take UTEP. I don't know. I'm so pumped. Ooh. Anyways, yeah, give me UTEP. It's a bad football game, man. Next up, biggest game of the week. So here you go. The game this week, it's, in all fairness, like, this is a week of college football, like, WEAK week of college football. Just because this is the biggest game. No disrespect, like, this is a fun game. I'll be watching, obviously. It's the biggest game of the week, but, we're used to these SEC showdowns, big games in the Big Ten, and, not to look ahead to next week, but, I mean, next week we get Michigan, Ohio State. We get, Vandy, Tennessee. We get Oregon, Washington, Iron Bowl. Texas A&M, Texas. Ole Miss, Mississippi State rivalry game. We get Georgia, Georgia Tech. Old Oak and Bucket game. Indiana versus Purdue. Like, there are a lot of great games next week. And, no disrespect, but this is the top one. Okay. Sure. Like, I mean, game day should not be here, but that's neither here or there. I already talked about it. It is Oregon at home taking on the USC Trojans. Win and you are in, I think it feels like, for Oregon here. Yes, and I'm saying, yeah, you lose next week to Washington. I think you're still in. Or sorry, UCLA, not Washington. No, it's Washington. UCLA plays USC. Oregon, it's win and you're in. Yeah, I think there's a chance they could actually go to Seattle and lose. I don't know how highly I think of Washington right now. UW obviously has been a little disappointing as of late, and well, no, they're disappointing because of their loss to Wisconsin. I know they beat Purdue last week, but a lot of teams can beat Purdue, and just wait till Indiana legitimately puts up 70 points in that team. I think, that's going to be up to, okay, Cincinnati, Kurt, how much do you want to score tonight? And Kurt's going to sit there and say, let's say, 70 enough? Yeah, that's what Indiana's going to do. Different last time Indiana went to Purdue, they lost, okay? That was, I was at Indiana that year. It sucked. It did. Honestly, it didn't really suck because I was already moved on to. I wasn't even moved on to basketball. Basketball season. The basketball team sucked that year too. Everything sucked in Indiana that year. Sports wise, everything sucked. Anyways, Oregon versus USC here. I think Oregon beats USC. I think so. I understand Dante Moore has not been playing well. Dante Moore has not been a great asset for them at quarterback recently. He had a good game against Minnesota, sure, on Friday night. I don't put too much into that. But, honestly, here's the thing, though. Like, I went into that Minnesota game thinking, and honestly, I didn't remember Minnesota's record. I'm thinking, like, Minnesota's, like, bottom of the barrel team here in the Big Ten. They're, like, 4-5 going into this game. Come to realize Minnesota's 6-4. So maybe I need to further evaluate that, but no one really treats Minnesota as a serious threat. Hell, like, Oregon was, like, a 33.5-point favorite in that game. Dante Moore plays better, but in the only games where Dante Moore has actually had to play, credible competition, he has not looked good this season. Iowa, he played like crap. Sure, led the game-winning drive, but didn't look good throughout. Penn State game, he was all right. He was good in the whiteout game. Indiana game, he was horrible. Again, though, he's taken on, like, that is the best defense in the country. I am not, like, no longer beating around the bush on that one. That is the best defense in college football is Indiana. Undoubtedly. Okay? Oh, Katron Allen ripped off a couple runs. Okay. Wait to see what happens when Ohio State plays this team. Okay? That is the best defense in all of college football. And I don't think it's that close. No, it is close, but I think they are. So we've seen Dante Moore struggle in big games this season. Will he struggle against SC? SC somehow survived the Iowa game. Shout out to the Hawkeyes for covering because that's what they do. But SC survives by the skin of their teeth. Iowa's up early that game 14-0. Mark Gronowski's playing really well. USC to end that game 16 unanswered points for the victory. That's what Jaden Mavia can do. I've never questioned the talent of Jaden Mavia. I always thought he's really good. Obviously, he's got a bunch of talent around him. King Miller at running back, and obviously the guy, the playmaker on this USC team at receiver. We are, of course, talking about Mekhi Lemon. There is a very huge range of great players for the USC Trojans, and they found a way to beat Iowa, and they found a way to survive. You can't play like that against Oregon, though, especially at Audison. Like Indiana, here's the thing, guys, not to glaze Indiana like I do all the time, but it's fair. Not everyone can go to, Eugene and win. Indiana made it look easy going into Audison and winning. That is so difficult for any other team in the country. It is so difficult to walk into that building and win a game in the regular season, or just in general, obviously. I mean, the last team to go into Oregon and win, other than obviously Indiana, was, 21, right? No, they didn't even lose in 21 at home. 2020, they did not lose at home either. When the last time Oregon lost at home was 19? No, it wasn't 19. It's been a while. It was the Stanford game. Oh, it was the overtime game with Herbert. And Caden Costello? It's KJ Costello. Oh, it was that game. Oh my goodness, I remember that game like the back of my hand. Oregon had that game won, and Stanford came back in the end and found a way to do it. Oh yeah, and then Oregon couldn't score in overtime. Oh my goodness, yeah. How about JJ Arcega-Whiteside? Remember that name? Dude was a monster in college. Anyways, teams just don't go into Oregon and win. They do not do it. I don't think USC will. I think Oregon's going to play good defense this game. I know the USC offense is really explosive. Oh, it is. I agree. Oregon's defense is actually underrated. It is. And I think the game last week was the momentum booster he needed. I know he hasn't played particularly well in big games just yet, and this is a big game. Game day's coming, obviously, for the second time this year, which is just stupid, but whatever. I think he shows up. I'll say this. I think he shows up. I think the offense gets going. And I think USC's going to score, but I think Oregon's just going to put up way more points, and I don't think USC can keep up, especially in this environment. In the cold, I know it was raining at the last SC game, but you're going to get Oregon November rain, okay? That's a problem going up there at this time of year. Oregon minus 9.5, they cover. Game day's there. Everyone will be excited. Do they deserve 2 game days? No way, no how, but it is what it is. Give me the Ducks at home, minus 9.5 against the USC Trojans. Next up, we go to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They are at home in South Bend, Indiana, against the Syracuse Orange. Notre Dame's going to get in the playoffs. There's no other way to put it. They are going to the playoffs. I feel like there's an outside chance Stanford could give them some trouble, but I don't know. I mean, watching the way Notre Dame's playing right now, nobody's beating this football team. In the regular season. Let me clarify that. Right? Cuse or Stanford, both do not stand a chance. The way Jeremiah Love's running the football, there should be Heisman talk. He right now, in my opinion, is the best running back in college football. Yes, I know Ahmad Hardy is having a monster season, and he has 200 more yards than Jeremiah Love. To me, skill-wise, Jeremiah Love is the better running back, and I believe Jeremiah Love's going to, go way higher in the NFL draft than Ahmad Hardy. I get it, Hardy's a year younger, but Love is, 6 feet tall and just way bigger than Hardy and moves really well. I don't know. I think Jeremiah Love personally is a better player. You put Jeremiah Love in Mizzou where they can't throw the ball. I think he's putting up those same stats. Anyways, and by the way, he's splitting time running back with Jadarian Price, who's very capable too. Jadarian Price is a good running back, who's same age, obviously, as Love. I expect Love to go to the draft, and Jadarian Price to probably come back next year as the senior running back. Syracuse doesn't stand a chance right now. If you can hear rain, my goodness, it is pouring outside. I don't know if you can hear like that. I don't know if you can hear it. It's raining really loud, so I don't know if that comes through the video. I'm just saying. Anyways, I don't do cuts in these videos. I do these 4 hours straight. So, anyways, Syracuse here, they don't stand a chance against Notre Dame. They have lost now 6 consecutive games. And obviously their season has just been in complete disarray after losing starting quarterback, in which this would have been a revenge game for Steve Angeli. Angeli was backing up last year. Riley Leonard was in, didn't think, or they weren't going to give him the job over CJ Carr. So he goes to Syracuse, wins out the starting job against Ricky Collins. Unfortunately, Angeli gets injured against Clemson in a victory for the Syracuse Orange. And now here they are with Ricky Collins. They tried Joe Filardi, who was not very good, and they settle on one Ricky Collins, who unfortunately is not an ACC level quarterback. This is a Georgia transfer, I'm pretty sure. I get that one wrong. I believe he's a Georgia transfer. I know he's an SEC transfer. You're asking so much out of a guy who just does not feel comfortable right now in the pocket, does not feel comfortable as a quarterback in collegiate football. What Ricky Collins needs to do, and there are spots for him to play, he needs to go to the G5. Okay, obviously could not start. It was LSU, not Georgia. Could not start at LSU. It was a backup at Syracuse. Obviously, he's not the guy for Fran Brown going, in the long term. He needs to go to the G5. He needs to start somewhere at Buffalo. That's perfect. Taquan Roberson's a senior. Has to be. He's played a million years. Ricky Collins can start at Buffalo next season. Ricky Collins can start at EMU next year, replacing Noah Kim. There are spots for him to play. Unfortunately, that spot is not Syracuse. Unfortunately for Syracuse, though, they got to play Notre Dame this week. Notre Dame's not going to let them score, and Notre Dame's going to drop about 47 points on their head. They beat up on, Pitt last week and Pat Narduzzi. Whatever with Narduzzi. Oh, I don't care about the game. Yeah, whatever, dude. We're done picking Pitt, okay? I don't care about the game. Proceeds to call timeout with 5 seconds left to score a garbage time touchdown. Cool, I guess. I mean, obviously Freeman was not all that happy with that, and I understand why. I mean, you literally did a whole thing over the week saying you didn't care about the game, and you're going to do that? Whatever. I think Notre Dame absolutely destroys Syracuse. I mean, they played a really good ACC school last week, regardless of how you feel about Narduzzi and his dumbass statements over the week. They beat a good ACC school on the road on game day. They're not losing to Syracuse at home. They have another ACC team next week in the Stanford Cardinal. Ooh, we'll see if Stanford gives them a test. Maybe. I don't know. That's Stanford Super Bowl. But for now, Notre Dame at home, minus 35.5. Next up, we go on to an SEC battle as the Texas Longhorns take on the Arkansas Razorbacks. So, of course, these videos are recorded on early early Monday morning, late Sunday night. So, again, if you don't believe me, well, why wouldn't you? But still, 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, these videos are recorded very early in the morning. And obviously, you know, regardless of when you're seeing these videos, I don't know what the college football rankings are. I don't know. That's why I go off the AP poll, because the AP polls are obviously out every Sunday morning. So I can see the AP poll. I don't know what's going to happen in college football rankings. Again, I try to get these videos out every Monday at 4 o'clock. And obviously, the rankings don't come out until 24 hours later on Tuesday. Anyways, what I'm getting to is I don't know where Texas is going to be ranked. I don't know. Now, the AP poll has Texas at 17, which I think is very fair. Under SC, under Georgia Tech, under Miami, Utah, Vandy, BYU. That's very fair. I know Texas beat Vandy, but I mean, you know, you've lost 3 times. Vandy's lost twice. You got to put them below Vandy. Texas should not have a possible chance in the postseason unless they can win their next 2 games. If Texas beats Arkansas and beats A&M, yes, I will say they're a playoff team. If they just beat Arkansas, though, actually, that's not really an argument. The argument was if they beat Georgia and then lost to Arkansas and then lost to A&M, should they get in? Texas should be way out. They shouldn't even be close to the top 12. I mean, I hope the committee doesn't say, oh, you know what? This team should be like 13th because they played Georgia on the road. They played them tough. You lost 3 times, okay? Texas, are they a much better home team? They are. I think they're going to keep Arkansas in the game. I think they're going to play down to Arkansas a little bit here. But at the same time, guys, Arkansas consistently, like we saw last week, always plays up to their opponents. They always find ways not to win, right? They were beating LSU. I thought there was a chance they were going to get it done, obviously, with I did it again. Oh my gosh, I was actually thinking, don't say the president's name. Michael Van Buren, not the 9th president, Martin Van Buren. They had to start Michael Van Buren rather than, obviously, Nussmeier, because Nussmeier's injury, was that a soft benching? I don't know. But anyways, Arkansas stays in it, and they find a way to lose in the end. Mississippi State game, find a way to lose by 3 points, right? And sure, some of these close games they're catch-up points. But every game Arkansas plays, they find ways to cover, and they find ways to score points. If you can say anything about the Razorbacks, that Taylon Green and Mike Washington are going to find ways to score. The problem is, and Omega Blake too, their best receiver, he's really good. The problem is, they don't win games. Well, that's just the problem. They don't win games. There's no other problem than that. They don't win. Texas will beat them this week, but I think Arkansas can stay competitive. Games in Austin, Arch Manning, the jury's out for Manning, right? Is he going to be an NFL player? Yes. Is he going to be an NFL starter? I don't know. Obviously, Manning has no option of going to the draft. There was talk about that, obviously, at the beginning of the season. Oh, will Arch declare? He has to come back to college next year, and he will be the starting quarterback next year, the Texas Longhorns. I don't think his run at Texas has soured that much to the point where they don't want him back. Obviously, he's going to be back next season. But then it's going to be on for him to win. If he can't win next year, it's either going to be, okay, you go to the draft or we're sending your ass out and you can go find somewhere else to play your senior season. Because I guarantee you Texas can find guys in the portal, and they're obviously recruiting well like they always do. Texas should win this week, but I think this is going to be a sloppy Texas victory. We've seen this so many times this season. The Red River game's still an outlier, but still. We saw that in the Kentucky game. The UTEP game. Sloppy Texas wins. They get it done, but your final conclusion at the end of the game is not, oh, wow, look how good Texas is. It's just, damn. What's Texas doing? They're only beating so-and-so by 3 points. They're only beating Kentucky by 3 points. I think we're going to get one of those games against Arkansas. I think Arkansas, again, they can score. Taylon Green, guys, has 2 more games of college football until he goes and probably enters the NFL draft and either gets picked up in the 7th round or goes and plays in Canada. Now, some teams are going to take Taylon Green. He's 6'6". Someone will definitely take Taylon Green. Taylon Green's going to be a practice squad player for the rest of his career, right? He's going to be around football. He's never going to get a chance to start football games ever again. This is going to be a game where Arkansas goes out there and tries to win, obviously. I think they can give a competitive game to Texas before they go home next week for a game against Mizzou, which they might win, honestly. I'm taking Arkansas here to be competitive against Texas. Line is set at 9.5. Great line for the Razorbacks. We took them last week and loved them last week on the best bets against LSU. They should play a very competitive game this week on the road in Austin, Texas against the Texas Longhorns. So it's going to be Arkansas plus 9.5 on the road. On to our next game, and we go and we stay in the SEC. The Vanderbilt Commodores at home on ESPN against the Kentucky Wildcats. Diego Pavia. You know, Theo Vaughn may or may not be his stepmom now, right? Oh my God, Theo Vaughn's not a stepmom. Theo Vaughn would be a stepdad. I don't know what's going on with that situation, but regardless, Vanderbilt won their last game against Auburn. They scored 45 points. You know, good on Pavia. That's 2 weeks ago. They won in overtime. Pavia, again, is continuing to do his Heisman campaign. He's not even close to it. I don't even know why Vegas is buying into that whole thing. Oh, why is he? Oh, he's got the fifth best odds to win the Heisman. That's stupid, okay? Pavia, as of late, yes, he's been having to throw the ball a lot more because his team's been losing and they've been getting into more competitive games. Pavia's thrown for back-to-back 300-plus yard games, right? Still, though, his stats are nowhere near what the top Heisman guys obviously are. Is Pavia this year playing like a top 10 quarterback in college football? He is. Is he a top 5 college football quarterback this season? No. Anyways, Vandy's 8-2. I'm going to be so mad if this team gets in the playoffs. I'll say this now. I'm going to be so mad if this team gets in. I don't care. Like, even if they go to Tennessee and win, this team should not be in. They should not be in at all. Okay? And I guess I'll use this time to talk about the postseason because they're going to beat up on Kentucky, guys. Kentucky did look good against Tennessee Tech, who was undefeated, but big shocker, the SEC school beats up on the Group of 5 school, right? We told you to take Tennessee Tech on the spread. It was 22.5. Unfortunately, that did not hit. Good on Cutter Boley and those guys. Kentucky wins the football game. They're not going to stand a chance at Vandy. Vandy's going to run the ball at them, run the ball down their throat with Pavia. Pavia is going to make some plays as well, and Vandy should win. Okay, I'm going to use this time to talk about the playoffs because Vandy's going to dominate this team. The way I see it, and this applies to Vandy, obviously, because Vandy is one of the at-large teams. Okay, we need to break this down. Obviously, we need to talk about the guaranteed spots, which is 5, right? The power 4, so ACC, Big Ten, SEC, Big 12. Okay, so for the sake of argument, we're going to call Big Ten champion Indiana, SEC champion A&M, Big 12 champion Texas Tech, and ACC champion Virginia. That's who I think is going to win each of them. Okay, so at large is a Group of 5 champion. Probably I'm going to go James Madison. So those are the 5 guaranteed spots. So now you have 7 remaining spots for 7 teams. Okay, so we know who needs to get in. Ohio State, regardless of if they lose to Michigan or not, they're going to get in. So we're not going to rank them right now. So we're just saying who's in and who's not. Ohio State's in. Okay, Georgia's got to be in. We'll see about Bama. Hold on about Bama. Ole Miss has got to get in, right? Oregon, if they win this week, they're going to get in. So Oregon, that's 4. We have 3 spots remaining. Well, you got to put Oklahoma in. They just beat, obviously, Bama. Notre Dame has to be in because it's Notre Dame. That's 6. That leaves the final playoff spot for Bama, BYU, who's going to probably lose the Big 12 championship game. Utah, again, Utah's just they're going to get the wrong end of the stick here. They can't pass BYU, who's going to play the extra game. So Utah's out. Miami, they're not going to put them in. Ultimately, guys, it comes down to Bama, BYU, Vandy. Those are the 3 schools. Barring something crazy happening, right? And Bama losing in the Iron Bowl or whatnot, Notre Dame slipping up and losing to Stanford. Those are your teams in the playoffs. If they have Vandy jump, let's say Bama does lose to Auburn. If they have Vandy jump BYU just because they beat Tennessee on the road, they better not. You better not sneak another SEC team in. The Big 12 needs to have 2 teams in. I get why you can't have 3 because Notre Dame takes up a spot. I mean, it would save... If Notre Dame just played in the ACC and won the ACC, we would have no problems because they should probably win the ACC if they were in there. But nope, we're just going to schedule the worst ACC teams, beat them up. I get it's tradition, but we're just going to schedule these teams and, we get our at-large every single season. See you in South Bend. Whatever, man. Actually, they're probably going to have to go on the road. But that's how I see it. It's going to come down to Bama, BYU, and Vandy. But if Bama loses... I can see a world where they jump Vandy over BYU just because, they went to Rocky Top and won. Tennessee, do us a solid next week and please beat Vanderbilt. Vandy this week, though, will win and cover against Kentucky minus 9.5. Next week, next game. Man. The Iowa Hawkeyes at home taking on the Michigan State Spartans. Sometimes, guys, I forget the order of these too. Like, I have the schedule in front of me, but I don't, entirely, eye down what I have next. So that's why I sometimes give reactions to teams. Here are these guys. Because obviously, every team's playing in college football. It's hard for me to remember the order, right? Michigan State. Oh, wow. Michigan State last week looks atrocious. They scored in the first drive. I'm thinking, oh, wow, Michigan State. Oh, okay, they're here. They might beat Penn State. We are Michigan State. Malikovic playing all right. He's starting. All of a sudden, Aiden Childs is injured. I didn't think he was injured. They say they just benched him, but he was on the sidelines in a boot, so... Maybe Childs is out. I don't know. He's going to be the starting quarterback of the Tulane Green Wave next season. That'd be a pretty good spot for him, in all fairness. But Michigan State last week, Elijah Tautoliver does all the work. Tautoliver had the 57-yard touchdown to start off the game, 79 rushing yards, 73 receiving yards. He does everything for the team. And they lost 28-10. They could not move the ball on Penn State. And Grunkmeyer and Katron Allen and Singleton could move the ball on Michigan State. Late in the game they did. Game goes into halftime, 14-10. It's a punt-a-thon until the fourth quarter where Penn State takes over the football game. So for the first time in a while, Jonathan Smith and Michigan State are not the cover kings. They couldn't do what they've done all year long, and that's find ways to cover the spread. Damn you. Now I want Jonathan Smith fired. No, I really don't care. I know Michigan State fans hate Jonathan Smith. I see so many tweets about, Jonathan Smith's got the personality of a wooden plank, and he's still our head coach, which is fair. Like, I've never seen Jonathan Smith express any emotion on a football field. So I'm done picking Michigan State to cover, not because of last week, honestly. Like, they've done us solid all year long. Yeah, we didn't hit our bet last week, but they've won us enough money this season by losing in overtime conveniently by just enough points to Minnesota, scoring a garbage time touchdown against Michigan. They've done us a solid. Scoring a garbage time touchdown at SC. Thank you, Jonathan Smith, Aiden Childs, and Michigan State. You've done us well this season, okay? Maybe we'll see you next week in Detroit when you play Maryland. I don't know. Maybe we'll take you there. Maybe I will. I might. Anyways, can't take them this week. They're not scoring, guys. If they couldn't score post the second quarter against Penn State, I'll tell you this, they're not scoring a point this week. Maybe they'll score 3. I'll give them 3 points max. I'm so serious. 3 points max this week against Iowa. You got to go to Iowa City in that stadium, in that environment. It's getting dark by halftime. Oh boy. One of the toughest environments to play in college football. In Iowa City. Ask Dante Moore in Oregon. Ask Fernando Mendoza in Indiana. Now, Fernando and Heisman, thank you God, winning that game. Yes, that's my guy. But ask two elite teams in college football, two playoff teams, how it is to go play in Iowa City. Yeah, good luck, Malikovic. I think Malikovic is actually better than Aiden Childs. Childs is the better athlete, sure. Malikovic is the better arm talent, in my opinion. But, yeah, good luck here. I'm telling you, they will not score once. Maybe they'll get a field goal. I'll give you a field goal max. And then Mark Gronowski's going to do Mark Gronowski things, not throw the ball well, but run the ball down the field, and Iowa will win. Final score, what's an Iowa score, guys? 25-3 Iowa Hawkeyes. That means they will cover, lines 16.5. 25-3 victory for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Michigan State, I'm sorry, they're atrocious. I got nothing else to say. Next up, we move on to a matchup in Chapel Hill. So I did kind of mention this earlier. Do I think Duke's going to become bowl eligible? Are they going to have problems at North Carolina? Hesitantly, and very hesitantly, I will take the Duke Blue Devils on the road minus 6.5. I will say this right now. Do not bet the football game. Do not bet it, okay? I could write you a list of 100 things I'd rather do than bet on the Duke Blue Devils and spend my hard-earned U.S. dollar on. I would write you a list of 100 things I'd rather spend my U.S. dollar on than bet on the the Duke Blue Devils to cover against the North Carolina Tar Heels. Not to say I don't think it's going to happen. I think it will, actually. And I think, if we knew at the beginning of the week that Chandler Morris was going to play against Duke, I would have taken them. It's just that at the beginning of the week when I made the video, I was in full assumption that they were not going to be playing Chandler Morris after the head injury. But who cares about concussions? College football playoffs are forever. I agree. Anyways, kind of. Anyways, Duke should beat North Carolina. They're just playing such horrible football right now. Back-to-back L's. Maybe the win against Clemson, where we did have Duke, best bet. When Duke lucked out the win against Clemson because of the phantom pass interference call on the Tigers at the end of the game, maybe that just cursed them, man. Because Clemson, since that game, has done nothing but win, and Duke's done nothing but lose. It's literally had the inverse effect on both teams. I think Duke beats North Carolina, though. I think they do. Something about Bill Belichick, man. I put some faith into Belichick last week. I was like, you know what? Maybe they scheme on Wake Forest kind of well. Maybe they get to Wake, right? Maybe they get to Robbie Ashford / Deshaun Purdy, whoever's starting. It was Ashford. But maybe they can, scheme up a good game to win at Wake. I've had some confidence in Belichick for the first time all year long. Nope. No confidence anymore. They lost, what was the final score? 28-12. It's just, it feels like a typical Belichick offensive performance without Tom Brady. And honestly, I keep saying this, I keep going to this with Belichick, that's his legacy now. He can't win without Tom. And, he won before. He was a defensive coordinator. He had Lawrence Taylor on his defense. Like, I mean, guys, if I was a defensive coordinator, I'm an offensive-minded guy. I'll tell you this right now. But if I was a defensive coordinator and I had Lawrence Taylor on my defense, well, I'd sure hope my defense would be good. Anyways, I don't hate Belichick at all, but just like this is what his legacy is, though. Failed college coach, failed out Tom Brady. Brady won a Super Bowl at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Bill Belichick is trying to coach college kids, and he's unsuccessful at doing so. I'm sure Belichick's going to have these guys going. I don't think Belichick gives a damn about, are we bowl eligible? Because I can guarantee you Bill Belichick could care absolutely less. He could not give a damn about going to the Duke's Mayo Bowl in North Carolina. Imagine if Belichick got the Mayo Gatorade shower, though. I low-key want that to happen now. Hold on. Now I want UNC to win. I'm not going to pick them, but I want them to win just so I can see Belichick. They have to give Belichick the Mayo bath. He probably just declined, though, and tell his son to do it instead. I'm taking Duke, though. I mean, this comes down to the fact where the problems I've had with UNC all year long. Their wins against Stanford and Syracuse no longer move me. Those teams suck. You can't win if you can't score. And Duke at their best will score points. And if Wake Forest can put 28 up on you, I think Duke could score more. I know what Mensa and this offense is capable of. Do they always reach that potential and reach their capabilities? No. But they should be able to do it this week, man. North Carolina. It is, it's not all about Belichick. It's a lack of talent. And it is. I don't think Belichick really has the reach to get out to high school kids and college kids and say, oh, you want to play football the Tar Heel way, the Belichick way? Nobody's jumping at the bit to do that because also, college athletes, they're looking at Belichick like, didn't Brady carry you? I'm just saying. Anyways, give me Duke on the road -6.5 to beat and cover against North Carolina. Next up, we move on to a matchup in the CUSA. Florida International University, FIU at home at Pitbull Stadium in Miami, take on the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Okay, I don't understand the line, so we're taking Jack State. This reminds me of what we got 2 weeks ago. I mean, does Vegas really, they have zero faith in Jacksonville State winning on the road? That's what it has to be. They have absolutely zero faith because we saw this 2 weeks ago. And I get it, UTEP played a competitive game, but Caden Creel and that running game, obviously, out of Jack State found a way to really torture UTEP the entire game and win. And obviously kick a game-winning field goal to win the game with 45 seconds to go. I just don't know why the line's like this. It's the same line we got for UTEP. Cam Creel and Caden Cook, man. Oh my god. Caden Creel, Cam Cook. I switched them up. Cam Cook's the running back, obviously Caden Creel's the quarterback. Both of them run for 100-plus yards every single game. So FIU is coming off their first home win of the season. They were first home CSA win of the season. They won at home, obviously, against the Liberty Flames, which is just a team I still don't understand. But great win for FIU. They beat Liberty 34-27. You're now put together back-to-back victories, and you're one victory away from becoming bowl eligible. When I thought all hope was lost for FIU football, I didn't think they were going to get remotely close to a bowl game this season. Here they are, and I don't think they're going to win this week, but they go to Sam Houston next week, which that's actually going to become a pretty big game. Can FIU become bowl eligible, or can Sam Houston, like they did in 23, win 4 consecutive games, or actually outmatch what they did in 2023 and win 4 consecutive games to close their year? So we'll see what happens next week in Houston, or Texas. Anyways, FIU versus Jack State this week. This is automatic to me. I'm taking Jacksonville State. Automatic, man. Give me Caden Creel. Give me Cam Cook. They're going to run the ball up and down the field. I don't care. Oh, FIU's got a good linebacking core. Do they? I don't think so. I don't think it's, it's something to write home about. FIU, man, they don't move the ball. Yeah, they scored against Liberty. Guys, wait till you see this Gamecock defense, all right? Wait till you see these Gamecocks defense. Wait till you see these guys, okay? Last week, there's not a more impressive victory you can get right now in the CUSA than beating Kennesaw. Kennesaw had all the hype around them, and what happens? The Gamecocks pick off Odom 3 times. How do you top the Gamecocks? Oh, that's not what I want to say. But how do you top that? Right? Come on. I'm taking Jack State to beat FIU. The defense looked really good last week. They looked really good against Amari Odom and Kennesaw State. They picked off Kennesaw quarterbacks 4 times because they picked off Odom 3 times and Dexter Williams another. I thought Kennesaw was going to win, and Jack State goes in there, and now they're undefeated in the CUSA. Their undefeated CUSA run is not ending this week. It might end next week against WKU. It may. And I don't know, is the CUSA doing a rivalry between WKU and Jack State? Because they played the final game of the year last year, too. Is this a rivalry? Because I thought maybe it's not, because, WKU is going to the MAC, aren't they? Anyways, Same thing happened last year. It was WKU and Jack State in the COSA championship game, and WKU beat them the first time around in the last game of the regular season. And then Tyler Huff, who came back from injury, I believe he got hurt in that last game, right? He came back for the COSA championship game, and they beat the hell out of WKU in Jacksonville, Alabama. So we'll see what happens. I think WKU is going to win next week, but we'll get to that as we move on. I'm taking Jack State, though, to dominate FIU. FIU is not ready for this running attack. Again, Creel and Cook. CC, do you love me? Are you riding? Okay. Give me Jack State. Minus 105, they will win the football game. Next up, we move on to another game here in the mid-majors. I'm talking about college basketball too much. In the group of 5 level, South Alabama takes on Southern Miss. So again, if you have been watching and if you've been listening, I really like Southern Miss. I really like what's going on. Do I love how they got their team and how they've rebuilt their program overnight, essentially in the offseason? Not really. I think that kind of takes away what college football is. But you know what? Like I'm used to it now. I'm used to how this new college football, just era is. Let's not forget what Southern Miss was last season, guys. This was a 1-11 football team that was starting Tate Rodemaker, who was, one of the Jordan Travis backups at FSU, who got injured actually in the year where they missed the playoffs. But anyways, they're starting Tate Rodemaker. They couldn't win a game. Their only victory was against Southeastern Louisiana early in the season. They went 0-8 in the Sun Belt. They played Marshall, where all these players were last year, and Marshall beat them 37-3. Now, all of the Marshall players essentially are at Southern Miss, and they've turned around. They're 7-3. They did lose last week to Texas State, which was very odd and very confusing, but that doesn't really affect them in the Sun Belt Championship picture. Okay? They got against Texas State. Really odd. Braylon Braxton did not play. Braylon Braxton is injured, if I'm not mistaken. Brad Jackson played for Texas State. Obviously, he's been, the freshman quarterback has been pretty solid. And Texas State found a way to win. They went to Southern Miss and absolutely dominated the football game. Landry Liddy was not really ready for prime time, who got the start again in the absence of Braylon Braxton. Liddy was a UAB backup and a La Tech backup. Got his first career start ever, I believe. No, he started at La Tech his freshman season. It did not go well for him. Southern Miss should bounce back this week. I need to check the condition of Braylon Braxton. I mean, I'd take USM regardless because South Alabama, man, they did beat UL Monroe, but that's really their only victories this year in the Sun Belt are UL Monroe and Georgia State. It doesn't get worse than those two, honestly. But I do need to check if Braylon Braxton's playing this week. Again, I'm under the assumption I'm taking them regardless if Braylon Braxton's playing or not. I think he's going to. I think there's no reports because Sun Belt football doesn't really get reported often. We shall see. I don't know. Again, I didn't know. I mean, it wasn't revealed before the game that Braxton wasn't playing either. Like I didn't see anything that Braylon Braxton wasn't going to play, and then all of a sudden the game starts. And I mean, honestly, I'm not watching USM and Texas State live. I see, they're down big, and oh wait, Braxton's not playing. So I guess he's just hurt. It was a unspecified injury. I don't know. Like it was an undisclosed reason why Braylon Braxton did not play, and then he was on the sidelines. So I don't know. It's just really weird stuff. According to reports, he had a brace under his leg, or on his leg, under his leg sleeve. It was a brace on the right knee. I mean, I guess, Southern Miss is at a point. They know they're not going to the playoffs, right? There was hope early in the season, but they lost to La Tech. If they beat La Tech, they'd be in the playoff conversation. You're really just preparing for that Sun Belt championship. You could afford to lose one game in the Sun Belt, and that's what it was to Texas State. You got to beat South Alabama here, though. Actually, no, they can afford to lose two. They could lose this week as well. Guys, I wouldn't bet the game then. I wouldn't bet it. Because Southern Miss can't afford to lose this game. They can lose to South Alabama. As long as Braxton's back, they're at home against Troy. That would be the game that will still, even though Troy's not playing well, and if Troy loses this week, Southern Miss clinches the Sun Belt this week. Yeah, they clinch it. So they beat Louisiana. They clinch the Sun Belt West. They beat Louisiana. They beat Arkansas State. Though the Troy game won't matter anymore if Troy loses this week. So yeah, I mean, no, Southern Miss they're in a great spot. So they don't have to win. So, all right, here we go. Don't bet this game. Don't bet this at all. Yeah, they're only minus 135. It looks great. I'm telling you, do not bet it. We don't know if Braxton's playing or not. It might be Liddy. And also, you have to consider now, there's no motivation for them to win the football game. Is Troy going to lose to Georgia State? I'll get to that in just a few moments. I don't think so. Maybe. We'll see. Probably not. But there's legitimately zero motivation for Southern Miss to win. Worst case, okay, we drop this game, and we just got to beat Troy at home next week. Oh, okay. Not that big of a deal, right? With Braxton back, I don't know if Braxton's playing or not. I would completely stay away given the circumstances. Again, Southern Miss did not report that he wasn't going to play. So if you bet on Southern Miss last week, you got screwed, right? The line fell to 3.5-point favorites, oddly enough. Vegas. I'm going to take Southern Miss to win. I would not bet the football game, though, because of what's coming up for Southern Miss. And if they win this week without Braxton, they're not going to play Braxton next week. They're going to play him for the Sun Belt Championship game. So we shall see. I will not bet on this game. Okay, do not touch it, but give me Southern Miss. Next up, we go to the American Conference as the East Carolina Pirates go on the road to take on UTSA, two of the most bipolar offenses in the country. And I mean that. Some nights these offenses are absurd. Some nights they just can't get going. Now, East Carolina has been pretty much on the on switch a lot more than UTSA has. I'm going to take UTSA. I think it's great value for an underdog here. Can they beat Army next week? I don't know. As long as Owen McCown doesn't throw like 4 interceptions to start the game or doesn't throw a pick 6 right away, fumble, recovery for a touchdown, as long as Owen McCown doesn't have a horrible start to the football game, I think UTSA can win. And obviously what I'm referring to is UTSA's last home game, that of which was against the South Florida Bulls. Owen McCown's a capable college quarterback. He has his nights. Obviously, the lefty can sling it. He's still a junior. He'll be back next season if he wants to come back to UTSA, and I'm sure they'd love to have him back. But obviously, this is a UTSA team that is built by the run game. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. It's really weird what's going on. Robert Henry, guys, started the year ripping off, he'd have 150-yard games. I was saying early in the season after the Colorado State game that they had, like Robert Henry should be considered for the Heisman race. Like, yeah, he's not putting up Genty numbers, but he's putting up incredible numbers right now in the American Conference. He might not even crack 1,000. He probably will, but last 2 games for Robert Henry, 10 carries, 27 yards against USF. And then against Charlotte, 8 carries for 1 yard. It doesn't even feel real. While at the same time, Will Henderson got 19 carries for 185 yards. Their freshman running back out of Gilmer, Texas. A little odd. He was at UTSA last year as well. It's kind of weird. I don't get it. I really don't get that at all. If I can say anything about UTSA, though, this season is I would not bet against this team in the Alamo Dome. In the Alamo Dome, they just show up. And in the Alamo Dome, they are kind of just a different team. Right? They can, hit you with explosive plays. Obviously, the run game's always a concern with this squad. McCown can make some plays passing-wise as well. And I get it, ECU's looking really good, right? Caden Hauser, in his senior season, obviously used to play Michigan State, was in the Big Ten. Caden Hauser's having a very great year in the American Conference, right? They have spoiled Memphis this season. They did that, well, Memphis' season was already spoiled, but they make matters worse against the Memphis Tigers, right? They beat up on Coastal early in the season at Coastal Carolina. They've won some big games this year. I just think on the road and in the Alamo Dome, where I'm telling you, UTSA is just such a better team. And, sometimes you can say, oh, it's a crowd noise, like it's the environment, or just the location for why a team has home field advantage. I mean, for UTSA, it's as simple as, well, they're playing in a dome. And you don't see many domes in college football. Obviously, Allegiant Stadium went out for UNLV, and there are exceptions. But it's very rare to see domes being used, obviously, in college football. Well, UTSA is that exception. Playing in San Antonio at the Alamo Dome, they are a much better team on the AstroTurf. I know it's not AstroTurf anymore, but they are a much better team on the turf than they are on the road. And I think they're going to shock ECU here. I get it, ECU's good. They haven't played a team that has the firepower offensively that UTSA has. And sure, we don't see it every week at a UTSA, but when it gets going, again, that's why I call them bipolar. When they get going offensively, they are trouble. When, again, I don't know if maybe it's Will Henderson now instead of Robert Henry. That's fine. Will Henderson's ripping off big runs. Trouble. I'm telling you, he's got that big play capability. I'm taking the UTSA Roadrunners to win and become bowl eligible. I just want to see this team in a bowl game. They're going to be fun. I'm telling you. You want to see UTSA play in December. So I want them to win this week. And I think they're going to. They won the Myrtle Beach Bowl last year, by the way, on the road at Coastal. They're going to beat East Carolina this week. Plus 125 at home for UTSA to become bowl eligible over East Carolina. On to our next game. I think we're on the 1 o'clock hour now. Are we? I believe so. No, the 1:12:45 game, excuse me. The 1:12:45 game from Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We've got the Tulane Green Wave going on the road and taking on the Temple Owls. Temple's coming off back-to-back losses to East Carolina and to Army. The last game at Army, they lost at West Point by 1 point, lost 14-13. Bye week since, now they get to come in refreshed with a game with the Tulane Green Wave, who have playoff aspirations. Only if they didn't go. Again, this is why I like UTSA, man, and why I keep saying, watch out for UTSA. Tulane, who has actual playoff hope still and is ranked in the AP poll currently, went to UTSA 4 weeks ago, and lost 48-26. Owen McCown and Robert Henry scored every single time they touched the ball. That's what UTSA is capable of. Tulane's look great this season. They beat Northwestern. They beat Duke. They sure lost to UTSA and lost to Ole Miss, but if they did not lose the UTSA game, they'd be undefeated in the American Conference right now, and undoubtedly we'd be talking playoffs for them right now. They would probably be ranked like 17th if their only loss was Ole Miss. Unfortunately for them, they need help. Now, I don't know what the American Conference Championship game is going to be. ECU is still very involved in it. I think that's going to sort itself out. Like, the record-wise, they're involved. UTSA is going to beat them, so that's going to, obviously eliminate them from the picture. But what's going to happen? You're going to have Navy, Tulane, and North Texas. Who gets in the championship game? I believe, again, in a three-way thing, it's going to have to be, because there's no common opponents for Tulane. Tulane hasn't played either of those squads yet. I believe you have to go to highest ranking, which would go to Tulane and North Texas in the AAC title game. Where would that be? I think you got to go North Texas because they'd be the higher seed. But anyways, and that might be for a playoff spot. Who knows? But Tulane's just got to take care of business here, right? You are a team that's on the cusp of potentially making the playoffs with Jake Retzlaff, who's an experienced quarterback, obviously, from Brigham Young. He was in a playoff race last year where his team, and like we mentioned, really earlier in the video, a lot earlier in the video, fell short against the Kansas Jayhawks, who eliminated them from the playoffs last year at Brigham Young. But Tulane's winning football games, one last week against FAU. A win is a win. Winning 35-24 was an impressive no, but do you find a way? Sure. Again, gotta take wins where you can get them. First big rushing game, or first really big game of his career for Jamari McClure. The freshman at Goshen, Alabama, had his first big game as a collegiate player. Freshman running back goes in there, tears it up for Tulane out of nowhere. 10 carries for 94 yards and a touchdown again for McClure. But the Green Wave should dominate Temple here. They really should. The Temple Owls 5-5, and I know, again, they can score points, and that's been their whole thing. Like, they'll keep up with you in some of these shootout games with starting quarterback. Evan Simon. Obviously, you have Jay Ducker as well, who's probably their best player. He's the running back. I think Tulane's got an all-around way better team. Defensively, Tulane should be able to shut down what Temple does offensively. Offense out of Tulane is good. Retzlaff makes plays. He can scramble when he needs to. Again, I don't know where McClure came from, but he had a really big game last week. Obviously, Javin Gordon's been the starter all year long, but Gordon took a back seat to McClure last week. So that shows, again, Tulane's got guys. They have a bunch of guys they can go to. Retzlaff is their leading rusher, but it's Gordon. Then they also have Arnold Barnes. But again, Jamari McClure comes out of nowhere. So they've got players. It's a loaded deep team. Don't forget Tulane, 3 seasons ago, beat USC in the Cotton Bowl. Just saying. They're a capable team. They've been in these spots before. They just got to win in advance. That's the name of the game right now for the Green Wave, and they're going to do exactly that. They're going to beat Temple. They're going to blow out Temple on the road. I know Temple, again, they score points. Tulane's going to shut them down. They've got playoffs on their mind, man. They're not losing this one. Tulane on the road, -7.5. They beat the Temple Owls, and they will cover. And we'll see what they can do with the postseason. We'll see. Again, next week, they have a big game against Charlotte. Wow. And then the American Championship game with a potential playoff spot on the line for the Green Wave. We shall see. On to our next game, we go to the Big 12. This starts the 1 o'clock hour as we have got the Utah Utes hosting the Kansas State Wildcats. So again, like I've been saying, this is the team you just don't want to see. You don't want to see in the playoffs. And yes, I fully realize it's going to take a lot for Utah to get in the playoffs. It would take, honestly, if BYU loses this week, then that kind of changes some things. Because now Utah's the second Big 12 team in. And they would be in the Big 12 championship game. So actually, that's a factor. Utah is cheering for Cincinnati so hard this week. We'll see. Anyways, it's going to take a lot for Utah to get in. Because even if, Utah, obviously, if BYU loses this week, Utah will start to control their own destiny if they win the Big 12 championship game in their rematch against Texas Tech. But as from a pure at-large standpoint, they need a lot to go their way. I mean, they would need Vandy to lose to Tennessee. They would need Brigham Young to lose to Cincy. And then, but then Cincy would get but Utah's beat Cincy. I don't know how they do the tiebreaker. It would probably be Utah. But still, say Utah loses to Tech, right? I mean, I really just don't think there's a way Utah can get in as an at-large. Because, but what if BYU loses their last game? There you go. If BYU loses to UCF, but they're still in the Big 12 title game, then how does Utah get in as at-large? They need a lot to go their way. They would need for an at-large spot to get in without the Big 12 title game. They need Brigham Young to lose to UCF. They need Bama to lose the Iron Bowl, and they need Vandy to lose to Tennessee. And they'd probably need Miami to lose the game too, because I could definitely see them jumping Miami over Utah. Even though Utah right now, again, like I've been saying, is playing the most dominant team in college football. This team is if they don't get in the playoffs, they're gonna go to the Alamo Bowl and they're gonna win by 50 points. Depending on who plays, sure, but say Dampier transfers because they tell him Ficklen's the guy. Okay, well here comes Bird Ficklin, who's a really good young quarterback who can run like no other, man. He can run like Lamar Jackson. I'm serious. He's a Lamar Jackson type. I'm very serious. Was he easy to pass as Lamar Jackson is? Hell no. But running wise, yes, Bird Ficklin is a Lamar Jackson prototype. I'm so serious. Dude is quick. Anyways, though, Utah's playing K-State this week. Again, I've been very adamant on the fact Utah is the most dominant team right now in college football. They've scored 45 plus in 3 straight weeks. You don't want to see this team. And the one outlier is the Brigham Young game. You take away the BYU game, they've scored 40 plus in 5 straight weeks. Devin Dampier's playing well. Bert Ficklen's playing well when they need him to. Everyone's playing well. They've got a loaded run game with Wayshawn Parker and Dampier and Ficklin. Receiving core, Ryan Davis is great. Dalen Bentley is one of the better tight ends in college football. They've got J.J. Buchanan as well, who's also a good tight end for them. They've got so many guys on Utah. I mean, their offensive line's excellent. Defense, excellent. They just need something to roll their way. I just don't think it's going to. They needed to win the Holy War, and unfortunately for them, they fell short. Take it on K-State. K-State's coming off an 8-point victory against Oklahoma State. As soon as I thought maybe, K-State's turning a page, right? They're getting back to where they should be after losing to Army early this season and almost losing to UND at home. They go to Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State by 8 points. Are we dead ass? 8 points. You beat Oklahoma State by. Good on them. A win is a win. Right? They were up 7-6 for most of that game, and they scored at the end of the game, they get 14-6. Sure, a win is a win. But seriously, you got outgained in yards by 100 yards to OK State. Okay. Now, will K-State get in the playoffs? Probably not playoffs. Definitely not. Postseason? Probably. They're probably going to find themselves in the ReliaQuest Bowl. No, that's the Outback Bowl. It's way too good of a bowl game for them. They'll find themselves in the Arizona Bowl, probably. The Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. What a name. Because they're going to play Colorado next week in Kansas, and they're going to win that football game. They're not beating Utah this week. You're not going to go to Utah right now and win. You're just not. Utah in November, whole other animal, right? Utah next week goes to Kansas. Might be kind of a difficult spot. Is that game out at Arrowhead? I assume it's at Arrowhead. No, it's at Lawrence. Okay, never mind. Yeah, they're not losing for the rest of the season. They're not. Like, I'm serious. Utah, if Utah gets in the playoffs, if Utah gets the rematch against Tech, I don't know if they win because Tech's so loaded. But I'd be very close to picking them. I would really heavily consider, I'm just going to go Utah here. That's how much talent this team has, guys. I'm so serious on that. If they get in the playoffs, though, and say they sneak in as an 11 seed and they have to go on the road to Oregon or go on the road to Ole Miss, I am taking the Utes. I want to make that very clear. If the Utes get in, they're winning a game and they might go to the Final Four. Anyways, Utah here dominates K-State and blows out K-State. Minus 17.5 for Devin Dampier / Bird Ficklin. Whoever plays, doesn't matter. They're both really good. Utah at home, minus 17.5. Next up, we go on to a Big Ten matchup over in University Park, Maryland, as we have got the Maryland Terrapins taking on the Michigan Wolverines. It's like, I don't even want to, jinx it right now, by talking too much about Michigan. Because I've thought it from the beginning of the season, as soon as the year started, before anything happened, Ohio State, they're reigning champions. I've thought for the entire season, Michigan's going to beat Ohio State the final week of the year. And I still believe it. I think next week, Ohio State's going to walk into Ann Arbor. They're going to walk into the big house, and they're going to lose. They're not ready for that. They just aren't. They're not ready for that game. They have not been ready for it for the last 4 seasons, and they're not going to be ready for it again. Michigan, all they got to do, guys, is just win and survive. Win in advance. Because Michigan is the team, and I forgot about that in my playoffs thing. Wait, if Michigan win, I feel like it might hold Michigan out, though. And that's a question. I'll get to that in a second. All Michigan has to do is just win. I don't care how you beat Maryland. I don't care what the score is. As long as you can beat this team, you get your chance next week against Ohio State. Because if you beat Ohio State, I don't think they get in the Big Ten title game anymore. Because that's going to be Oregon. I think it's going to be Oregon. Because Oregon's going to have a higher ranking than Michigan. So Michigan's not going to get in. I don't know if Michigan gets in the playoffs now if they win over Ohio State. They should, but will they? I actually have no idea. Because man. We'll get to that in a second. I don't think they cover against Maryland. I know Maryland's been pitiful. They cannot do anything in the red zone. They are a field goal kicking machine, and that was on display again last game. I mean, their last game against Illinois was a literal, I don't know if it's the right word, microcosm. Is that the right word? I don't know. That's probably wrong. I've never been. It might be. It was a literal microcosm. Yeah, no, that's the right word. Okay. Yeah. That was, maybe not. Microcosm, a community or place situation regarding, whatever. We're just going to say it's microcosm. That's a microcosm. I don't know if that's right or not. It's a microcosm of their entire season. Work the ball into the red zone and kick field goals. And the game starts exactly how all Maryland games have gone recently. They drove the ball 13 plays and 65 yards, only to get stopped at the 10-yard line and have to kick a field goal. Okay, Iowa scores. Maryland then gets the ball, good field positioning to start off the next drive. What do? Kick a field goal. They don't score the rest of the game. I think Malik Washington's going to be really good. I think Malik Washington's going to be a very good quarterback for a very long time at Maryland. I think, Maryland, if they can put the pieces around him, if they can really, excel in the portal, get some guys and get guys to believe at Maryland, they're going to be good. Right now is not their time, obviously. I think they cover against Michigan, though, guys. Michigan's playing these dirty, ugly, disgusting football games, but they're winning. Not dirty in terms of, they're playing, dirty. It's just, they're winning these ugly football games. Okay, good on them. Look at their last victories. 31-20 against Michigan State, 21-16 against Purdue, 24-22 against Northwestern. They're not all that impressive, but got to give these guys credit. They win. Give Bryce Underwood credit. I don't know. It's not like Underwood's doing much. He's handing the ball off. You know who we need to give all the credit to? Jordan Marshall, Justice Haynes. How about 850 yards for Justice Haynes, 871 yards for Jordan Marshall? This is Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards-esque. It is. I mean, this is big time. Obviously, Edwards didn't always have the best regular season stats, but these are some big numbers. Now, the question I do need to ask, I think Michigan does win. I think they do win. They don't cover. They're playing low-scoring games. They're going to get into a fuel-kicking contest with Malik Washington and Maryland. The game's at Maryland. Biggest game of the season left for, obviously, for the Terrapins. They're at home. This is their Super Bowl. They are still bowl eligible, but still, whatever. They got to go to Detroit next season. This is their senior night. They're going to play a competitive game. The question you need to ask yourself now is, does Michigan get into the playoffs with a win over Ohio State? Because the way the tiebreaker is going to work, or I guess that's the tiebreaker, they won't get into the Big Ten title game. It's going to be Oregon. As long as Oregon beats SC and beats Washington, it will be Oregon versus Indiana, that rematch. So, does Michigan still get in off of just a win over Ohio State? If they do, which I think they deserve to get in, who do you bump? You bump the at-large team. We were talking about the at-large. Oh, is it Brigham Young? Is it Bama? Is it Vandy? The at-large then goes to Michigan. That's the one thing that can change that entire picture. Michigan would then sneak in my opinion, as the number 11 seed. They'd go straight on the road. And you know who they'd play, right? Because the team that'll get bumped out of the top 4 if they can't beat Michigan, Ohio State. And I don't think Michigan should be, obviously they're not going to get in the Big Ten title game. That should be enough for them to get in. Ohio State won't have the Big Ten title game anymore to be played. I think they get bumped out of the top 4 for Texas Tech. And Ohio State would host Michigan in the first round of the playoffs. But this time in this shoe. Never seen before. It could happen. I want to see it. That's all I'm saying. I want to see it. I want to see Ohio State and Michigan play twice this year. In the first round, night game at the shoe. They never play this game at night. That one would be at night. Oh my goodness. That would be scenes. Ohio State would probably win. They'd probably finally break through. But who knows? Ryan Day can't beat Michigan. More on that next week. We'll have a lot about the big game next week. Just you wait. On to our next one. We go to the Big 12. Texas Christian goes on the road to take on the Houston Cougars. Houston, like I said earlier, a surprisingly very good record-wise team. You just don't at the top of your head, you don't think, oh, Houston, they're 8-2 this season? They're 8-2. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they're nowhere close to the playoffs, obviously, because the West Virginia loss. Houston didn't lose to West Virginia, guys. They'd probably be in the playoffs. Well, they'd get their shot in the Big 12 title game against Tech, and we'd see how that goes from there. Because if Houston ever lost, I know they don't have a really big win. They never lost to West Virginia, though. They're probably still ranked higher than Brigham Young right now with one loss compared to 2. Oh, they both have one loss. I don't know. Regardless, Houston season's obviously not going anywhere. They will end up in the name random bowl game now. Gasparilla Bowl. No, they actually probably will get a Duke's Mayo, or they'll get a Pop-Tarts Bowl. I could see Pop-Tarts Bowl going to them, right? Houston's going to get a good bowl game as long as they can beat a team like Texas Christian this week, which they absolutely should be able to. Now, I told you guys -3.5 or -2.5, whatever the line was last week for BYU at home against TCU was the freest line of all time. I didn't understand the odds. I did get it okay, maybe BYU's looking ahead. Maybe BYU is completely focusing all their attention on Cincinnati. Sure, I got that argument, but I just thought no way a team from Texas is going to go to Provo and beat them, especially in November. And obviously that game wasn't close. It was a straight blowout. You could tell right from the beginning of that game the way Brigham Young was, implementing their game and running the ball up and down the field in Texas Christian, that TCU was not comparable to them. They weren't on the same playing field, honestly, as Brigham Young. And that should go to show BYU should be a playoff team. But again, Michigan can ruin that, so we'll see. Anyways, though, Texas Christian now gets a game against Houston. Inter-Texas matchup. TCU's already bowl eligible. They're 6-4. They'll end up in the Armed Forces Bowl. Hawaii Bowl? No, they can't get in the Hawaii Bowl. The Birmingham Bowl? Something like that. Birmingham's, I think, G5s. But regardless, they'll get in the Gasparilla or something. They'll be in a bowl game. But TCU, man, I mean, back-to-back bad losses, and bad losses in different ways. You get blown out one week by BYU. The other week, you should have beat Iowa State. You outgained Iowa State, and you still found a way to lose at home. Yeah, you're bowl eligible, but man, it's a rough end of their year. Don't forget the loss at K-State early in the season. I don't trust Texas Christian with anything right now, man. I don't really love Houston, but they did do us fairly well on Space Night in Orlando, Florida the other week against UCF. Friday night spot, come from behind victory for the Houston Cougars. How about Connor Wagman? Wagman throws 3 picks, doesn't matter. He keeps on slinging it. They beat Taven Jackson in UCF. Great victory for Houston. Connor Wagman in his junior year. Again, he has proven, like, if he wants the SEC, he can go back. But if I'm him, I'm staying at Houston. He's seen all the success at Houston. Connor Wagman's a guy who struggled at A&M some. I'd stay here. I know he didn't really see eye to eye with a lot of people at A&M, at least from what I've heard, right? Stay at Houston. Great spot for him. He'll be a senior quarterback next season at Houston. He'll find his way probably as a late-round draft pick the year after. I think Houston dominates Texas Christian. It comes down to yet TCU can score. Well, they haven't done it in the last 3 weeks. Underwhelming performances scoring-wise against WVU, Iowa State, and Brigham Young. Houston's defense isn't, elite, but another offense can score too. Ultimately, again, the name of the game is scoring as many points as possible. Houston's going to score more points than Texas Christian. I don't understand why the line's so close. Minus 125 doesn't really make sense to me. Again, check out our best bets on Friday for my favorite bets of the week. Pretty good chance this is on here. Give me Connor Wagman and the Houston Cougars at home to defeat the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Minus 125 for Houston at home. On now to our next game as we stick now in the Big 12 as we have the Central Florida Knights, or the UCF Knights, like we mentioned earlier, taking on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Two teams are coming off L's, obviously. UCF last week goes to Texas Tech. They go to Lubbock and lose 48-9. They let Jacob Rodriguez, get his Heisman moment where he, he scored a touchdown. Awesome, that quarterback. It's a quarterback award, even though last year literally went to a DB/receiver. I mean, again, I don't dislike Jacob Rodriguez. I think it's great that Rodriguez, he should be in the top 4. He should go to New York for the Heisman finale. He shouldn't win it, though. Are we seeing what Fernando Mendoza is doing at Indiana? If that's not the Heisman, who is? It's Mendoza's award. We all know it, okay? Anyways, though. And the fact that Mendoza's not getting that much time in the pocket right now, too. And he's still finding ways. Anyways, UCF versus OK State. UCF's still bowl eligible. They could get in. They're not going to beat BYU next week, so we can kind of throw that out. But they are still kind of playing for something after 3 consecutive losses to Baylor, Houston, and Texas Tech. They just ran their Texas gauntlet and lost every single one of those games. They now get Oklahoma State, who surprisingly played a competitive game against K-State. Now, it was not for a lack of poor play out of Oklahoma State. They turned the ball over 5 times, and yet we're still in a 1-score contest against the Kansas State Wildcats. Going to show where Kansas State is at, too. Obviously, right, OK State's tried 8 different quarterbacks this season. Zane Flores, they have stuck with. Sam Jackson does get some spots where he'll come in, but it's Zane Flores' team. He still has only 2 touchdowns and 6 interceptions this season, which is obviously not very good, but, it is what it is. That's what happens when your starting quarterback goes out in week number 1 against UT Martin, and then you proceed to go to Eugene the next week and lose 69-3. And it's here where, obviously, they fired Mike Grundy, changed a lot of things with Oklahoma State, and they're now a 1-9 program and are likely to finish 1-11. There's not many bright spots, unfortunately, that I can talk about Oklahoma State. Literally, there is no bright spot. I'm sorry. Their defense is playing a little bit better. I'll say that. Central Florida's at home. They're in Orlando. They should absolutely dominate the football game to the point where actually 13.5 is not enough points. OK State played a competitive game last week, but they were at home. Look at all the games they played on the road this season. 17-point loss at Kansas. 42-point loss in Lubbock. 30-plus point loss or 28-point loss at Arizona. At Oregon, they lost by 66 points. They've not been a competitive road team yet this season. And I understand Central Florida last week looked bad against Texas Tech, but honestly, who wouldn't look bad against Texas Tech? Texas Tech right now, again, I said it earlier, like if Ohio State loses to Michigan, which I think they're going to, the team that should replace them in the top 4 and get a bye is Texas Tech. It's stupid. Texas Tech's below Oregon, below Ole Miss, below Georgia. Texas Tech right now is the 4th ranked team in the country. They've lost 1 game all year long. They lost by 4 points at ASU, where, again, if you watch college football, you know how difficult it is to go to Tempe and win. That is Texas Tech's only loss all year long was at ASU with a backup quarterback. I thought it matters where your quarterback is, i.e. Jordan Travis. I thought it matters. Texas Tech lost with a backup quarterback on the road to a good ASU team when Sam Leavitt was still playing. Oh, hey, Dillingham says they have 2 NFL quarterbacks, but whatever. 2 Sunday quarterbacks. But why is that? I mean, that should not get punched against them. Why is Texas Tech not ranked higher than Oregon? Why are they not ranked higher than Ole Miss? Why are they ranked higher than Georgia? They should be the number one ranked one-loss team in the country, because that's exactly what they are. They're the best one-loss team in the entire country right now. But whatever, it's fine. Keep disrespecting the Big 12. But I better see Texas Tech get a bye if Ohio State loses. That's what should happen. Texas Tech should be the 4 seed, and Ohio State should be the 5. Anyways, and yes, they better jump Oregon and Ole Miss. That's ridiculous. Give me Tech this, or that's not about Tech. Give me UCF here, minus 13.5 points. OK State's awful, and again, we've detailed like OK State does not play well on the road. They don't really play well anywhere, but they are slightly better at home than they are in a road environment. So they're not going to be competitive this week in Orlando. I'm going to take UCF here at home, minus 13.5 points. Next up, we move on to a matchup in the Sun Belt. So again, we said we'd talk about Troy a little bit later, or a little bit earlier. We said we'd talk about Troy later in the video. Obviously, there is some stuff to play for here in the Sun Belt West, as Troy still controls does not control their destiny. They need help to get the Sun Belt Championship still. Talked about the injury to Braylon Braxton, the undisclosed injury to Braylon Braxton, that potentially Southern Miss could lose this week and still win next week and win the Sun Belt West, because, of course, their opponent is the Troy Trojans. So more, this is the follow-up, obviously. Troy is at home taking on Georgia State. Troy, I don't understand this team. This team was on fire earlier in the season. They won 5 consecutive games. They won back-to-back overtime thrillers against South Alabama, and it was, Texas State, I believe they beat. Was Texas State? Yeah, it was Texas State. It was Brad Jackson. They beat in overtime. They put up a bunch of points on Monroe and against the Raging Cajuns as well. And now they're coming off just a bad loss last week and an uncompetitive loss last week against Old Dominion, 33-0 on a Thursday night. Game's not close. It's an absolutely horrible L to take. And now you got to regroup and you got to take on Georgia State, a team that honestly, again, will not give them that much credit or not much concern. Tucker Kilcrease got injured in their game against ODU. But the thing is, I thought that, so I was thinking, I don't know, maybe, because when I was watching that game, they showed him on the sidelines. And they're like, oh, maybe they're just going to go with Goose Crowder, because Tucker Kilcrease hadn't been playing well the last couple weeks. Did not play well against Arkansas State, and Kilcrease did not play well. So I don't know if that was a benching or not. I don't think it is, but if it is, it's stupid. You better not go back to Goose Crowder. I don't know. But I assume Kilcrease, if he's healthy, is going to play. But will he play this week? Will he be healthy? That's the question. I don't know. Regardless, I think Goose Crowder can do enough to beat Georgia State. I hope. Georgia State's horrible. We've talked about Georgia State quite a bit. Obviously, a team that has a quarterback in Cameron Brown who, got hoisted up into the starting role. And then they said, you know what, Cameron Brown, we're going to go back to TJ Finley. I guess going back to TJ Finley, senior season, I sure, man. TJ Finley, who's been with 7 different collegiate programs, who has all the talent in the world, doesn't make the best use of his talent. And what I mean by that is, buddy literally stole a Ram truck over the off season, and got kicked off of the team at Tulane. Nice. They started him against Marshall. They started Finley prior to that against Coastal Carolina. Yikes, and more yikes is all I will say. Oh, he didn't start the Coastal game. It was Cameron Brown. But regardless, TJ Finley starting now. I believe it's Cameron Brown. I know there were some injuries problems for him early in the season. I don't think he's still injured though, right? From my understanding, I could be wrong on this, they're just starting TJ Finley now. I think. Okay, he might still be injured. I don't know, because again, there's not many reports on Georgia State football because nobody really gives a damn about Georgia State football. Last I'm seeing though, Cameron Brown made a big turn during the week, but they're still planning on playing Finley. Okay, I guess Cameron Brown is still injured because again, he got hurt in the Coastal game and they started Finley against Marshall. I just didn't know if Brown was back or not, and they're just going to go back to Finley for the rest of the season. Again, Cameron Brown's still a freshman. But anyways, apparently there's a report coming out of Georgia, or coming out of Atlanta, that Velix and Finley split reps in practice, and they gave this job to Finley instead. Sure. I mean, Velix was a starter at the very beginning of the year. Then obviously TJ Finley took it over. Velix is a senior who's trying to finish his career. Whatever, man. Georgia State's a mess. Again, you have a problem when you don't know who your quarterback is. And you have a problem, when TJ Finley's your quarterback. It might sound harsh, but that's the absolute truth. I'm going to take Troy at home, minus 11.5. Is Kokri's playing? Is Crowder playing? I don't know. There's so many injuries going on with these two teams. I'm just going to take Troy. Would I bet it? No. Again, Troy still has a chance in the Sun Belt if Southern Miss loses. I doubt that happens, but we shall see. We shall see. Give me Troy this week, minus 11.5 at home. Next up, we go on to a matchup and a battle in South Carolina. We take Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, or Conway, South Carolina, versus Columbia, South Carolina, as the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers go on the road to take on the South Carolina Gamecocks. At 1:15 on the SEC Network, I'm taking the Gamecocks to not cover against the Cocks, or the Chanticleers, sorry, the Roosters. I'm taking the Roosters plus 23.5. This is a brilliant matchup. I love the, two Rooster teams going at it here. A Gamecock's a Rooster, right? I think. I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, first ever matchup between these two schools. I could be wrong. They might have played years ago, back when Coastal was an FCS team, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they have never played. Anyways, though, I think so. Coastal versus South Carolina. Fun game. I think Coastal covers. I know Coastal last week lost to Georgia Southern, but what did they do? They scored 1 million points. Welcome back, Tad Hudson playing. Tad Hudson throws for 173 yards against Georgia Southern. Obviously, he was not starting the game. It was Samari Collier. In comes Tad Hudson. Hudson makes the best out of the opportunity off the bench, plays fairly well. Again, Georgia Southern wins the football game because J.C. French throws for 264 yards and O.J. Arnold runs for 267 yards. But Coastal is competitive. They fought, and obviously, yes, this is a team that's going to the postseason this year, going to a bowl game this year, where I wonder which bowl game they're going to end up in. The Myrtle Beach Bowl again, just like how if FAU is always in a bowl game, it's conveniently the Boca Raton Bowl. It'll probably be the Myrtle Beach Bowl for Coastal Carolina this season. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll send them to, I don't know, Birmingham, Alabama. Or, I don't know, maybe they can get sent to the Kier Bowl in Orlando, Florida on the CBS Sports Network. Coastal Carolina, though, versus South Carolina. I don't know who's starting at quarterback. It doesn't really matter to me. Samari Collier offers you a lot more through the run game. He's not a great passer of the football, but it's a dual threat guy. Tad Hudson offers you a lot in the pass game, obviously. That's where he's best at. And obviously that's what kept the Chants in the game last week against Georgia Southern. So we shall see. Again, either quarterback, I think, honestly, if South Carolina doesn't know who's starting this game, it actually makes it better for Coastal because you have two very different quarterbacks. Not like you can just prep for Collier and Hudson the same way. They both do very different things. Okay, Coastal's now taking on they're taking on South Carolina on the road, obviously coming off the Georgia Southern L. That's fine. South Carolina hasn't won a game in a million weeks. Now, they should have beat Texas A&M last week, and obviously their head coach, is pumping up the crowd going to halftime. They're at Kyle Field. South Carolina on the ESPN projector at one point in time gets up to a 97% chance to win the football game. Sorry, 98% is their high. 98% chance to win the football game after Marcel Reed did not convert a 3rd and 12 at midfield, and they got the ball back. They punted. Or no, it was an illegal substitution, wasn't there? Or something bad happened. There was a penalty, I think. Regardless, yeah, you were up 30-3 against Texas A&M, and you could have thrown the biggest wrench into the college football playoffs possible. It would have been the chaos scenario, but it would have been a fun chaos scenario because it's not like, oh, they have to put now, we have to put South Carolina in the playoffs. It would have been fun. Like, I would have been very curious to see who would have got in next. Instead, South Carolina blows it. You're not getting excited for a game at home against Coastal, man. I mean, you lose that game. You have, your team is just Lenora Sellers in all fairness, but you actually played an all-around very good football game in the first half. You say in the locker room, apparently, you tell them job's not finished. I guarantee you they were partying like it was 1985 in that locker room. I mean, they were probably, going batshit. Oh my God, we beat Texas A&M on the road. And they come out in the second half and don't score again. Oh, it gets 28 unanswered points. It doesn't get worse than that. Holy crap. Yeah, you're not getting excited for this game. You're not. Like, you're not going to get up in the morning to go play, great, we got to play Coastal Carolina this week. Like, yeah, the Gamecocks will win. They are not excited at all. It's not even like it's their last home game. They get Clemson next week. That's the rivalry game. They care more about that than they do Coastal. They don't give a damn about this football game. Coastal's going to punch them in the mouth. They're not going to win, but Coastal's going to cover. I feel very confidently about that. Coastal Carolina plus 23.5 on the road. Next up, we go to maybe the least exciting football game of the week. Texas State takes on UL Monroe. That's no disrespect to Texas State. That is all the disrespect in the world to UL Monroe. No, I'm kidding. Like, I don't dislike UL Monroe. They're just bad at football. Aiden Armetta, man. God bless him for trying. I'll say that. Aiden Armetta, if I can guarantee you one thing out of Aiden Armetta, is that he's going to walk on the field every Saturday and he's going to give it his all. Now, will he win? Probably not, but he'll try. So, good on Aiden Armetta for giving it a go, man. sophomore quarterback, started last year at ULM. I can't imagine they're going to go through year 3 of Aiden Armetta, but maybe they do. I feel like Aiden Armetta is going to be playing somewhere, I don't know, like in the OVC next season. I don't know. The Patriot League, maybe he'll be playing. The Horizon League, I don't know. I don't think he'll be at the FBS level. He'll definitely be at the FCS level if he wants to start. He can obviously be a backup for as long as he wants at ULM. Aiden Armetta, just honestly, he's not a very good quarterback. And yes, it's not all his fault. There's not many weapons around him. Their best all-around player, I think, right now is Zach Palmer-Smith. Not much room for him to run. Only had 6 carries for 15 yards last week, but he feels like their best all-around playmaker to me when I watch the few ULM games I watch live. They're taking on Texas State this week. If I can tell you anything about Texas State, is that they score. A lot of the times they can't win those shootouts, and this is a fun team. I was really impressed by them early in the season when they went to the Alamo Dome and put up 43 points and beat UTSA. Like I think quite highly of Texas State. I think quite highly of Brad Jackson. He's only a freshman quarterback. This is a guy who's going to play one more year at Texas State next season, and then he's going to go to the Power 4 and he's going to make a lot of money somewhere. I can guarantee you that. Trust me, Brad Jackson's really talented. Texas State's going to be able to score about 35 points this week. UL Monroe, I know, again, they have a decent defense. They held South Alabama to 26. They held ODU to 31. Coastal to 23. Sure, Texas State's going to put it on them, though. Brad Jackson's not afraid to take chances downfield. They've got a good running game as well. Lincoln Parr is having a pretty good season. Senior running back at Germantown, Tennessee, has over 800 yards of the season. Started at Arkansas State, now here at Texas State. I think Texas State completely puts it on them. Games at Texas State, too. And Texas State has a legitimate path to bowl season. Like, they can taste the bowl season, and they can taste the New Mexico Bowl. Is the New Mexico Bowl still a thing? I think it is. Maybe, is it not? It has to be. Whatever. They can taste the Sun... No, they definitely not get the Sun Bowl. Hell no. They can taste the New Orleans Bowl. There you go. Like, the New Orleans Bowl is in their grasp. You play UL Monroe this week, then you play South Alabama. It's right there. Like, Texas State, again, I'd actually be shocked if they don't get into a bowl game. They are a big favorite this week, and they will be a big favorite next week against that lowly South Alabama Jaguars squad. And that's good. I like watching Brad Jackson play. I want to see Brad Jackson in a bowl game because then he gets national media attention, and then, okay, we'll start turning for potentially 2 years. Brad Jackson's a quarterback at the Power 4 level. One of these Group of 5 quarterbacks I just really like, it's Brad Jackson. He's a very talented guy, and he's still, 19 years old, 20 years old, probably 19. Yeah, give me Texas State here at home. I think they win the football game, and I believe they cover the 18.5 points as well. This should be a dominant victory over Aiden Armetta and the offense-less ULM Warhawks. On to our next game, and we go to the Atlantic Coast Conference. Georgia Tech takes on Pittsburgh. Pat Narduzzi, man, what a guy. Yeah, I don't really care about the Notre Dame game. We could lose by 100 points for all I care. Really, dude? Really? And obviously, Freeman gives him the cold shoulder at the end of the game. Is what it is. You should not have said what he said. Why did you say we could lose by 100 points and I wouldn't really care? Because that's what I won the ACC. Fair, but here's now what you did, Narduzzi. You now have to tell your team, okay, well, you tried to score at the end of the game in a game that you said you didn't care about. You called timeout 5 seconds left and scored. Good on you. You get your 15 points. But still, now you got to tell your team, okay, we got to retool, we got to rethink, we got to refocus for a game at Georgia Tech, and then we get Miami the week after. I mean, this is your gauntlet to make the playoffs. And yes, Pitt's actually alive in the playoff race. They are. They're not out of it yet. If they win out, they will get in the playoffs. Because if they beat Georgia Tech, they might need help. Because SMU might get... No, they'll get in over SMU. They beat Tech, they beat Miami, they get in the playoffs. And they win the ACC title game against Virginia, they would get in. But it's so hard to get your team motivated now after you already told them their last game literally didn't matter. Where, again, you have players who are working their ass off to play Notre Dame on game day. And you, again, throw for 100 yards of passing offense and you don't get anything going. It was an embarrassing performance all around for Pittsburgh, but the embarrassment started over the week when Narduzzi made those comments. And now Georgia Tech, they looked horrible against Boston College. And I've been on the record saying, I think Georgia Tech is fraudulent as hell. I'm not going to deny it I'm not going to deny it now. I've always said it the entire season. This is a fraudulent team. I completely believe that. They're going to beat Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh has nothing for this run game, man. They have nothing for it. Tech's at home. Tech can taste the playoffs. Georgia Tech controls their own ACC destiny. If they beat Pittsburgh, the Georgia game next week, as much as you want to win it, and if you win it, then you kind of actually ensure, okay, actually there's stakes for Georgia Tech next week, but As long as you win your next 2 ACC games, you're in the playoffs. Georgia Tech, actually, though, if they win this week, next week they can ensure they get into the playoffs regardless if they beat Georgia, because then they could lose the ACC title game and still get in the playoffs. What's going to happen when they play Georgia? When they play Georgia, they're going to lose by 18 points, 25 points. They lose by a bunch of points. But still, that's a big game for them where you can ensure, okay, we don't even have to win the ACC now and we're in the playoffs. Regardless, we get Georgia Tech taking on Pittsburgh this week. Pittsburgh's not ready for this. Okay, I watched Pittsburgh get shredded last week, and yes, is Notre Dame a top 8 team in the country? They are. Skill-wise, player-wise, just all-around-wise, yes, they are a top 8 team in all of college football. They're a really good team that's going to win a playoff game, I think. We'll see. Even on the road, I think they might have a very good chance of going on the road and beating, Oklahoma. Seriously, I think Notre Dame can go to Oklahoma and win. We shall see. But I don't think Pitt can beat Georgia Tech. I really don't think so. Yes, Georgia Tech's defense looked horrible in the first half. They locked in when they needed to in the fourth, though. They outscored BC 19-6 in the fourth quarter and ultimately kicked a game-winning field goal with 11 seconds left. Why they kicked it with 11 seconds and not 3 seconds? I don't know. You almost gave BC one last chance. But Georgia Tech found a way to win. You were in big trouble going to the fourth quarter. You were down by 11 points going to the fourth quarter. You could feel to make it 8, but you get all the stops when you needed to. Sure, Turbo Richard had a big run, but then Georgia Tech worked the ball down the field at the end of the game and ended up winning it. So you got to give them credit. They fought. And yes, they fought against a 1-10 team, but the name of the game is win and advance. And that's what Georgia Tech did. They are going to beat Pittsburgh. Games at Georgia Tech. It's in Atlanta. This crowd's bumping. This is the biggest game those fans are going to see all year long. It is. By far, the biggest game they're going to see, because next week they play Georgia, but it's in Atlanta. It's at the Falcon Stadium. It's going to be filled with Bulldogs fans. So this is a game on campus. Haynes King and the guys. Yeah, it's a difficult game for Virginia. Or not Virginia, Pittsburgh. Virginia beats Georgia Tech, by the way. Virginia's going to win the ACC. I have full confidence in that right now. Because I didn't think it was possible, because Chandler Morris came out of nowhere. He's the Undertaker. Now, I'm taking Georgia Tech this week to dominate Pittsburgh. I get it, Heichnell's good, but man, they looked horrible last week, and I have zero trust in Narduzzi now, man. I have absolutely zero trust in that guy. Give me Georgia Tech. Next up, we move on to a Big Ten matchup. Penn State, still very alive in terms of making a bowl game. I know it's not what they wanted to hear at the beginning of the season. You win your next 2 games, and you're going to find yourself in the Fenway Bowl. All right. But that's ultimately where they are. Penn State wins their next 2 games, they are in a bowl game, and maybe they can recoup some of their losses in the recruiting class. Never mind, all those guys go to Indiana. It's actually happening. Indiana got one of their big receivers. It's awesome. Penn State, though, is in a very good spot to win the next 2 games and go to a Fenway Bowl or go to a Independence Bowl. They're probably going to get into something. They beat Michigan State last week in East Lansing, and now they get Nebraska. A Nebraska team that is also without their starting quarterback. Obviously, Drew Aller out for Penn State, Dylan Raiola out for Nebraska. And hey, TJ Lateef played a really good game 2 weeks ago against UCLA. Lateef played pretty well. He couldn't have asked for a better performance. 13 for 15 throwing the football, 205 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, that was a really good game he played. And obviously, Nebraska's been built on that run game all year long, and that's what Emmett Johnson gives them. Emmett Johnson, over 1,100 yards this season. He's been phenomenal. He runs for 100 yards pretty much in every single game that he plays. Am I crazy for saying Penn State looks like they're kind of back right now? Obviously, they don't have nearly the offensive firepower because there's no threat throwing the football. Now, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of, talk about, Drew Aller can't throw the ball all year long, and that was very valid at times. Drew Aller struggled to throw the ball multiple times this season, many games this season, but still, you much rather have Aller than Grunkmeyer. But the run game, man, Katron Allen, Singleton, they're running the ball really effectively. And I think that Indiana game, even in a loss, the fact that they played that game that close, I thought Michigan State was going to be competitive last week. They weren't. But I have to flip my stance on it now. That game against Indiana, I think, gave those guys a lot of confidence. We can play the number 2 team in the country that close. We can play anybody in the country that close. And we can beat any team in the country now. And that's the confidence that they have. Penn State, guys, this is my argument that goes with Penn State. They're not, this is way better than a 4-6 football team. All the talent on Penn State, man, they're going to get into a bowl game. And they're going to make them play a crappy ACC team in the Fenway Bowl, and they're going to win by 40 points. They're going to play the worst bowl-eligible ACC team, which is probably going to be Cal, and Penn State's going to beat Cal by 40. Cal's not going to score once. I'm telling you, I can see it now. California versus Penn State in the Fenway Bowl, and Penn State's going to win the game by 45 points. Seriously, that's going to happen. Anyways, Penn State's just got to stop Emmett Johnson. That's the big factor. I think Penn State can score right now. I think their run game's looking decent. Grunkmeyer is not great, but he's making better plays, and obviously he's way more comfortable in the pocket and way more comfortable, just playing now. Obviously, they said way more experience. For a team that lost 6 games in a row, they looked really good against Michigan State, looked really good against Indiana. They're going to beat Nebraska. Now, would I play 9.5 points for Penn State? No, not at all. Definitely not. Sure, games at Penn State. It's a night game at Penn State. Are they doing a whiteout this week? I highly doubt it. I'll look this up. I doubt it because, they're 4-6. No, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't think it's a whiteout. But it's a game at Penn State. You can buy a ticket for $8 for this one. But it's a game at Penn State. It's a night game at Penn State. It's going to be a tough environment to play in front of, especially for Lateef, who, sure, made his first career start at UCLA in front of no people. Yeah, try going to Penn State and starting a football game. Yeah, that's going to be dangerous. Against this defense that just completely shut down Malikovic and Michigan State, all over Penn State in the spot. They will cover 9.5 and they will win. Run game is going to be too much for Penn State, for Nebraska's defense, and I do believe Emmett Johnson gets shut down on the other side. I'm taking Penn State to win and cover the spread of 9.5. Would I bet it? Absolutely not. Don't put that much faith into a 4-6 football team. We'll put faith into this football team once they make a bowl game, and they're going to absolutely demolish who they play at 6-6. And sure, they'll win next week too when they play Rutgers. Oh my goodness, I have Rutgers in the graphic. Oh my goodness, I apologize so much. That's the second. I did it twice today. Holy crap. That's really bad. That should be Nebraska. Oh my goodness. If you're watching 3.5 hours in and watching the Penn State breakdown, I really appreciate you. But oh my goodness, that's really bad. Wow. I don't know why I messed up and put Rutgers there. Because I was like looking at the graphic, like, what? Yeah, it's Nebraska, not Rutgers. But Penn State's going to dominate. That's really bad on my part. I really apologize for that. I need to be better than that on graphics. Anyways, on to our next game. Penn State still dominates Nebraska. I did it twice in the same video. That's insane. Anyways, I haven't done it all year long. I did it twice in the same video. Regardless, Air Force taking on New Mexico now in our next game from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm going to go with New Mexico on the road. Guys, we talked about it earlier. The turnaround for the New Mexico Lobos this season is absurd. They had so much talent last year, and they couldn't put it together. They were a 5-7 team. I remember they were fighting for their bowl lives in Hawaii at the end of the year, and they couldn't come through. I just wanted to see that team play one more game with that core, even though they all would have transferred out anyway. But I wanted the national attention on New Mexico. They're getting a bowl game this year. They're 7-3, and they're not out of it yet for the Mountain West Championship game. I don't know how the Mountain West is going to do it. And again, I did predict earlier in the video that Hawaii is going to beat San Diego State. So that changes some things. That would put now a huge lockup for 2 losses in the Mountain West. San Diego State would have 2 losses, Fresno State would have 2 losses, Boise State would have 2 losses, New Mexico would have 2 losses, and UNLV and Hawaii would all have 6 losses. You have 6 teams with the same Mountain West record. I don't know what they would do then. Obviously, some of these teams are going to play each other in the last week of the season. That will sort itself out. Like New Mexico plays San Diego State. Who does Hawaii play? Hawaii plays, they play a bad team, Wyoming. Boise's playing Utah State. It's really not going to sort itself out. You're just going to eliminate one of New Mexico and San Diego State, so you just have a 5-way tie. I don't know how they're going to do it. We shall see. Anyways, New Mexico should beat up an Air Force this week. Yes, Air Force is a difficult team, but now, guys, I can't put as much into Air Force victory over San Jose State as I did, when it actually happened. When Air Force beat San Jose State, I was, shocked. Really was. It's like, wow, what a victory for that team. They go on the road and beat San Jose State. They shut down that offense with Walker again and Danny Scudero. Yeah, what happened next week to San Jose State? They couldn't score at all. So I don't really put too much into it now for Air Force. I still think they're a good team. We've picked Air Force quite a bit this season. I really like Liam Zarka. Liam Zarka, a very young quarterback, and obviously an Air Force quarterback. He should get the 1,000 this season as a sophomore. He'll be the starter for the next 2 years for Air Force, and he's going to be big time and continue to be big time for the Falcons. I truly believe that. However, Air Force, I think, their offense has been very limited over the last couple of weeks. We saw their big offensive nights against, to start the year, they scored 40-plus points or 30-plus points in their first 6 games. And then recently they've struggled to score, and it's been their defense that's been winning them contests. Wyoming, San Jose State, they're competitive against Army and UConn because of what they do defensively. It's not really how Air Force wants to win, and that's not how they're going to win. Especially against a New Mexico team that, again, completely finds ways to do it. It's a New Mexico team that just beat Colorado by 3 points. Is that an impressive win in Albuquerque against Colorado State? No, but you get it done. They were up by 10, at the end of the fourth quarter, but still, Colorado State scores a garbage time touchdown. It's a team that finds ways to win, though. And the fact that the odds are this close on it is kind of absurd to me. I get it, Air Force, different stylistical matchup. You're not going to see a style like Air Force because they're just different because of what they do. But I don't think New Mexico loses this game. I really don't think so. I've watched Jack Lane play this entire year. Yes, he makes some mistakes with the football. I get it. He throws some bad balls at times. Lane's a winner, though, man. He makes all the moves. When you need him to scramble, he scrambles. When you need him to step up in the pocket, he does. He's an all-around good quarterback, especially for his lack of experience at the FBS level. From Idaho, going straight to UNM, he'll be a senior starter next season at New Mexico, and I think they're going to have a good chance next year in the Mountain West. To win it, I don't know, but they'll have chances. I'm taking New Mexico here to beat Air Force. I don't think Air Force is on their level at all. Air Force is a 3-7 team. Jack Lane, New Mexico is a 7-3 team. So I'm going to go with the Lobos here on the road to beat Air Force. I get it. They just played a competitive game against Colorado State. I don't think they go to Air Force and lose this one, especially with a potential chance at the Mountain West Championship on the line. Give me New Mexico to win the football game at -125. Next up, we go on to another Mountain West game. Here are the Boise State Broncos as they take on Colorado State this week. Boise, believe it or not, is still alive in the Mountain West title picture. Again, I don't know who they're going to put in. If I had to guess, because it's going to be a 5-way tie, and obviously you can't do head-to-head. You got to do the highest-ranked team. That highest-ranked team is probably going to be UNLV. Unless they lose to Hawaii. I don't know. Anyways, we shall see. Did I say earlier that Hawaii was going to beat San Diego State? That is completely my fault. San Diego State's going to stay there. It's just going to be the big tie for... I meant UNLV. That's going to make the big tie. Yes, that's bad. I screwed that up again. Regardless, I'm recording this at 3 in the morning. Yikes. Anyways, that's my fault. San Diego State, again, I think, we'll talk about them at the end of the video. Hawaii's going to upset UNLV, which then will start the 4-way tie, so who gets to play San Diego State. I butchered that earlier. My apologies on that. Anyways, though, Hawaii, it will create for a 4-way tie between Hawaii, New Mexico, Boise, and Fresno. Who will get in? It probably is either Hawaii or Fresno at that point. I think it probably have to be, if Fresno keeps winning, it's going to be Fresno, I think. Well, we shall see. Anyways, Boise State versus Colorado State. I'm taking Boise. I'm taking Boise to win. I'm taking Boise to cover. Colorado State played a competitive game. They're starting Denzel Curry at quarterback right now. Again, he was not the optimal option for them in the offseason or just in general. They're still playing Jackson Brissau some, but it's pretty much Darius Curry's squad at this point. That's fine. They wanted to start Braden Fowler and Nicolosi to start the season. Nicolosi obviously transfers out or leaves. He's not preparing for the NFL draft like DeQuan Finn. He just straight up says, all right, I'm not playing here next season, so I'm going to leave halfway through the year. That's fine. Colorado State's a 2-8 football team. Somehow they beat Fresno State, which, again, you talked about these losses for all of these teams in the mid-majors, right? Talk about losses for teams like, Southern Miss or teams like, Tulane. Like, they just didn't lose Western Kentucky. They just didn't lose this one game. They'd be in a really good spot for the postseason. The same thing can be said about Fresno. How do they lose to Colorado State? I don't know. Colorado State's won one game against an FBS team all year long, and that's when E.J. Warner and Fresno walked into Colorado and lost. The Rams since then have done nothing but lose. Losing to Hawaii, losing to Wyoming, losing to UNLV, and now losing to New Mexico on the road. They don't stand a chance against Boise State. Now, what's happening to Maddox Madsen and the offense for Boise? Well, obviously, Maddox Madsen has been injured. We saw it last week. Backup quarterback for Boise State, former walk-on quarterback, was not good last week. They could not score against San Diego State. I don't know if Madsen's back this week. I'm not sure. We shall see. But if he's not, they are in a little bit of trouble against Colorado State, at least offensively, but I think the run game will make it up. Obviously, you've got some really good backs at Boise with Dylan Riley, with Sire Gaines, with Malik Sherrod, the former Fresno State back. They've got enough running backs. Like, they can beat a team like Colorado State without Maddox Madsen. I don't know, again, what is Madsen's status. It is unknown. I've looked. I don't know. There's been nothing on him. Other than he just didn't play, obviously, against the Aztecs. If Madsen doesn't play next week, though, at Utah State, they don't beat the Aggies. Boise does not go to Logan and beat Utah State. Hell no. They will beat Colorado State this week, though, because they can do it even without a quarterback. So, right, no Maddox Madsen. That means the former walk-on. That is Max Cutforth, sophomore quarterback, again, walked on. I believe he's played his way to a scholarship, obviously being the backup now. But you might get a very bad, low-scoring football game if there's no Maddox Madsen, which I don't think there's going to be. Ultimately, though, the Boise State defense is good enough. Like, they did hold San Diego State to 17. I get it. SDSU's offense is very sus at times. I mean, they are just a straight power run team with Lucky Sutton and Jaden Denegal. Yeah, go throw for 17 yards a game, pal. What? I don't think Colorado State's going to be able to move the ball that much. Again, Max Cutforth is not a needle mover, just like Fresno State starting quarterback right now. More on him in a little bit. My goodness, what are they doing at Fresno? I don't know, but they're still winning, so I guess. I'm taking Boise State here to beat up on Colorado State. Ultimately, it comes down to the fact that I don't think Colorado State can score many points. Boise's got a good enough secondary. Darius Curry's going to take his shots, and he usually gets picked off. Got picked off 3 times last week in Albuquerque against New Mexico because he takes ill-advised shots, and I don't think it's going to really work this week against Boise. I'm going with the Boise State Broncos on the Smurf turf. It's a hostile environment. I don't care what their record is. Minus 16.5 for the Boise State Broncos at home against the Colorado State Rams. On to our next game as we move to the SEC. Going to Gainesville, Florida for the Florida Gators and the Tennessee Volunteers. I'm going to take Tennessee minus 3.5. Tennessee has no shot at the playoffs, like absolutely no shot. I know they're ranked like in the 20s or the high 20s, the low 20s, but they're out of it. They have a game against Vandy coming up, but there's absolutely no shot Tennessee can get into the playoffs. How can I interest you guys in the Outback Steakhouse or the Outback Bowl? Or that's not a thing anymore. Was it ReliaQuest Bowl now? Yeah. How can I interest you in the ReliaQuest Bowl over in Tampa, Florida? Or the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. Get ready to bring out the AEW belt if you win, right? Tennessee, they're a good team. They're not a great team. And they screwed themselves by not finishing a game against Oklahoma, not finishing a game against Georgia, and that's what you get. I like Tennessee, but it's absolutely brutal what has happened to them this season. They're going to beat Florida. I don't know why the line's only 3.5. Oh, they're going to the swamp. Oh, Gainesville. Florida's year's over, man. They don't care anymore. They're a 3-7 football team, right? They played Ole Miss last week. Big opportunity on the road, try to ruin Ole Miss's season, and they played somewhat competitively, but lost by 10 points. Run game's not very good with Jaden Baugh. Recently, Baugh had a really good start to the season. They are struggling to move the football now on the ground. DJ Lagway has just struggled straight up. To the point where, he's still starting. We thought, maybe they were going to bench him. Maybe he wasn't going to make the start against Ole Miss. They start him against Ole Miss. He goes 16 for 31 passing for 1 touchdown and 1 interception and 218 yards. I assume he's going to get the start this week against Tennessee. I can't tell you I'm confident at all watching DJ Lagway play football. I don't think he is a starter next year at Florida. I know, again, he had all of the hype around him. I have to assume the Gators are going to move on next year from Lagway. I don't think they can put up with another year of this. And the lack of care with the football and just the poor decision-making and really a regression from freshman to sophomore season for him. Florida, this game comes down to this. I mean, I know Florida plays decent defense at times. They can play decent defense. They're not going to be able to keep up with Tennessee. Straight up. They will not be able to keep up with what Tennessee does. Florida last 2 weeks ago, guys, went to Kroger Field and went to Kentucky and lost the game by 31 points to the Kentucky Wildcats. Why are they 3.5-point dogs against Tennessee? Oh, Tennessee, what? They lost to Oklahoma? Okay. I mean, come on now. This is ridiculous. Tennessee, when they went to Kentucky, scored 56 points. And yeah, gave up 34 in their own right, but I can't rely on Florida's offense for anything. Florida's offense is not good. I'm taking Tennessee here to dominate. I'm absolutely taking Tennessee to dominate. Shout out to Joey Aguilar, right? Comes from the G5, comes from App State, goes to Tennessee out of nowhere. He has to replace Nico this season. Does a good job. Obviously, he doesn't end in a playoff spot. Joey Aguilar is going to find himself on a roster next year in the NFL, probably in a practice squad capacity. But it'll be like a Sam Hartman type in the NFL where he just hangs around practice squads and collects checks every single month just to hang around at practice and be a scout team player. It's a good job to have, man, and really good for. I'm happy for Joey Aguilar. He went from Sun Belt to this, and he gets one more big game here on the road. Obviously, they return home next week for a massive game, obviously against the Vanderbilt Commodores, which some may argue, can get Tennessee back in. No shot. I don't care. Vandy's not that good. But Tennessee should beat Florida. I don't trust in anything Lagway does. The Florida offense is just utterly atrocious. Their best chance to kind of revive their season was their game against Georgia. Lost it by 4 points. Was competitive. Ended up losing it. And really, it's unfortunate. This is how I feel about Florida and Lagway. But I don't think you can be a competitive football team with DJ Lagway at quarterback anymore. I think DJ Lagway, he's going to start somewhere else in the Power 6, Power 5 next year. Power 4, sorry. Where? I don't know. Legitimately, I look at top teams in college football, or I guess not top teams, but, Power 4 schools who need a quarterback next season. Which team is jumping at the bit to go get DJ Lagway next year? I don't know. Florida State? I think would be interested. Castellanos is a senior, right? Yeah. Florida State. West Virginia's getting Marshall back. Kansas. I'm just like, I think he'll be the starting quarterback next year of the Kansas Jayhawks. Someone's going to take a chance, but I just don't know. He has talent. Not the guy for Florida. Not the guy for the SEC. Next up, we move on to a matchup in the Big Ten. The Illinois Fighting Illini go on the road to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Wisconsin Badgers. Here for my weekly spiel about the Illinois Fighting Illini. Teams only lost 3 games all year long. They lost to Indiana, Ohio State, and Washington. Goes to show just how good the Big Ten is. This team is like the 8th best team in the Big Ten, and their only losses are to the straight elite squads. Oh, by the way, Wisconsin's beaten Washington this season as well. It's what happens in the Big Ten, man. Anybody can beat anybody. The Badgers coming off a loss last week in Bloomington. Competitive game going into halftime, 7-7 score. And then the Hoosiers end up winning. Obviously, I'm not going to talk much about Indiana. I'll save it next week for the old Oak and Bucket game. But Mendoza, man, 22 for 24 passing, 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. Oh, my goodness. Give him the Heisman. It's absurd stuff. Give that guy the Heisman Trophy. How about Charlie Becker, too? Charlie Becker, absurd stuff. I see a lot of people typing and tweeting, where's this Charlie Becker guy didn't exist a couple weeks ago. I mean, should have known. One of the first Signetti recruiting guys they brought in, Charlie Becker. Dude's a monster. He's, 6'4"? 6'4", 204, and he's fast as hell. He's going to be the number 1 receiver in college football next season. I'm so serious. Anyways, though, Wisconsin plays a competitive first half. Obviously, Mendoza runs away from them, and the Hoosiers run away from them in the second half, scoring 24 unanswered. The Badgers had their 4th and short touchdown. They hit over the top, Carter Smith to Lance Mason. Good on you guys. Scored 1. Indiana salvaged that final drive of the half to go into halftime winning, and then obviously second half happened. It was complete domination from the Hoosiers. Anyways, Wisconsin's back. They won their big game against Washington. Now they got to come home to take on Illinois for their final home game of the season. So like we saw in the Indiana game, right, it was Carter Smith at quarterback. They fooled us. They tricked us, right? We didn't know if it was going to be Carter Smith. We didn't know if it was going to be Hunter Simmons. We didn't know if it was going to be Danny O'Neal. And here he comes. It's Carter Smith at quarterback. After they had a game against Washington where their punter led them in passing yards. They still can't throw the ball that well. Obviously, Indiana's got the best defense in the country, but they couldn't, the Wisconsin offense couldn't do anything the entire game. They hit that 1 touchdown where they had a blown coverage downfield. Great. Really, if you clean up that 1 mistake, Wisconsin doesn't score the entire game. So, I guess they're starting Carter Smith, their 4th starting quarterback of the season, freshman out of Fort Myers, Florida. Maybe they're trying to find their guy for next season. I don't know. Sucks for Billy Edwards, who was supposed to start all year long for them, but got injured in week 1. And I guess Danny O'Neal, back to the portal you go. You're not the guy anymore here at all. Indiana dominates this team. I think Illinois should too. I think this game is going to be somewhat competitive, though. I think it's an Illinois 10-point victory, 14-point victory. It's just Illinois beats these bad teams. They do. And that's, this is a team that was ranked, 7th in the country at one point in time. When they went to Bloomington, they were top 8 in the country. And obviously that affected their season. Guys, Illinois beat USC this season. And they have gone on the road to bad Big Ten schools and beaten them so far this year. Well, 1, Purdue, beat them 43-27. We need a very similar type game tonight or on Saturday. We need Illinois to just kind of put it on Wisconsin. The Badgers' offense is so bad. And we've seen it over the last couple weeks. The Washington game, their offense doesn't do anything. It's the lack of offense from Washington, the defensive presence Wisconsin has, that wins the Badgers the game against UW. Indiana, they can't score. They can't move the ball with the exception of 1, 4th and 1 bite play over the top. It's a horrible offense. Nothing against Carter Smith, but I don't think Carter Smith really fixes anything. And I think all 4 of the quarterbacks would struggle with this offense right now. Illinois should dominate off the mere fact that I don't think the Badgers can score. And really, we only need, I think the Badgers score maybe 7 points. Illinois scores 21, we're fine. Illinois scores, 20 points, we're good. Kind of how I feel about this one. Illinois scores 17 points, we win. Give me the Fighting Illini on the road to win and cover against the Wisconsin Badgers. Next up, we go to the Battle of the Axe. It's the Axe game in Stanford, California, as the Stanford Cardinal host the California Golden Bears. Why is the cheapest ticket $162 for this game? I know the Axe games are usually high. It's never this high. I have not seen Axe tickets that high since legitimately when I went to the Axe game when Andrew Luck was the quarterback of Stanford. That's kind of crazy. Or when McCaffrey played. But even then, Axe tickets were not that bad when McCaffrey was there. Well, obviously when Luck was there, they were the top 3 team in the country, but that's insane. $162 to get into Stanford Stadium? Absurd. Cal's going to dominate. Cal's going to dominate Stanford. It's the rivalry game, obviously. Battle of the Axe. For years in the Stanford peak era of the Andrew Luck days, Ty Montgomery, Toby Gerhardt before them, obviously, and then Christian McCaffrey, and then going into the Bryce Love era, Stanford had dominated the Axe. They had the Axe pretty much every single year. I mean, hell, it is technically the Stanford Axe, right? That is the name of the Axe. Recently, though, California has taken it over, right? California has gone out and won the Axe now in multiple seasons. Last year, I mean, what a victory last year for the Cal Golden Bears. 98 yards with my boys. Fernando Mendoza, 98 yards. 98 yards with my boys. It was a band of brothers. This is why we did the camping trip. This is why we stayed and watched film till 9 o'clock at night. I have that speech engraved in my head. It was great. The emotional speech from Fernando Mendoza. But California has now won the Axe in 4 straight years. 2021, 41-11 in the big game. 27-20, Cal got the victory over Stanford in Berkeley. 27-15 in 2023. 24-21 last year, again, Mendoza game-winning drive, 98 yards. Stanford hasn't won it since 2020. That was the pandemic year. Nobody was in the crowd for that game in 2020 over at Berkeley. It's been a while. Stanford obviously went on their big run where they won it. It was like 9 years in a row. And again, that's like the peak Stanford. That's actually, I think, that's the end of the Gerhardt era. That's like end of Gerhardt into Montgomery / Luck and into, the Kevin Hogan days, obviously with McCaffrey, Bryce Love, and then, KJ Costello. That's that time period right there. Actually, they lost in 19 to Cal, didn't they? They did. Anyways, 18 Stanford was really good. Or 17 and 18 Stanford was good. Regardless, the Axe hasn't really gone, Stanford's way. It hasn't gone Stanford's way in a while. It hasn't. Fun fact, by the way, by the Axe. When Cal dropped football in like the 1940s, in the early 1900s, not 1940s, like the 1910s, Stanford actually played the Axe game against Santa Clara University. Just want to put that out there. That's an interesting tidbit right there, because Cal dropped football. Regardless, it is Stanford's Axe, but it's Stanford's Axe that just resides with California. And it's going to continue to reside with California. I don't think, again, that Cal is some powerhouse. I don't think they're going to continue to just straight up, dominate Stanford every single year or just like out-recruit Stanford. But I don't like what Stanford's got going on a yearly basis. I don't like what they got going on right now. I guess, making the adjustment to Elijah Brown's huge. I think Elijah Brown's much better than Branson, and Elijah Brown played all right at North Carolina. They came back from behind. They were down pretty big, and obviously they scored 2 garbage time touchdowns to kind of make the score look better and cover. I think California's going to dominate this game. Again, I believe this going to be a primary Cal crowd. Cal has a better fan base than Stanford does. It's the truth. Stanford doesn't have fans. Go to a Stanford football game. Go to a Stanford basketball game. It is primarily opposing fans going. And it's either opposing fans or high school students who actually go to Stanford. Trust me, I did the same thing when I was in high school. We'd go to Stanford games, and we'd be more of high school kids there than there were actual Stanford students, right? Because Stanford students actually don't care about football. They don't. Don't get me started about Stanford students. I have nothing against Stanford University, but like, it's a thing. It's a stereotype about Stanford kids. They're like, they're snobby as hell. Anyways, same with Cal. They're just weirdos at Cal, though. So I don't know. Regardless, were they living in trees at Cal at one point in time? Anyways, I'm going with the woke agenda here. That's both schools. No, I'm going with Cal. Give me California to win. I just looked on the Wikipedia page. What is the Cal Big Game Bonfire Rally? Like, this looks like, I'm serious. Look up Cal Big Game Bonfire Rally. This looks like I'll show you guys right now. This looks like a secret society meeting. What's the right word? This looks like an Illuminati thing. What are they? They're burning down a building? Is this not crazy to you guys? What is this? They actually do this? I guess they haven't done it since maybe they haven't done it since 2012. That's real? What? Anyways, not this game. Not that game either. Yeah, I'm taking California, guys. Give me a Jaron Kawe Sagapulete. Again, the big game once upon a time actually meant a lot to me because I'd go every single year. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I went to Indiana University. No, I don't have any association with Stanford anymore, and obviously Stanford is just, it's hard to root for Stanford because of how pitiful they are. And I get it. Andrew Luck's trying to change it, trying to change the culture. California's a way better team this season with Jaron Kawe Sagapulete. I know, again, JKS has not been the best this season. They're much better than Stanford. This team, by the way, just went to Louisville and won an overtime game. Yeah. California is going to go on the run, beat up on the Stanford Cardinal. I'm very shocked it's only at minus 135. Absolutely give me California to go to Stanford and retain the axe for the 5th consecutive season. That's embarrassing, man. It really is. As a childhood Stanford Cardinal fan, that's embarrassing. I don't think I've ever talked about that. Next up, we move on to the American Conference. We go to the Rice Owls at home in Houston, Texas, hosting the North Texas Mean Green. I'm going to go with Rice here to not cover. I'm taking North Texas to dominate. North Texas has a mission in mind. That's obviously the playoffs. And I've talked about, again, their main contenders for the postseason. It is the rest of the teams in the American, and that is Navy and Tulane. Those are the teams that can give them trouble still in the American. And there's one team outside the American that can win the G5 bid, and that's James Madison. Obviously, North Texas cannot do anything to affect what JMU does. They obviously control their own destiny to the American Championship game, and they'll get in, obviously. They're going to play Rice and Temple, and they're going to win both those games. And they don't have to play Temple and Philly. They get them in Texas. And likely, the American Championship game is going to be played at North Texas. If I had to guess right now, it's probably going to be Navy and North Texas. They're going to be the two highest ranked teams, I think. Maybe it'll be, I don't know, maybe it'll be Tulane. Who knows? I think North Texas probably will win the American Conference. It's just a matter of, do you put them in over JMU? I think the better team is James Madison, but we shall see. And I do want to see JMU play Indiana. Regardless of that, though, North Texas you can taste it. You're 2 games away from the playoffs, or 2 games away from the AAC championship game, and then you have a potential postseason berth coming. For Drew Mestemaker, a guy who had never started at quarterback ever in his life. He never played quarterback never started quarterback until college. Here he is. He's going to make himself a bunch of money in the transfer portal next season if he so chooses to go. I think he should. He threw for 600 yards in one game. I think Indiana's calling your name, pal. They should dominate the Rice Owls this week. North Texas last week goes on the road to Birmingham, and dominates UAB. Mestemaker for 300 yards. How about that run game right now? And Caleb Hawkins, freshman out of Shawnee, Oklahoma, 933 yards on the season for North Texas. He's been dominant recently. They go again to UAB and dominate the Blazers. Now they get the Rice Owls, who's a 5-5 team looking to make a bowl game. But, you get North Texas and USF in back-to-back games. Maybe USF's a little bit beatable right now, but I don't think going to Raymond James is all that beatable. The Rice Owls is a team that, struggles to throw the football quite a bit. Chase Jenkins, the starting quarterback. I'll tell you, Jenkins is a much better runner of the football than he is thrower of the football. Best player on this team is Quinton, not Rampage Jackson. They're a run-first team, but yeah, how are you going to play this squad when they're throwing the ball over your head all the time? And you have to play catch-up the entire game. All it takes is one bad offensive possession where you can't run the ball and you can't establish any forward progress or forward momentum, and all of a sudden, now here comes North Texas, who is scoring on every single drive. That's what top teams in the American do. North Texas, USF was doing that at their peak. UTSA can do that at their best. Any team, Temple can do that at their best. All the American teams at their best can score 1 million points. And Rice has fallen victim to that multiple times this season. They played Memphis. The Tigers scored 38 points in them. Played UTSA. Texas Antonio scored 61 points in them this season in the Alamo Dome. That's just what happens when American Conference teams get going. They can score in bunches and score a lot. I'm very concerned for Rice in this game, guys. They're going to get beat down by the North Texas Mean Green, and Drew Mestemaker, again, is on a mission right now. They can taste the playoffs. Last potential road game of the year before they have to go to, Eugene, Oregon in the postseason. Give me the North Texas Mean Green. It's incredible what they've accomplished this season. I thought after the loss to USF, they were done, but here we are. Again, great on North Texas. They will cover 17.5 points because they're just taking on a team that doesn't throw the ball or can't throw the ball. You can't beat North Texas if you can't throw. Give me the Mean Green here on the road, minus 17.5. Next up, we go on to a game that I've been waiting for quite a bit. Western Kentucky is another one of these teams, like, a Fresno State. If they didn't lose to FIU at home by 19 points, they'd probably be the group of 5 team. If they can beat LSU. I still believe WKU is the team that can throw a wrench into everything. I think the CUSA can get a playoff team this year. If Western Kentucky beats Louisiana State this week and then goes to Jack State and wins not once but twice in back-to-back matchups, they get the first game in Jacksonville, Alabama. If they win, they get the next game in Bowling Green, Kentucky. If WKU finishes 11-2 with a victory over LSU, you can't deny them in the playoffs. They'd get in. They'd get my vote over JMU. They'd get my vote over North Texas. I don't care. North Texas and JMU have looked like better teams this season. I don't think you can deny a team getting into the playoffs that beats LSU in Baton Rouge at 7:45 at night in November. Not saying they will. I think LSU is going to win the game. I'm telling you, this game's going to be a lot more competitive than you think it is. While the rest of the world, the rest of the national media is not really talking about a potential Western Kentucky postseason appearance, I'm sure the guys at WKU know it's a thing. Now, are they actually confident they can do it? I don't know. But Western Kentucky, while again the public may not think so, WKU knows they are still alive for the postseason right now. You just have to win. How about Rodney Tisdale? Tisdale, after taking over as the starting quarterback, 3-0 so far for WKU. Overtime win against La Tech on the road. Win over New Mexico State. Win over Middle Tennessee. Tisdale, 3 games, 3 victories. He's been great. 8 touchdowns, 3 picks, 1,000 yards in this span. He's been phenomenal. 371 yards last week against Middle Tennessee. Run game's getting better. How about, again, Marvis Parrish, freshman out of Valdosta, Georgia, runs for 100-plus yards against Middle Tennessee State. They're going to bring it to LSU this week, guys. They will absolutely bring it to Louisiana State. Louisiana State was in big trouble last week against Arkansas. They found a way to win. Good for them. Found a way to beat the Razorbacks with Van Buren at quarterback. Now the question becomes, is it Garrett Nussmer this week? Is it Michael Van Buren? Who is your starting quarterback? I think if I'm WKU, I'd rather be Nussmeier. I think so. I think I'd rather be Nussmeier. Nussmeier starts choking, and you find a way to somehow sneak out of there with the victory. I'm telling you, I don't think it's all that probable, but there is a potential. Western Kentucky's got so much talent. There's potential that WKU could sneak out of Baton Rouge with a victory. And if they do, I need to see Western Kentucky in the rankings. Need to. That's better than USF going to Florida and winning. Undoubtedly, it's better than that. It's the best win a Group of 5 team would have all year long against a Power 4 school. Not even close. I know they're 22.5-point underdogs. I'm telling you, it's a lot more likely than you think it is. I'm not saying it's going to happen again. I want to make that very clear. I'm not picking WKU to win. They are definitely going to cover, and they're going to make it a dogfight. Tisdale can throw. He can throw. He can run. He's a problem. I didn't mind Maverick, but Tisdale, I think, is a better player. And Louisiana State, and their lack of offense, their defense is great. They have a loaded defense. If Tisdale can just give them some trouble and score 20 points, there's a chance LSU doesn't score 20. WKU's defense, I know, is not the best. I know. They played Tucker Gleason earlier in the season, and Gleason and Toledo scored 45 points to them. I get that, right? Middle Tennessee scored 26. New Mexico State scored 16. La Tech has got a bad offense, scored 27 points. I get it. It's just a momentum thing. I hope WKU's coming in here with confidence, because last year they went to Tuscaloosa and lost 73-0. With TJ Finley, who told everyone to bet the spread, or bet is over. No, bet the spread for WKU. Thanks, man. Yeah, TJ Finley was on this team last season. I think they can play close here. I think they can play really close. Will they win? I don't know. But I believe Western Kentucky is going to be very competitive with Louisiana State. I know we talk about talent. I understand all the talent in the world with Louisiana State. They have not put it together. It's what Brian Kelly has left this team a mess. I'm going WKU on the road to cover 22.5 points to win. Probably the Tigers. But boy, would I love to see the Toppers go on the road and win this football game and then establish themselves as a playoff team. They would have to get in. You could not deny WKU if they win this game and then beat Jacksonville St in back-to-back weeks. They're a playoff team if they do that. We shall see. Next up, potentially the second biggest game of the entire week, and here it is. Brigham Young takes on Cincinnati at Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio. So, unfortunately, though, the Bearcats have ruined this. It's still a big game because Brigham Young needs to win this one. Again, I feel like BYU, they might get squeezed out of an at-large spot. We went over it earlier. I think they might get squeezed out of it. But if you're Brigham Young, you're not thinking about an at-large. You're thinking about winning the Big 12. And ultimately, you can punch your ticket to the Big 12 championship game. Actually, technically, you can't this week. But you're basically going to get in. You're not losing to Central Florida next week. But huge game. On the road at Cincinnati, your last big test ultimately before the Big 12 title game if you get there. I'm shocked Cincinnati's only a 1.5-point dog. Especially how they looked last week. The Bearcats looked awful. Played a decent first half. They fell apart in the second half. Sorbsby and Cincinnati could not move the ball in the second half. They very quickly fell behind. Gave up a 50-yard touchdown and 99-yard drive from the Wildcats. And they were just playing from behind the entire second half. They were minus 230 favorites. They were 6.5-point favorites. And the Bearcats found a way to lose at home with the playoffs legitimately in mind. I mean, some of these teams this season, man, have not been able to stay out their own way. They just got to win. You got to beat bad teams. Or not bad teams. You got to beat teams you're supposed to beat, though. And Cincinnati cannot do it. You're not telling me they turn around and beat Brigham Young now. It's not like, okay, yeah, it's a long flight from BYU. It's not like they haven't played in a cold environment. They played Utah. Playing in the Midwest is going to be nothing for them. It's probably going to be colder in Provo this weekend than it is in Cincinnati. Probably. I think so. This road game is not going to be an issue for BYU, other than the fact that, okay, I mean, they have a crowd going against them, but this crowd's going to be checked out now. They watched their team lose to a team from the desert last week. Arizona walked into Cincinnati and beat them. The crowd's out of it. There's no playoffs anymore. Yeah, there's a Big 12 title game still. There is, potentially. But you're not the high seed. They're going to give that thing to Utah if you win this week. So Cincinnati, essentially, like I was saying earlier, the Bearcats are playing for Utah this week. It's really what this is. Cincinnati's playing for Utah. Obviously, Brigham Young's playing for themselves to get into the Big 12 title game. Brigham Young's winning. For as much as I'd love to see Utah get into the Big 12 championship game, I think they have a much better chance of beating Tech than Brigham Young. Obviously, we just saw Brigham Young in Tech. And it's not like, oh, you have to play Texas Tech in Texas, too. Oh, great. You got to play them in Dallas. I think Utah could go to Dallas and win that game, but they're not going to get the chance. I don't think BYU loses here. I really don't think so. Guys, BYU last week, and this is why they proved why they should be an at-large, and they should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. They should. I don't care. Notre Dame looks really good. BYU's lost one game all year long to a team I think's the number 4 team in the country. Notre Dame lost. Miami's ranked 14th. You've lost twice. BYU's lost once to Texas Tech. They should be in the playoffs, and they should not be punished by playing in the Big 12 championship game, because where's Notre Dame's championship game? Right, they don't play in the conference. Join a conference. Join the ACC. You already beat these teams anyway. Notre Dame would beat the ACC, would win the ACC this year. It would clear so many things up. Oh my goodness. I get it, tradition. Like, I understand why Notre Dame's not in a conference. It annoys me sometimes when we have these at-large bids, and it screws over a team like Utah. It really does. Or BYU, whoever doesn't, get in. Brigham Young's game, though, against Texas Christian proved that they are still very elite and that they can beat teams that are much lesser than them. That's what Texas Christian was. Sure, a team from Texas going into the mountains to play them, but this is what Cincinnati is, a lesser team. Brigham Young's a much better football team than the Cincinnati Bearcats. I like Sorbsy a lot. Sorbsy got exposed last week and did not play well. They ran the ball well, but Brigham Young's got a really good run defense when they need to. Against bad teams, they do. Cincinnati's not a very good team. Okay, they're a upper echelon Big 12 school. They're not a playoff team, though. They're not a great team. I think Brigham Young's going to beat them. You know what they do. Bear Bachmeier, LJ Martin. They're a problem. Their problem, though, unfortunately, lies in Lubbock, Texas. So I don't know what to say about that. But Brigham Young is going to beat Cincinnati. They will win the football game. Minus 125 is great for this spot for the Cougs. Next up, we go to a Big 12 matchup in Boulder, Colorado. You know what? I really wish these games meant something. And what I mean by that is I wish Coach Prime had a team that was winning. It came out a couple days ago prior to the WVU loss for Colorado. WVU lost 2 weeks ago. So bye week for Colorado. Their athletic director stepped down. He's the guy who hired Dion. He's going to be an advisor now at Colorado. I don't know if that really means anything. I don't know if that means maybe is Dion close to the door here. Not that Colorado's going to push him out. I don't think they would ever push out Dion because, well, maybe they do, but not after this season. They wouldn't, obviously. It's just like, how much does Dion really want to do this anymore is the question. And it's a very fair question to make. Like, he's not coaching his son anymore. Travis Hunter, you used to consider his other son, but obviously Hunter's in the NFL. Shador, still hope. Still having hope. Last week was bad, but the Ravens are good. Ravens are good. Caleb Williams struggled against the Ravens. Shador Sanders' first ever game, he wasn't expected to start. Doesn't get first team reps. I don't know, man. We'll see. Colorado, man, this thing this year is not gone well for them. I think they have a future, obviously. How long will Juju Lewis stay? I think he'll stay for his sophomore season. He's not going to let it go. Obviously, he's going to get the starting role next year. If Colorado, though, can't win, because Juju's been fine. If this team can't win with Juju Lewis next year, though, he's going to leave. And he should leave. There are better schools in the country that can take him, obviously. He was a highly touted prospect and recruit. He came here, obviously, because of Coach Prime, because of the history and legacy with Shador and Travis, who both got their numbers retired, obviously. But we'll see. Juju's starting this week. Unfortunately, there's only so much Juju Lewis can do. He's great, but can the defense stop Jeff Sims? Who's not a name that I thought I was going to be talking about this late in the season and talking about in this regard, but Kenny Dillingham has said it multiple times. He said at the post-game interview after they beat WVU, we have 2 Sunday quarterbacks on our roster, And sure, it took a game-winning drive for Jeff Sims to win the football game for Arizona State. Scotty Fox had the 90-yard touchdown pass at the end of the game, which won it for West Virginia, or was going to win it for West Virginia. Regardless of that, though, Jeff Sims works them down the field, and Jeff Sims ultimately wins the football game for the Arizona State Sun Devils, gets them in a field goal range, and they win it. Again, Dillingham says, I have two study quarterbacks on my team, obviously with Sam Levitt and Jeff Sims. Levitt out for the season. Jeff Sims, a senior. I mean, if Jeff Sims was a Sunday quarterback, he wouldn't have transferred here a couple of years ago, and he wouldn't have stuck it out here, but it's fine. I mean, Sims, I think, might find himself in a practice squad next year because of this performance and because he is a 6'4", talented guy, athletic guy. But I mean, we've seen Jeff Sims start before, and I get it was a long time ago, but I mean, he wasn't great at Tech, was not good at Nebraska. He's not a very good thrower. I think they beat Colorado, though, because, I mean, it's not like you're faced with a difficult task against the Buffs. I think Jeff Sims runs all over this team. I think Jeff Sims throws all over this team. Ultimately, it's a really tough spot for Colorado. Yes, again, I think Juju Lewis is a good player. I think he's going to be a very good quarterback. The rest of the team is just lacking around him, though. And Arizona State, say what you want again, how Jeff Sims is playing. Sure, he's playing well right now. Still, though, regardless of how Sims plays, the team around him is going to play well, too. Arizona State's a much better team, and I think the Sun Devils win this one on the road. 7.5 points. Yeah, again, Colorado looked better a couple weeks ago at Morgantown. They actually, only lost by 7, and they've had a bye week going into this one. Juju Lewis said he's going to stay in the film room the entire time. That's great. I think Arizona State's going to beat them, though. I'm going to go ASU on the road, minus 7.5 in Boulder, beating the Colorado Buffaloes. Next up, we move on to our final Big Ten matchup of the week. We go to Pasadena, California, as we've got the UCLA Bruins taking on the Washington Huskies. UCLA is an 11.5 point favorite here. I'm going to take them to cover the points. UCLA last week, a big loss to Ohio State. Unfortunately for the Bruins, right, their schedule just wasn't too kind to them. They got hot, beat Michigan State, or beat Penn State, beat Michigan State, beat Maryland, and then, go to Bloomington. Nice. Loss. Go to Nebraska, or have Nebraska at home. Sure, no Raiola, but late team's pretty solid. The defense is pretty good. Go to the shoe. Obviously got blown out by Ohio State. UCLA's schedule does not get any easier. Washington and USC to close the year. Yikes. Obviously, they did it to themselves, losing early in the season, but the turnaround's been nice for UCLA. It's been good. Can they finish with more than 3 wins? The answer is probably no. I don't think they beat Washington. I think they can be competitive, though. Yeah, UW, again, blows out Purdue last week. That's expected. But, I mean, you were not expected to go to Wisconsin and lose, and you did. Damon Williams played a much better game, obviously, against Purdue, and you're expected to play that good game against Purdue because the Boilermakers suck. Williams was very bad in the Wisconsin game, I'll be honest with you, but playing and watching him in the Purdue game, he was very excellent. This is the Washington team right now who is 7-3, losses this season, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Ohio State. It is what it is. Projected to be at around top 25 team this season. Jonah Coleman was supposed to play last week against Purdue. He's been injured, obviously, doesn't end up playing, gets injured, or has a setback in warm-ups. It is said that he's supposed to play this week, Jonah Coleman, so that's great. You get your star running back on the road in a game at UCLA. I still think UCLA can play them close, though. I'm not too impressed right now by Washington. I'm not. And it's that Nebraska game. And yeah, again, this road trip to UCLA is nowhere near as far as the Nebraska game was. You're only flying down 2 hours to 2 hours to LA rather than 4 hours to Nebraska. But I think UCLA gives them trouble, man. This is the final game that UCLA gets at home this season in front of nobody at the Rose Bowl. Obviously, right? It's been said UCLA is getting away from the Rose Bowl. They're distancing themselves from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. They're going to. Actually, I don't know where they're playing yet. I didn't read that part of the article. But regardless, UCLA is moving away from the Rose Bowl. Rose Bowl, I guess, only going to have one game played, and that's going to be the Rose Bowl there. But anyways, I think UCLA, their last game at home this season, I think they can play very competitively. I think they're going to play a tough game. I think they're going to give Washington some trouble. Damon Williams has not been good in the last couple of weeks. He was really great in the Illinois game, don't get me wrong. Wisconsin game, he was below average. Purdue game, he was good, but again, it's Purdue. I think UCLA gives them some trouble. UCLA, not a bad defense. Gave Michigan State problems, gave Malik Washington problems. Again, going to Pasadena is not that. It's not that easy. I mean, I know nobody's there, there's nobody in attendance, but I think UCLA, again, I think they give them some trouble this week. Nico Amaliva, obviously, right, plays the Nebraska game, does not play well. I'm not mistaken, Nico's hurt right now, right? So Luke Duncan is starting, the sophomore out of Orinda, California, made his first start against Ohio State. He'll probably get a second start this week. I think Nico is still injured, right, because he had the concussion against Ohio State, against Nebraska. So is he still out? I think so. Regardless, I think UCLA can play them tight. And if Nico doesn't play, I think we get probably a couple more points in the line. So we'll take that. Would I bet it, though? Honestly, no. There's better late-night spots to bet. Oh, yeah, this one. To Valley Children's Health Stadium in Fresno, Valley Children's Stadium in Fresno, California. The Fresno Bulldogs take on the Utah State Aggies. Utah State and their crappy kicker. Way to go, pal. Guys, you can't make this stuff up. Utah State, they cover. Shout out to them. But Utah State's kicker, let me get his name. Not to like dox him or anything, but it's important we say his name. Tanner Rinker, junior out of Castle Rock, Colorado. Had not missed, he used to play he was at Grambling? Really? Wow. Had not missed a kick all year long. Was 11 for 11 field goals this season and perfect, I believe, in extra points. And yeah, he didn't miss a single. He was 12 for 12. 11 for 11 field goals. And he was 33 for 33 with extra points. Had one blocked, I think, but that doesn't really count. This guy went 2 for 5 field goals and 2 for 3 extra points. And 2 of them were game-winning field goals, man. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, I don't know what happened. It's not like you're playing in an outdoor environment. You play in Utah. You play in the cold, and you get to a controlled environment in Vegas with a dome, and you can't make a kick. Unbelievable stuff. Single-handedly cost Utah State the game. So you know what? That's a confidence thing. Yeah, Buddy's confidence is in the dumpster, okay? They can't make a field goal this week. The field goal, and also, I think coach's mind too. We can't make a field goal if we need to. It's in the back of Bronco Mendenhall's mind. I can almost guarantee you it is. Well, I have a 45-yard field goal, but do I want to try it or am I going to go for it on 4th and 6? I'm probably going to go for it. Bryson Barnes playing his ass off, man. He deserves to get a bowl game. I think he's going to get in a bowl game because he's going to beat Boise State, and then he'll get rewarded with the New Mexico Bowl for playing, obviously, in Albuquerque, a spot where they lost earlier this season. But I don't think they're beating Fresno. I don't think so at all. Bryson Barnes, again, tries his all, man. He usually the leading rusher at 124 yards against UNLV. He broke off a big run at the end of the game to get them in a field goal range, and yet the team still lost because they couldn't make a field goal. Rinker. Barnes is really good, man. UNLV pressured him quite a bit. I can expect Fresno to do the same thing. Fresno's pretty blitz heavy. They'll probably do that. They did it to Mike Alejado early in the year. I assume they're going to do the same thing to Bryson Barnes and try to make him, again, force him in the pocket and not let him obviously get away. You're probably going to spy him, probably going to obviously keep great contain on him. Well, obviously. I just don't understand what Fresno's doing offensively. They're winning these crappy low-scoring games where they just run the ball down people's throats. Why is Carson Conklin still starting at quarterback? Okay, why? Sac State transfer. Conklin is absolutely atrocious. In the 3 games he started the season for Fresno State, they got sick of E.J. Warner. I believe it's got to be a personal thing at this point, man. Like, in terms of, the coaches just don't like E.J. Warner. Oh, we paid you all this money and you're not that good. Well, he's much better than Carson Conklin. Yes, Warner throws some picks. Conklin has not been, great either. Carson Conklin, so far this season, has 354 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. That's in 3 starts. He started 3 full games. 20 for 42 passing against SDSU. They didn't score a point, and he threw 2 picks, but let's keep starting him. Boise game, 10 for 21. The run game wins it first, but he goes 10 for 21 passing for 35 yards. Last week against Wyoming, 12 for 27 for 95 yards and a touchdown. How is Buddy a starting quarterback still? I don't know. Oh, maybe he's just a great run threat. He hasn't ran for more than 5 yards in a football game yet. Why is E.J. Warner sitting on the bench? Why? Fresno has a legitimate chance to still get in the Mountain West Championship game, and you're doing this nonsense? But, you know what? I'm sure the coaching staff thinks, oh, well, we're winning, so keep going Conklin. It's stupid. It's really dumb. Eventually, they're going to lose a game because they have no ability to throw the football downfield. I'm telling you, their defense, though, is going to bail them out in some of these games. And honestly, it might continue to bail them out. It'll bail them out this week in Utah State. It's going to. I'm telling you, Bryson Barnes is really good. The rest of the team struggles. So if you can take away Bryson Barnes and take away his ability to run and just pressure Bryson Barnes, which, again, Fresno does all the time. They pressure every single quarterback. They send blitz on every single quarterback. You can really force Barnes, again, to make bad throws. Again, he's not going to really throw picks. That's not what he does. But you can force him, obviously, to be uncomfortable in there. Braden Pagan's a really good receiver, don't get me wrong. But Bryson Barnes is really the only big threat running-wise for this team. And if they, watch that UNLV game, if you can pressure Bryson Barnes, he's still really good, but you make your life a whole lot easier. So I expect that's what Fresno is going to do this week. I think Fresno is going to win legitimately a shitty, low-scoring game. I'm going Fresno State to win. But here's the thing. Utah State's not going to be able to make a kick. So, like, they're going to get more yards, way more yards than Fresno. But then they're just going to stall out in plus territory. So I'm going to go final score. Utah's only going to score via touchdowns. So they're going to go... Final score is going to be 14-15 Fresno State. Fresno State's going to have 5 field goals. And Utah State's going to score 2 touchdowns. Fresno wins 15-14. That's my final score prediction. So don't take the spread. Take the money line, minus 130. If you want to bet it, that's what I believe, okay? Fresno has no offense, and it's atrocious right now. They are bad. They are a bad team to watch right now. Running the ball, yeah. Rayshawn Luke's running it down people's throats right now. Awesome. Nothing much else going on. It's 3 yards a carry, 4 yards a carry, 3 yards a carry, 4 yards a carry. Woo! Excitement. Give me Fresno State. Final game of the week, and we have moved now to San Diego, California, to Snapdragon Stadium, as the San Jose State Spartans take on the San Diego State Aztecs. Well, San Jose State's a joke, okay? Like, this team's absolutely just pathetic. Losing to Nevada last week on the road in Reno is just, it's maybe one of the, like I say all the time, like, oh, this is the worst loss I've seen all year long. That might be the worst loss I've seen all season long. I don't know how you lose that football game, and just the way they lost. It's not like, oh, you just lost a competitive game, you battled. You lost 55-10. How does Niamaliotto still have a job? And I don't want to call for a man's job. I don't want to call for another man to get fired. But it's the truth. How does Buddy still have a job right now? You have all this talent. You have Walker Agette. By the way, you sent Emmett Brown to Coastal Carolina. Now he's got a career-ending injury. But you have Walker Agette. You have Danny Scudero. And yet you're not going to even finish with 4 wins. You're going to be a 3-9 football team. Y'all ought to be ashamed, man. Y'all ought to be ashamed of this crap. I mean, San Jose State, back-to-back bowl games, 22, 23, and 24. They lost 3 straight bowl games, by the way. They didn't make a bowl game in 22, right? Or sorry, 21. No, yeah. But 3 straight years of bowl games, 3 straight losses. SJSU has not been this bad in a while. I mean, I don't know the last time they won less than 3 games. It's been since 2018 where they were like actually atrocious and went 1-18. The last time San Jose State's had this bad of a record. And it's not like it's a lack of talent this year. I've always thought it, man. I've always said it too. Like, I think the San Jose State coaching staff is horrible. And I get it. Like, Niamaliotto, he's, from Navy, and he's a well-respected guy. He might be a great guy. I just think they make so many stupid decisions. And I don't think it's him calling the plays. I think the quarterback's coach / offensive coordinator, I don't think he knows what he's doing. And they get bailed out by all the talent Agette has and the fact that we can't run the ball, so we're just going to keep throwing it all game long. They got exposed last week against Nevada. What Nevada did, I talked about it earlier, they dropped 8 or 9 guys every single play. And Agette couldn't figure it out because everything San Jose State throws is downfield. They dropped 8 guys with the quarterback spy. Quarterback spy is playing in the middle of the field. Everything San Jose State runs is lateral, upfield. It's deep shots. Not many crossing routes, and if there's a crossing route, we got 8 guys in coverage. We can afford to have 1 guy spy and kind of still play coverage at the same time and just play in the middle of the field. San Jose State couldn't figure it out. They did not go to dump-offs. They said, okay, you know what? We're just going to start running the football, but we're already down 21 points, so we can't really run it now. All right, let's just keep throwing the ball 50 yards downfield, and everything's going to keep getting intercepted or go incomplete. Walker got 3 picks. It was the worst game he's ever played, 74 yards. It was atrocious stuff. Unbelievably bad from San Jose State. You lose to that team. I'm not impressed at all about San Diego State, but now the blueprint and how to beat San Jose State is just there. You just drop everybody. Oh, Agette can run? All right, well, their O-line's not that great, actually. And a good linebacker is going to blow Agette up every single time he tries to run. It happened last week. Say what you want about San Diego State. They are the best team right now in the Mountain West. Surprisingly, they are. They are 5-1 in the Mountain West after their loss a couple weeks ago to Hawaii. But they win. And I'll give them credit. They win, and they've got themselves in the position, obviously, because of what they've done and with the damage that they did early in the season. I don't think this is a very good team. I'll say that now. I don't think it's a very good team. I think it's a team that if they get in the Mountain West Championship game, which they are basically guaranteed to be in, they're going to lose. If it's Fresno, though, they'll beat Fresno because Fresno doesn't have an offense. I think they lose to New Mexico. I think they lose to UNLV, lose to Hawaii. They lose to Hawaii and New Mexico in the Mountain West Championship game to San Diego State. They don't have a quarterback. Not to be harsh about Jaden Tentacle. Jaden Tentacle's not playing well. It's all that run. I mean, it's just the run game. It's pure power running the entire game with Lucky Sutton. They put the ball in Sutton's hand and, all right, go run. It's not like Denigal, again, it's not like Denigal's like an elusive guy and, we can just read option with Denigal and Sutton and, maybe we can, here comes, all right, our quarterback can run for yards. They don't do that because Denigal's not the most, He's an athletic guy, but he's not a very quick guy either. It's rough, man. I mean, I don't know. San Diego State, I don't know how they've gotten here. I mean, they're just one of these teams that have just snuck by the entire year. They keep winning games, and all of a sudden, oh, yeah, you're 8-2. I don't know. They're going to beat San Jose State because defensively, yeah, SDSU's really good. And sure, they were playing a team last week who, couldn't throw the ball either with the backup quarterback in Boise State. And I know they got shredded against Hawaii on the road. I'm looking at this game for San Diego State, though. I'm dropping everyone in the coverage, and I am not giving San Jose State a chance. Because they have no other solution on how to win other than just throw bombs the entire game. So if you drop everyone, yeah, the Spartans are in trouble. So I'm going to take San Diego State here at home to beat the San Jose State Spartans. I'm going SDSU minus 11 and a half to close the night at 7:30. Again, nightcap over at Snapdragon Stadium. Again, I'm going with the Aztecs at home. I don't love their passing game, but it should be enough to beat this dog crap San Jose State team that absolutely sucks, and I don't want to hear about this team again. Well, we have to talk about them next week in the Valley Bay Championship thing, or Valley Cup game against Fresno. They're getting mauled next week against Fresno, okay? That game won't be close. San Jose State will not score once. Fresno might not either. Fresno might only kick a field goal, but who knows? The Mountain West is weird right now, and we still don't know who has the tiebreakers in the Mountain West Championship game. Anyways, folks, that'll do it for our Week 13, college football predictions here on the channel. 4 hours in a row, 4 hours straight of college football predictions, 4 hours and 15 minutes, give or take, of college football predictions. Again, I know I always say this all the time. I know this doesn't affect you, but it's sometimes it's a challenge for me if I can do this nonstop without stopping once. Did it again this week. Not a single break in this video. I know, again, you don't see if I take a break or not, but something that I don't know, kind of pride myself in getting done. But anyways, folks, thank y'all for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy the video. Make sure to comment if you did disagree with any of the picks. We'll be back later in the week on Friday for our 10 best bets for this entire college football Week 13 slate. Make sure to join us tomorrow for our NFL predictions. And next Monday, man, the final college football predictions video of the year for the regular season. We'll be back the Monday after, obviously, for the conference championship games, and then the week after for Army-Navy week, plus the bowl. So we're nowhere close to done, obviously. There's a lot of college football yet to be played, but for the regular season and these 4-hour videos, next week is the final one with every team pretty much in college football playing. Oh my goodness, yeah, that video is going to be forever. Whatever, we'll get to that next week, folks. Thank y'all for watching. Make sure that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure you like if you did enjoy the video. Folks, thank y'all for watching, and Mamba forever.